There we go. Oh, that's doing its thing. That's doing its thing. Alright, first topic is going to be the dumb shittery of the anti-Israel protests for the was it Prime Minister, President, whoever the fuck he
Yeah, I
is.
think he's a some Herzog guy.
Uh,
I don't care enough to know.
yeah, yeah. Honestly, I couldn't give a shit about the guy personally. Like it just
Yeah, it's
doesn't
just
bother me.
all anti-Israel rhetoric, basically.
Yeah, they're doing
And
it solely because well
he's
they're
visiting.
against it and he's visiting and well their whole point is we go against him because Israel. It's kind of pointless. Uh,
I want to add clarity. Like Israel did make some mistakes, and they were very fucking bad mistakes. But
oh, it's
in
made
saying that,
plenty.
like none of yeah, plenty of countries have made mistakes. Like we've nuked Japan, wiped out non-combatants, and blah blah blah. But so did Hamas. So it's like it's a historical war that has been going on for generations and generations and generations that
Yeah,
we seem to have imported into our country.
yeah. It's a historical conflict that has no bearing on Australia or the population in Australia. It shouldn't be here. Exactly like the whole Bondi shooting and everything like that. It's we imported this purely because of third world immigrants and Labor versus Liberal dual party bullshit. Like
Yep.
this never should have happened purely because it's all about importing voters.
Pretty
Our
much that,
population.
and not only that, it's economically based our immigration
Oh yeah,
system.
gotta
So
gotta grow the invisible GDP number. Yeah,
which doesn't actually benefit most of Australians. It only benefits business owners and
the top
asset
echelon.
holders. Yeah, the
Yeah,
people that own property and the people that run businesses that require lots of people.
yeah,
It
the ones
stagnates wages and increases the prices of homes and everything
destroys
else.
social cohesion, destroys cultures, it subverts entire populations. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
garbage. Because
and
we
like
don't need it.
this has been happening for since the 60s. We've been importing, and it wasn't until 1990s that we started importing more diverse peoples.
Yeah, that's
And
yeah,
what Australia's political system has turned out to become is ethnic voting blocks.
yeah,
And each party seems to implement policies to get this ethnic voting block and this ethnic voting block to vote for them.
yeah. Well,
Yeah,
that's.
that's what happens with a multicultural society, a multicultural democracy. It always devolves into this kind of thing.
Oh, I gotta move my webcam. It's in the way, or maybe not. Yes, I do. I'll move me down the bottom today. Yeah. The picture I got up at the moment is it's a meme of the Muslims in Sydney that were given the move on order and then immediately moved like 5-10 feet and then just started praying all together and them getting grabbed out. It's yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
The beatings will continue until social cohesion improves. Some random person. Yeah, social cohesion is the new catchphrase. It's me. Social cohesion was what we had before we imported the third world and its conflicts.
Yeah, we had one unified culture, one unified people. And it wasn't based around race. It was based around a common story, a common narrative that we all believed and we all followed, but everyone has their own different
Yeah,
versions of it.
yeah. And the actual video for people that are watching. Oh, I need volume.
Yeah, the video is top notch. You want to send me the actual video?
Yeah, yeah. I'll send you the.
The one that you're watching.
Yep.
And like this is the first time any of this has actually happened in Australia. Like not
Yeah.
the prayer things in public, but where the police have
No.
actually
Yeah.
done their fucking job.
The prayer. They do this everywhere in the Western world. Like you have Dearborn, Michigan, that's being absolutely destroyed by Muslim fundamentalism. You have this kind of shit happening daily in the UK. Like the Muslim population over there, they will organize group prayers and they'll just take over an entire street. There was footage of a guy literally on a freaking freeway standing there, gets down on his fucking knees and starts praying. They don't do this in their own country. They have mosques for that.
Flogged.
Yeah.
They literally get flogged for doing that kind of shit.
Yeah. Look, I have no problem with them praying. You want to pray? Go ahead. You've got a home or a mosque to do it in. You've got more than enough mosques in Australia. Like, more than you need. It's solely a power play. It's soft power projection. Exactly like governments do, but this is just from a religious fundamental group.
Yes. This particular clip UAE foreign minister.
Oh, yes. Perfect. All right, yeah. So, for anyone that isn't caught up on anything...
So you can understand what I'm saying.
I have translation.
No, I know you have translation, but I just want to make sure you get it right.
Yeah, because he knew they'd try and take him out of context, try and spin the words.
There will come a day that we will see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of
Bondi.
Europe because of lack of decision-making, trying to be politically correct,
Yeah.
or assuming that they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance.
Yeah.
And let me say this in English so you can understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm not a racist. I just listen to what people say to me, and I have the power of pattern recognition. I can understand what people want, what they say, and what they do. When someone is telling me that they are my enemy, you listen.
Believe it.
Yeah.
Trying to find another clip. The son of Hamas. So in most Western countries, the left is allying with the left. Not so much the right, because the right principle. And I'm trying to find the clip where the son of a Hamas leader is literally telling people that the reason why the Muslims side with the left, and it's because the left are gullible.
Oh yeah, the useful idiots one. Yeah. Oh fuck, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just trying to find it. I should have had it all loaded up.
That's all good. That's all good.
But go on to something else until I find it. Oh,
here it is. Oh no, that's Yuri Bezmenov. That's different. But that's pertinent as well. This is communism, though.
You see, the useful idiots, the leftists who are idealistically believing in the beauty of Soviet socialist or communist or whatever system, when they get disillusioned, they become the worst enemies. That's why my KGB instructors specifically made a point: never bother with leftists. Forget about these political prostitutes. Aim higher. This was my instruction. Try to get into
found it.
Large circulation, established conservative media. Rich, filthy rich movie makers, intellectuals, so-called academics.
See the advertisement. I might turn off some viewers.
Oh, I don't give a shit. You want to send me the
That's the. It goes for 1:15.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You want to send me the Oh, I got the one here for the diversity of thought. You want to send me the heat map one? So I can't find that in my...
I'll send you both the heat maps that I've got, because they're both pointing to it.
Yeah, well, I've got the diversity of thought one. Yeah, I can't find my heat map one.
There's the heat map one.
Cheers.
So here's a paradox. In America, we have a political left. It's a progressive left. As you know, it's sexually permissive. And this political movement appears strangely allied with radical Islam. Can you explain this?
When I was an extremist, Islamist, fundamentalist, I would only vote left.
Why is that?
I saw them as very stupid. I would fear the conservatives because they come with principle. That's not
Put that
someone
there
they
so I
can
bring it up on
brainwash.
screen easier.
But the left, I know they have no values and no principles to
They're
begin
so
with.
insular.
I dare you to find one Islamic
it's all
extremist
tight.
that votes for Donald Trump. Never do it.
Oh, you're looking at the
They'd
thought
give their
map
vote
right now.
to the left.
Yeah, well,
who wants to.
What he talks about, the radical Islam dude, Imam Muhammad Tawahidi, oh Jesus Christ.
Sorry for butchering your name.
Yeah,
guys.
I don't know how to do your phonetics. That's just a fact. It's simple to, like, the diversity of thought and the heat map are good as visual representations of what he's talking about. Like, the left is so insular in what they think and what they believe. That's why they unite so well. Whereas the
they're
right,
basically John Lennon's. Can you imagine?
sitting around a camp.
That's basically a thought process.
Yeah, sitting around a campfire, singing "Kumbaya," love is love, people are people, we're all one together. It's all a beautiful life kind of shit, beautiful world. And the right is so divested on their thought process. That's why you have like some pretty extremist right-wingers, you have conservatives, you have traditional folk. They
look at a broader range of things. They're looking at economy. They're looking at culture. They're looking at legacy. They're looking at civilizational legacy, continuity. Whereas the left, generally, they focus on equality of outcome. What else have they got there? Everyone's the same. Like they're just, it's just different cultural, civilizational blueprints. Like we're blank slates that can be brought to the fold.
Yeah, the right has the diversity of thought, and because of said diversity of thought on the right can't unite. So you'll have two right-wing people that believe drastically different things, but they'll both
Not drastically different things.
But
they still have the same alignment.
a basic core
it's
ethos.
how they get to there. It's about how they get to that end goal.
Oh yeah, but they're so at certain degrees they are like completely different. Like
because you've got the libertarian that doesn't like control at all.
Yeah,
and you've got the conservative that likes cultural control.
Yeah, it's that diversity of thought and such a broad diversity of thought, which means that the right can't unite on things. It's why it takes so long for the right to do marches, protests, and things like that. It's why it's hard to push through bills in Parliament and just get things done. Whereas the left unites so well because they're so insular in what they believe. They believe in minority rights. White people are guilty of all crimes throughout all history because of their being white. So,
we've got original sin tied onto the white people. Like you were born white, therefore you've got all the sins of your ancestors, and all the sins of the minorities' ancestors. Only our ancestors are the ones that.
That's the best thing with like a vast majority of the left. It's not that they don't believe in original sin for others. It's just that their original sin is white people's original sin because white people did it all to them.
Yeah, and like the left are white. There's a lot of white lefties, and their whole stance on this is they've got civilizational white guilt because of what their ancestors did. They're basically white supremacists because they thought the white people were superior, so they have a guilty conscience about it.
Yeah, it's the white savior complex.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, it's liberals and conservatives. I'm looking at the heat map now. As the difference between them is the left cares more about everything in the world than the right does. The right only cares about what is in their immediate vicinity. Friends, family, their community, the people they work with.
They only care about that.
But they care about that more like a
Yeah,
lot more than anything else, which they should. That's how you maintain strong
but
cultures, good like high trust societies, good communities. You foster relationships on a local level, whereas
that's
the
also a problem because that's also what creates them being so insular. And that's what
yeah,
creates the
it's
diversity
why
of thought.
it's
Sorry,
why
that's what creates the diversity of thought in the right wing, because you'll have a coal mining community over here, and they only really care about their coal mining
mining, yeah.
community. Yeah, and then you've got the libertarian right, which is in the city sort of thing, and they sort of only care about having the freedoms and everyone else
Yeah,
having the
inner
freedom.
city urbanites not knowing what farming is, thinking you have to kill sheep to get wool. It's they don't
Yeah.
understand, they don't
Or
know,
pink
they don't
cows
care.
create strawberry milk, and brown cows
Yeah,
create brown chocolate milk.
yeah,
Insane.
yeah. It is. The right being so insular also leads to a deficit on their part through cultural stagnation. They don't develop or advance culture nowhere near as fast as the left does, purely
Yeah, they
because
conserve it.
yeah,
They like to take slow steps instead of leaps.
yeah, and then you've got the liberals, like the progressives, caring about everything. Everything is 100% an issue right here, right now. We need to do drastic, radical action to fix this one
And
minute
it has
thing.
to progress. It has to
Yeah,
progress. We
the,
cannot go back.
yeah. There's no tending the flames of tradition, stoking the fire, keeping it protected. It's no, we'll trample that to light this bonfire so we can fix that problem. Even though that bonfire now creates 15 more problems, it doesn't matter. They'll have another bonfire to fix it.
Now, this also brings up the point. We kind of need each other. So the left, they like to. So when a new technology comes in, the left are usually the first to really push it and advance it, and the right, they're the usual. Oh, maybe we should slow down a bit and see how it goes. Blah blah blah. So without each other, like the right kind of works like a brake for the left, and the left kind of works like opening doors for the right.
Yeah. Yeah, so you need the right and the left. You can't get rid of one or the other. The right tempers the left tempers the right. We can't do without it. Despite how much I despise the left-right party dynamic, I think it's asinine. The only stance people should be taking is that of a libertarian stance, but most people are too stupid. It's, no, I want to be a communist. No, socialism's better. No, capitalism's better. No, I just want my freedoms and for you to leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah, see, I'm economically a nationalist, but I'm socially a libertarian. I believe freedom of thought, freedom of ideas. People should have more freedom in their lives. But when it comes to the economy, it should be more nationalized, like our local vicinity. I want people that I live near to be materially wealthy. That's just a given. It should be.
Yeah, well, if the people
I
around you are doing good, everyone's doing good.
yeah, yeah.
This is the was it with the fucking Martha's Vineyard bussing in the illegals. So, oh yeah, we want illegal immigrants everywhere. Everyone should take care of them. They're all people. They have a right to be here, just not in my backyard. You see
It's the NIMBY, not in my backyard.
yeah
NIMBY.
yeah. Well, do you see the Harry Sisson video of I seen it today. It was earlier. Oh, I need to open up other YouTube, my other account. Close that. I don't want you playing. Give me a sec. I'll finish playing this.
Run
and
around
watch that.
in pride parades, and Islamic extremists are against gay.
Oh yeah, I'm
homosexuals,
just letting the
and
rest
transgenders,
of the
but they
Dinesh
want
D'Souza
the
one
left to
play.
go and get busy with that. They want them go speak about
It's the
climate.
Harry Sisson.
Go speak about abortion. Go kill yourselves. Go do that. And Omar, she's fighting for abortion rights, and all the other. My body, my choice. Yes, go do that. Go do that. But would she have an abortion? Never.
Never.
Never. Would she kill a Muslim in her stomach? Never.
What
Illegal.
is the fundamentalist and jihadi agenda for America?
The future of America has to be Muslim.
Yep. From their mouth themselves, just straight up. Yeah, I'll see if I can bring it up on here instead of the Asmongold video of it. Was it hang on,
So I come from the great.
Harry Sisson, Michael Knowles.
Yeah, no, not for me, bro. Not for me.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I can see it on his fucking face before he even answers it.
Yeah, well, Michael Knowles literally. Yeah, here it is. Oh, it's a fucking hour and 30. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I want
Big
this
clip,
here.
bro.
Would fuck you. Go away.
All right, welcome back, everybody.
This is
to
why I use
another
Brave.
video. Now, I wanted to play this clip here of Michael Knowles debating Harry Sisson proponents
Sorry.
themselves.
I
wow.
just.
So I come from the great land of the chieftain Elizabeth Warren,
Mm.
and I would like to know. Maura Healey is our
Asking
governor,
specifically
and
you,
she
bro.
has.
Yeah. Well, there's the chick coming up is I'm from Elizabeth Warren with her 164th and Cherokee or some shit. Bitch, you're whiter than me. Shut up. I'm sorry. Just stop. Just like, oh, well, we should bring in all the illegal immigrants. Would you sign this petition to bring one in and house them yourself? Exactly like what they did in England before Unite the Kingdom happened. There was a dude walking around literally just...
Clipboard.
Yeah, would you sign for allowing illegal immigrants in the country? It's, I'd sign it. Oh, well, can you sign this one so you can house one of them? Oh, no, we don't have any spare. Oh, we rent. Oh, yeah, it's not in my backyard. They're all welcome here, but I won't house them. I won't take care of them. They're not getting any of my money, my benefits. I'm not going to do anything to help them. No,
Yeah, that's why the border states in the US were complaining, but everyone up north that wasn't having the issues was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, you're racist, rah, rah, rah." And then Texas is like, "No, we'll just bus them all over to New York then."
Yeah,
No
just
problem.
literally, what was it, 3-4 buses turned up in Martha's Vineyard, just dumping a whole bunch of illegals? You wanted the illegal immigrants here. Here they are. Yeah, look,
I loved watching Cash Jordan go from a liberal lefty to
Yeah.
we need to get the immigrants out.
yeah, and that was purely because of fucking sanctuary city laws. All it was sanctuary city laws. And now look at it, you got a Muslim dude run for mayor there, and everything he's run on, he's immediately backflipped or realized, no, we don't have the money for this. Or why? Oh, how are we going to
Fares
get the
have
money?
gone up.
Yeah, how are we going to get the
Rates
money?
have gone
Oh,
up.
we'll just tax the white people more. Yeah, how do you
No,
think
they
that's
just
going
pack
to
their
work?
bags and they're gone.
Left. Yeah, why wouldn't you? This is...
You
People
got the
don't...
money to move. Why not?
Yeah, it's like, oh, we'll just tax billionaires more. Which, I mean, they should pay their taxes instead of fucking tax-free havens over in the Whitsundays or Isle of Man or wherever. Just pay your fair share. That's it. But no, because of the stupid loopholes they have, they don't pay anything. But we can tax billionaires more. Well, what's going to happen when you start taxing billionaires more? Well, they'll leave. They have the money to leave.
Pack up, stop, and go.
Yeah, they'll go to a place that won't tax them as much or won't tax them at all. Why would they stay?
Yeah, they're looking at it from an old tax system. The new tax system, like the way the system works now, is completely different. Money's a lot more mobile.
Yeah, it's fluid.
Yeah. So, like when we're talking about the billionaires, we're talking about people that are international. They're no longer tied to the economies of the nation. They're tied to an international banking network that enables them to move all over the world. And because we've relaxed our immigration laws, given basically anyone a citizenship if they pay enough, they can go anywhere. We can't just tax them more anymore. We've got to figure out, and that's why tightening immigration works really well, because it will lock a lot of these people to nations, and it'll stop their capital, their money, from going elsewhere, which means they'll be forced to invest in the country they live in.
Yeah, it's exactly like what was that country that just done it? Not Sweden. It was the other one that literally said, if you're sending your money back home from a country you've fled to get here, we're cancelling your visa.
Oh, that was Sweden.
Oh, it was Sweden. Okay,
and if you're holidaying back at the country that you said that you were a refugee from,
yeah,
then you're obviously not a refugee.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
You can stay in your country. Like, it's the whole a lot of this, like the whole money flowing around the world and stuff like that, it all stems from immigration and us being so relaxed about it,
Yeah,
allowing it to happen.
yeah,
If you can tie down the rich people and make them invest in the country they live in, then everyone gets wealthier in that country.
yeah, and it's one simple bill passed through Parliament away. All we need to do is say no foreign investment in our country. That's it. That's all we need to do to fix all of that. If we stop
Not
people,
only that, you got to break the asset bubbles. So at
oh
the
yeah,
moment in Australia, we'll continue.
but with just stopping foreign investment, it would fix a lot of our housing market. It would fix all our offshore mining. Like, we have no manufacturing, or little to no manufacturing here in Australia. The things that we
Well,
do, the things that we,
that's a multi-layered thing, a reason behind that. That's because energy costs so much, and we sell off
yeah,
our coal and what energy stuffs off at
yeah, well,
international market value instead of preserving some for the domestic market.
yeah, well, the things that we do produce here in Australia, and we produce quite a few amazing bits of technology, like that have literally advanced
And Wi-Fi
cultures,
is one of
and
them.
yeah, like we developed gene therapy toolkits, like gene modifying toolkits. Casper, the Chris 9, that was
No,
developed.
CRISPR.
CRISPR, sorry, yeah, I get that confused. That was developed here in Australia, and what happened? We sold the patents to it. Instead of selling the technology itself, we just sold the patents to it, so that we
Gave
can't
it away,
get.
basically.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We're selling our gas. We were one of the largest natural gas producers on the fucking planet, and we're getting 7 billion, 8 billion, maybe $12 billion for our gas.
Meanwhile,
And
Qatar, which is the second largest, they make something like 70 billion off theirs.
yeah, it's outrageous. We're literally giving everything away. We give away our
Yeah.
technology. We gave
It's
away our
so bad.
culture.
Hold
We give
on.
away our minerals.
Yeah, we give away so much coal and gas that Japan buys it and then sells it for profit on the international
Yeah,
market.
they use, like, we keep brown coke here in Australia. We sell black coke, which is the better coal for producing power. It's cleaner. It's less polluting. It burns better. We sell that at a market premium, in air quotes, pennies on the fucking ton. We sell that to Japan. Japan uses a whole bunch of it, and then the rest that they don't need, they sell on for a profit, and they make more than we did selling wholesale to them.
Yep.
Make that make sense. So we're not selling our minerals. We're not selling our country down the fucking river. Bullshit.
Yeah, and that's why I'm economically nationalist, because if we were more nationalist, we would own the reserves, like we would own the natural resources in our soil, and we could create a company like Norway did called Statoil, and own 51 or 6, however many percentage shares of that, and then have the private investors invest into that, but they never own a controlling share. And we would make so much more money if we nationalized our resources. So much more. Like Norway, they have they have a national trust fund worth so much. It's basically like our super. So instead of us paying towards super, we could have Oz Resources or something, a company, and that would be our national sovereign fund.
Yeah. Yeah, instead of the politicians going, oh, we need X amount for our slush fund for this year. Oh, no, we've run out of money. Let's just dip into every Australian super fund. And what? We're looking at market. How many have gone belly up? Like tits up now? 3, 4?
5.
Five.
Yep,
Yeah.
5.
Billions of dollars just evaporated into the ether. Like, how are people supposed to survive? Oh yeah, retirement age is going up. Don't worry about your super money. It'll be fine. So by the time I get to retirement age, super's not going to be a thing. They'll just keep.
It's gonna be pillaged by the government.
Yeah, if it hasn't already been, and they just keep increasing the retirement age to the point where now I got to be 68, 70 now before I can retire.
I want to add the qualifier. Retirement isn't an age; it's a
It's
wealth
a
package.
financial mark.
Yeah. If you're 30 and you make billions, you don't
Yeah,
need
you
to
don't need to
work. You
work.
can
You just
retire.
go, oh yeah, I'm never working again. I can live off the royalties, or I
But
can live off the
67,
interest.
67 is the point where the welfare state starts giving you a retirement payout.
Yeah, well, they fucking should. I've worked in industries to build this fucking country my entire life. What am I going to get out of it? Chronic back pain and no benefits. That's my future.
Well,
Yeah,
you can't even get a house here in Australia now because we've propped it up through artificial inflation and artificial scarcity.
yeah.
So the way our system works is we have an asset inflation bubble, and the asset not seems, is the housing market. So to keep increasing the price of houses, we keep importing more people, which puts demand on those houses, which increases the prices, which is pricing out the younger generations from owning a home. And what the government is also doing is they've got red tape tied all over the construction market for housing. You've got to have double glazed windows. You've got to have fireproofing battens. You've got to. There's no older. You know how we used to, like, you drive through some of the areas in Australia, and they've got houses built in the 50s and 60s, and they're tiny, 3-bedroom little places. They would have been priced amazingly back in the day. Like, yeah, it was. I think it was 4 times, or 4 times a wage,
Yeah,
a
well,
yearly wage.
the
Now
house.
it's something like 7 times a yearly wage, and the cost of living has also gone up, and wages have depreciated because we've imported so many people that
More
now
competition, less
there's
supply, more demand.
we've flooded the job market with so many people that, hey, we can just take Joe Blow over there, or 50 other Joe Blows, and they can work. You are meaningless now because you don't have any leverage to ask for a higher wage because we've got 50 other people vying for the same job.
Like the house that I grew up in, my father paid $32,000 for it, and that was quite a bit back in the day. He had to work 3.5, nearly 4 years of his wage at Visi, like packaging, like cardboard recycling and that, just to afford that, and he did. And upon my parents' divorce, the house ended up selling for 1.8 million. Yeah, and
Is that artificial inflation of demand?
yeah. This is how the hell are people supposed to buy a house in that kind of market? It's
And
just
people tell you, why don't you just move out in the country? Houses are cheap.
for what jobs?
But so are the jobs.
Yeah.
The jobs don't pay as much.
Yeah.
So you're still stuck at that 1-to-7 ratio.
Oh, well, it's what
Because the
jobs,
demand is
what
still
amenities. Oh, what, you got in an accident? Oh, cool. You got to wait for the Royal Flying Doctor to turn up in a fucking plane and then fly you 3 hours into the nearest hospital. The best hope you've got is a veterinarian in town that can
Yeah.
do some bodgy stitching on you. Like,
Hope
oh,
for the
you,
best.
you got in an accident while cutting down a bit of wood on your property, and the chainsaw bucked and kicked you in the arm, and now it's severed. Well, good luck not dying. That's your choice. There's no jobs out there, and the jobs that are out there are just hard yakka, low pay. There's no amenities, there's no benefits,
And
there's no nothing.
there's a reason why jobs aren't out in the country in Australia anymore. It's because we sold off all our manufacturing
Yeah.
overseas. We've created such an energy crisis here in Australia that manufacturing just isn't feasible anymore. Instead of replacing the coal-powered power plants, we've gone green energy, which is intermittent and only has a 20-year lifespan, whereas the coal ones can go from 80 to 120 years with good maintenance.
Yeah,
So
or you can just shut them all down and go nuclear. Like, the plan...
yeah,
It was Peter Dutton with this the plan of, oh, we've just decommissioned a bunch of coal-powered stations. So what we'll do is we'll recommission them as nuclear power stations now. That'll reuse the site, so we don't have to do like 60%.
Lines.
Yeah, 60% of the infrastructure's already there, like all the cooling systems. We just need to retrofit it. We need to build containment systems. All the policies need to be done, which we can just import from other actual nuclear power stations. We can just literally copy theirs.
And we already enrich
Yeah.
this
So
the uranium here.
we dig out plutonium from the ground. We
Uranium.
enrich uranium. Sorry, we enrich it and pelletize it and sell it to America. And what do we get? Fuck all money and their nuclear waste, which we store in Australia. For every moron talking about we don't want nuclear in Australia, we've got the Little Heights reactor that's for medical technology. That's still operating. It's never not operated because, you know, we need medical tech to work in this fucking country. We take all the waste, we dig it up, we enrich it, we pelletize it, we do every stage except use it for ourselves. If we are in the largest energy crisis we've ever experienced in Australia, probably in the world, like that's just everywhere now because of the whole.
We've downgraded our energy system. I read
Yeah.
in that the UK is using 1/3 of their electricity than they used to have, and that's not because they have become more efficient. It's because they've downgraded their power system to green energy, which is intermittent.
Yeah. Yeah, where's that image of was it it was not Italy. It was the one that congratulations for going green, fully green energy by 2050, before 2050. And
Oh well, you look at that.
Because they had a massive, like a week-long blackout because they turned off all their nuclear
Oh,
reactors.
it might have been it might have been Spain or
It
Germany.
was Spain. Yeah, that's the one. Spain.
Anyway, the problem with green energy as well is it also ties us really strongly to China. China manufactures the blades. China manufactures pretty much most of the components that go into those big windmills that we use. So, if there's ever a fuck up on the global market, we'll end up either paying more to replace them, or we're tied to China so much that they can dictate the terms and change our policies from outside. We don't manufacture any of the stuff really, so we're so reliant on China to get stuff done.
We know for a fact that the solar panels we're getting from China all have proprietary coding in them so that they can switch them off. We know this. This is what UK was dealing with it because they've just been importing a shit ton of them. There was a massive security breach because of it, and they literally said we're not importing anymore, and then turn around and go buy some more and keep pushing the ideology of more green power. We need more green.
Yeah, it's an ideology. And not only that, like the whole, we're going green to save the environment. Well, not really, because we ship most of our coal to China, who manufactures the stuff with our fucking coal. It doesn't make sense. We're not, like, CO2 doesn't just stay in China. We live in a closed system where the CO2 does travel and get spread around the world. So all the manufacturing gets done in China. We could spread the manufacturing around the world and still end up with the same fucking result. And we'd have manufacturing jobs back in Australia. So the lower echelons of Australia, like the people that actually use their fucking hands, would have a job that pays well, a job that would enable them to own a home. And like the thing about manufacturing, it stabilizes wages. It's like a baseline. So at the moment, our entire economy is literally exporting raw resources to the global market, which brings new money in, and we import immigrants, which bring new money in, and we bring in students over, which brings new money in. Everything else, every other piece of our economy is cyclical. It just circulates through our economy. We don't bring in any new wealth into this country, not really. But if we bring manufacturing back, we can sell raw resources, we can manufacture, and we can bring the students in, which actually ends up paying a lot more to our economy than just importing and inflating assets. And the thing about inflations of assets like housing, it just parks money. It parks capital.
What was it?
They don't reinvest in the economy.
Yeah, what was it? It was the largest growing sector in Australia is literally public sector work, like government workers. So
Oh yeah, yeah. So it's all it's yeah. So when Albanese gained power, he increased the public servants from 9,000. So public servants are people that do
administration
administration
shit
for
for
the
the government.
yeah for the
And
government. He
NDIS,
increased it from
Centrelink, all that.
yeah, correct. He increased it from 9,000 to something like 38,000
Yeah,
within his terms.
yeah. As
Like,
our terms are
that's
4
ridiculous.
years, and it's not even up yet.
Yeah, we still got another what 2 years to go.
Yeah, yeah. 10 months.
Yeah, it's absolutely mind-boggling the way this system's being run.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. They don't care. It's all about like our politics are ridiculous in the fact that our politicians don't care about our country. All it is a revolving door through Parliament, them lobbying for special interest groups, lining their pockets while they're in power, lying to the Australian public, getting into a position of power, lining their own pockets on the taxpayer dime, lobbying for special interest groups, and then getting a seat at a board in ExxonMobil or something for the next 40 fucking years.
Because they implemented policies that those companies wanted.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about bribery. See, bribery where you just give them money doesn't work in the modern age. That's not how modern bribery works for the political class. The way modern bribery works is this company will come to a politician that's in power and say, hey, if you do X, Y, and Z, I promise you a high-paying job in X company because, you know, you did us a favor. And the politician's like, oh, yeah, that sounds a great idea. And the people investigating bribery, they don't look at promises because promises are open. Now, if the company doesn't follow through with the promises, all right, politicians will stop following through with implementing their policies because that's just hamstringing themselves. But if they follow through with the promises, they get a big payout.
Yeah, and the companies and corporations can afford it because, oh, well, we're going to be paying $5 million to lobby for this, or we can essentially just buy this guy for $2 million, which will be presented through the means of charitable donations to their campaign funds, or it'll be through the fact of, like, once he does it, we effectively buy him on loan. We're going to tick a politician, and then once he's in power, he'll do all the shit that we want, get us kickbacks, tax cuts, everything like that, keep the wolves from looking too close at our books, and then he gets a nice cushy job at one of our fucking major corporations so that he can be earning $160,000 a year sitting on his ass, also while he's earning $120,000 from us tax-paying Australians.
Or
doing absolutely nothing.
They'll start a like they'll create
a shell company for him, specifically for them.
Exactly.
We'll create an entirely new position. Oh, you're a special liaison between X group and X group. The position never needed to exist. It didn't exist before, but we'll do that for you so we can... that's how we can get away with, oh, this person's doing this type of job. It's a very, very high level of expertise. They need the 100,000 a year.
1 hour's work, maybe 5 hours worth of work a year. Yeah, it's a rot. They're
this is purely a rot. That's garbage.
Where do we go from here?
Well, we can go look at the Aussie protest, the new, was it Rodney King moment?
Oh yeah, that's good fun.
Yeah. So there's a thing. We've just had some protests here in Australia. It's about what's his Isaac Herzog, I think his name was. I think it was Isaac Herzog. I'll make sure.
Yeah, it's I know his last name's Herzog.
Yes, Israeli President Isaac Herzog. There's a whole bunch of lefty dickheads that are trying to they're pushing to have him ousted, and honestly, I don't want him here. I think we're too entrenched, like the Australian government is too entrenched with Israel. I don't care about Israel. I care about Australia.
Well,
I'm in Australia. I'm
it's not
Australian.
that. Like we should stop having ethnic lobbying groups. Full stop.
You got to
I
be
don't like
careful.
the whole.
See, you got to be careful with that. A lot of people won't know this, but there was a group in Australia called the National Socialist Movement. They're basically neo-Nazi LARPers. They're a bunch of dropkicks, just absolute dickheads. They're a joke, absolute
Yeah,
joke.
but their problem was is they were specifically looking at the Jewish lobby. I don't care about the Jewish lobby. I don't want any kind of ethnic-based lobby. Like it doesn't make sense. Like
Yeah, so I'll see if I can bring up
especially
the
especially
image.
considering that we can't have a Australian ethnic lobby or you know like a white ethnic lobby because that would be racist. But meanwhile, other groups can, and that's a big problem within Australia. Like we have specific laws that are applied to one group and not applied to another. Punishments that are more severe for one group but not another, and like it doesn't exactly create a form of social cohesion. So the white groups they're expected to follow the rules, they're expected to adhere to the cultural norms and blah blah blah. But Joe Blow from blah blah country has you know, he's not used to the cultural norms, doesn't understand the laws here, so we're going to be a lot more lenient and just give him a slap on the wrist. That doesn't create social cohesion. Like they should know these things when they go through our immigration policy. These are our laws. These are the things that you should understand. These are this is the basic line of where you do not cross.
You want to know? You want to know the great thing? The noticer is the only one that has it posted.
Yeah, yeah. And you know they're affiliated with the NSN, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. Yeah, their problem is they tend to focus a lot on the ethnic lines, which shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, see,
But
I don't give a fuck about your race. It's all about culture to me. It always has been, always will be.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we
Like
don't
if
have.
you want to marry kids, go to
There
the
it is.
country that wants to marry kids. We don't do that here.
Yeah. So this is the. I got the image up. I'll send it to you just so you can see.
Facebook or
Facebook.
Oh yeah. See, they focus too much on the Jewish
Yeah.
lobby.
So
But
this is the National Socialist Movement in Australia. Basically, Nazi LARPers because they are. They're a joke. We watched their video. It's hilarious. They wanted to abolish the Jewish lobby, which I agree with, is purely on the stance of there shouldn't be any other lobbying groups in Australia trying to push laws in our country. They're trying to further their influence for their people in our country. You don't need to be a Nazi or a white supremacist or a supremacist of any kind. This is a national identity and a cultural issue. There should not be any group that is lobbying for their own rights in our country. It just shouldn't.
Yeah, we're all meant to be Australian. We're all meant to be one unified people with one shared narrative, one goal. Because if you have multiple nationalities, multiple goals, and multiple allegiances, you end up creating a wonky tower. If you have everyone aligned with the same goal, you end up creating a tower that's strong, firm, and will stand tall for a long time.
Yeah, it's this problem here. This is Ray Martin. This is who's got the picture up. It's I'm old enough to remember when a uniformed neo-Nazis held a rally outside Parliament House, shouted hateful Hitler Youth slogans, and demeaned Jewish Australians. That right there is the problem. Jewish Australians. We just have
Not
Australians.
just Australians.
Yeah.
That's it. Or if you're going to have an extra nomenclature, it's you're Australian first, then you're whatever.
Oh yeah, I'm not telling you to throw your heritage away, but it comes second to what you are now. If I
is Australian.
Yeah, if I move to America, I'm not going to be an Australian in America. I'm going to be an American. I'm moving to America for the American culture. You move to Australia for the Australian culture. You don't move to Australia to be Jewish in Australia. This is why I oppose it.
Now, these are all the other kind of lobbying groups that we've got here in Australia. This is why I don't think we should have any kind of lobbying groups. There's going to be 5 pictures all up.
Oh yeah, this was that one. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Now, these are all groups that are trying to influence our politics, based on their ethnicity, and
Yeah,
like not all of them. Some of them are called just Multicultural Australia or whatever.
Yeah,
Like
you've got
first,
Azerbaijan Cultural Association of Victoria, the Rwandan community. Yeah, who cares? Honestly, who cares? You're here to be an Australian, so be an Australian. Keep your heritage, but you're Australian now. If you want to be Rwandan, go to Rwanda. If you want to be Azerbaijani, go to Azerbaijan. You want to be Palestinian, go to Palestine. It's that simple. I'm not telling them that they don't have a right to exist, because they clearly do. It's just that
that's what borders are for.
Yeah, I want the right to exist in my country the same as they have the right to exist in their country. There's a difference.
Yeah, and we're being vilified for questioning this. We get targeted. We get told that, oh, you're racist, you're a xenophobe. Yeah, but if I want to do the exact same things they're doing in their countries, like in the Azerbaijan, if I was to turn around and say, oh, I'm Azerbaijani now, but have no cultural ties to the land, no connection to their history, none of that. All I'm doing is reaping the benefits of their economy. They would tell me to fuck off. Would they not? I'm sure they would. Like if I went to Russia or if I went to China and said, I'm Chinese now, you're going to have to change the rules for me, then they would say, no, fuck no. Get the fuck out.
This is what I'm talking about. It's the video of the Scottish dude with the bagpipes in India.
Yeah, doing that kind of shit. Like, that's
everyone vilifies this. This is what's happening in our country. And if I say anything about this, I'm a racist. I'm a xenophobe. I want to kill minorities. No, I don't. I just want my culture in my country. I want people that come here to abide by my culture and my laws. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's that simple. But no, if I go to India and start trying to make them all Australian, that's racist. They'll throw me out of the country.
They call that colonization, but what we're experiencing is apparently not colonization.
Yeah, you're colonizing and subverting my culture,
and
I can't even have the right to call it out.
I didn't colonize anyone. You didn't colonize anyone. That shit happened 200 years ago. I didn't do shit. I was born here. I don't need to be blamed for that. You don't need to be blamed for that. Look, I would just want to work together with whoever's here. I want to be able to be friends with whoever's here, not be told I'm an oppressor or I'm a evildoer because of something maybe not even my ancestors did, or maybe my ancestors did do, but I didn't fucking do it. I don't have that original sin. I should not carry that. No one should.
No, it's not my sin.
And people wonder why people are the West is rebelling at the moment. It's happening all over the world. Right-wing parties are expanding non-stop because they're being vilified for something they didn't do. No one wants to be here. No one wants this happening. We just want to have a good time and get along with people. But you can't do that with some people because their culture conflicts with yours. And
the Australian culture is, she'll be right, have a go, mate. That's it. Yeah. Get in, get it done, have a good time, sink a tinny afterwards.
Yeah, you don't even have to sink a tinny. Just be all right.
Yeah.
Don't be a fuckwit.
Yeah, don't be a dropkick.
See, that's another thing a lot of people get mixed up with our culture. Like, if we don't talk to you, that means you're not our problem. It's not that we don't hate you. It doesn't mean we hate you. It just means you're not our problem. But the moment you start becoming a problem, we'll speak out. We'll have something to say.
Yeah, respect, a lot of people that are condemnation, indifference. I'm just indifferent to you. I don't care enough.
Yeah, you're not a problem. If we're not talking to you, you're not a problem. If we're talking to you and we're saying, hey, you're doing something wrong, then you're a problem. We normally just don't give a shit. That's the Australian culture. Because honestly, if you go back 200 years ago, or 150 years ago, right, we were still sailing around in boats, and it took 6 months to get here. So if you come here, you had to learn to assimilate, and you got in with the people. You learned to do. Oh, well, this part of my culture causes friction. I better not do it. Oh, they love this part of my culture. Oh, that's great. Well, I can share that. And that part of their culture became part of our culture. That's how Australia worked. That's how assimilation worked around the world for so long.
Yeah, that's the word, assimilation.
Now, that brings it back to another point. I think it might be a bit more difficult nowadays in the modern era for people to assimilate because we've
We're
now
all
got
interconnected with the internet.
yeah, we've got mobile phones, we've got internet. So people that move here can still be in contact with the people that they left overseas and still maintain that culture here. So assimilation is far more difficult today than it used to be. Far more difficult. And like a lot of the new people that we have moving
There it
here
is.
are bringing their old world issues to the new world. Because think about it, Australia is a new world. America is new world. We've only existed for 200 years or 400 years in America's case.
Yeah, we
And
never had
when they moved,
we
yeah,
never
go,
had
go.
machete attacks in Melbourne. That was never a thing.
Carjackings.
Yeah,
We
that was
never had carjackings.
never a thing
That was
until we started importing Sudanese people that are known for machete attacks. Like this is
we
only a
have that in
thing.
their military training.
Yeah.
Their military training when they hit adulthood is to learn how to use a machete, and we're importing those people.
Yeah, I'll bring up a picture of where's the fucking was it Susan Lay, machete bins.
That's not real, is it?
What?
Protesters are calling for the release of Joel Davis.
Yeah, Aussies in America. See, I don't even like that. That's Australians in America that aren't conforming to Americanization. I don't agree with that.
America's got American problems, so they can deal with their American problems. Stop bringing Australian problems.
You move to America, be American. You didn't move to America to make it Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I'm all for free Joel Davis because it's a bullshit thing of why he's in.
He should at least go through a trial.
Yeah.
Our laws have changed, so we now no longer give people that go under the new hate speech laws that were implemented in the last 2 months any chance of a trial, and they can be jailed indefinitely. He is literally a political prisoner because all he did was rally or brigade a group of people online to disagree with a politician online.
Yeah, I'll play the video.
Yeah, play the video and send it to me so I can watch it as well.
First up, Joel, there's a lot of talk about...
Oh, hang on, I'll copy it. Ooh.
I want to clarify, we don't like this guy at all.
No, I think he's a fucking idiot. He's part of the NatSoc. And I think he's an absolute moron. But
which are laughers. They're not real Nazis. They're just fucking idiots.
Yeah, they're cosplaying as Nazis. They wouldn't know the first fucking thing about them. They don't understand the history in the slightest. I'll play this.
I guess the Saturday's rally. What do you make of it?
Well, I just find it ridiculous that the response to us protesting against the Jewish lobby's advocacy of hate speech laws and other laws against political protest is to push for even more laws against freedom of speech and even more laws against political protest.
And this was before the Bondi shooting.
You know, go by the rules of liberal democracy, register our political party, engage in peaceful protest. We even notified the police. We did everything by the book.
Which the left doesn't.
Free society. You have difference of opinion. So why can't we express our opinion just like everybody else?
Are you willing to apologise for your tweet regarding Allegra Spender? You said
that there, the tweet about Allegra Spender. That's why he's in jail.
Yeah.
People should rhetorically
that's ridiculous.
Yeah. that people
It's
should
the same as
tolerably
Sargon
rape
had that they turned around and said to a
Yeah.
politician, "I wouldn't even rape you."
Yeah,
And they said, "Oh,
literally.
he said raper." No, he did not say that. He said the opposite. I wouldn't even.
Yeah.
And her colleague should
Which is
apologise
pointing out
for
the
their
hypocrisy of the whole system.
to do with mass immigration, bringing in hordes of
Don't get me wrong. I believe
African
these guys
immigrants.
should be suppressed in some way, like not be able to get a political movement.
No,
'cause
see-
I don't want to see.
Oh,
I don't want to see the Nazis get a political movement in Australia, but they should at least be allowed to have some kind of expression of speech.
Yeah, see, that's
Even
where
if
we
it's
differ. I'm a
terrible.
free speech advocate. I believe they should be allowed to talk, and I should have the right to stand there and mock them ceaselessly.
Yeah, no. You misinterpreted. I'm a free speech advocate as well, but I don't think they should be able to have any political impetus in Australia. So, like, we've literally banned the communists from having a party here in Australia. Well, we've banned the Nazis, but we should also ban people that try to push the white Australia policy, because I'm not a racist. I don't want that. I just want a common culture. We can have. There's many ethnicities here that have blended in absolutely amazingly. Like,
See, then you get the 4chan bubble.
What's the 4chan bubble?
The reason 4chan isn't banned or suppressed or anything like that is because people freely and willingly talk about things on 4chan. So if they suppress them there, they go to places like Kiwi Farms. They go more underground. And then
no. I don't care if they have their talk. They could be on public speaking and stuff like that, but they shouldn't be able to form a political party. That's all.
I think they should be able to, but purely because they just won't get traction. They wouldn't.
Yeah, you could say the same thing about the communists, but they could still get traction. And once they get power, if they ever get power, then they abolish all other parties.
And yeah, that'd immediately flip the population.
Yeah, but it won't matter because they'll have all the everything else under their arm, and we'll have a civil war. That's the reason why extremists are prevented from gaining political power, is because they are absolutists.
It's a good way to purge the idiots from your society.
It is, and it isn't. No one.
And I must say, I am not legally advocating for that, because if I am, that's a crime in my country.
Yeah, but it's still you can't let these people have any power. These people, but drawing the line is the difficult part. Figuring out where the line is, because these people will destroy democracy. They will destroy parties. They will destroy the opportunity to remove them from power. And the only way to do it would be through violence. And that's why governments around the world have put bans on these groups. Actually, I saw the Japanese parliament the other day. They voted in the Liberal Democrats, which is their right-wing party. I noticed that they still have the Communist Party as an option in their country.
Yeah, they allow it purely because they'll never have power, purely because people laugh them out the room.
Yeah, but you say that until people get pissed off enough at the system and they do a a protest vote, and they put them in power. That brings me to One Nation. One Nation's popularity at the moment is not a protest vote, and they are not Nazis. All right, they are cultural conformists. They don't care about your race; they care about the culture that you bring with you. If it works, welcome. If it doesn't, go away. They're not like the Nazis. They're not like the commies.
They're purely a nationalist party.
Yeah, they're like the Nationals, but they're a bit more cultural than the Nationals. Yeah, I think the Nationals follow more of an economic line, whereas the One Nation follows a cultural version of it, and cultural and economics.
Oh yeah, they're pushing a lot more into culture, with Pauline Hanson's movie, they're definitely pushing into like the cultural argument for sure.
Yeah, but
Which
that's
they never
why
really
they're
did
getting a
before.
lot more yeah, that's why they're getting a lot more popularity. See, with the Nationals, they're only getting the popularity from the Nationalists, whereas Pauline Hanson, she's getting a lot more popularity with the Nationals and the Conservatives. So that's why she's jumping up in the polls. She's aligned two of the blocks of the right wing zeitgeist. You know how you got the red and the blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's aligned a lot more of the right than the Nationals have, and that's why she's getting a lot more popularity now. It might, and some of it might be a protest group vote.
Yo, what the fuck? What the fuck? I'm looking up the super aggressive movie. I was trying to find some of the like the protest shit, just to show in the background. Pauline Hanson on Twitter. I'll send you the link because this is amazing. I had no idea. I formally disavow the support at Hassan the Hun has shown a super progressive movie, but he is correct. A super progressive movie premieres for streaming on the 26th of January, which is our Australia Day. It's a day of national celebration. And
so he actually watched it, did he?
I'm gonna.
We'll have to look at that.
How about this one? New movie makes fun of woke lefty libtards. A super progressive movie made by One Nation Australia has been banned in a number of Australian theaters.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. The
Offensive.
ban
It will be releasing worldwide 26th
Yeah.
of January 2026. How about this one? New movie makes fun of woke lefty libtards. A super progressive movie made by One Nation Australia has been banned in a number of Australian
hilarious.
theaters in fear of being offensive. It will be releasing worldwide 26th of January 2026.
Yeah, actually she replied. As well. Watch the full movie here. Yeah. The full trailer here.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Amazing. Oh well, I'll play the trailer. Just while you're doing your thing. This movie is amazing. I've watched it 3 times so far. It's fucking awesome.
The lefties won. And I should know. I'm the Prime Minister. Elbow. This is my land. Good morning, fellow white straight males.
Hey, big boy.
Just as the elders foretold, this
is Narmageddon.
I'm gay and retarded, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
That's toxic positivity. I'm sorry. In case you haven't noticed, Pete, I'm black.
Daddy, I don't believe him.
You have to believe him, honey. He's 1/16th Aboriginal. Wait, what if someone sees us?
Let the cookers watch.
Wow, the rainbow serpent. Sounds like a really cool gay snake. It's not a gay snake!
So what are we up to?
The trailer's just finishing. Fucking amazing movie.
Yeah, it's good. Especially if you're from the right and you're, just want to have a poke at the fun. But that's the great thing about the movie. It makes fun of everyone. There's no one that
it
doesn't
literally
get
makes fun of
made
everyone. Yeah.
I didn't see anyone that didn't get bars poked at them.
Yeah, they were punching up, down, left, right, fucking center, straight back at their own face. It was, yeah.
Oh, yeah, here we go. You remember this? Check your Facebook. Remember this chick?
Which one was that? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what's happened to her?
I think she was like 14 years old. She was being harassed by an immigrant to the UK. And basically, she was she pulled out these weapons because she's been harassed before, and she decided to come
I'll
packing.
see if I can find it.
And like when we say harassed, if you know anything about the UK with their grooming gangs and migrants raping the native population because they're free game, she pulled out the weapons as like back the fuck off, leave me alone. So instead of this migrant,
she was literally
leaving her
yelling,
alone,
"Stay away from my sister." Yeah, here we go.
Yeah. Instead of leave us alone, and like she sounded fearful through the whole fucking thing. Yeah. The UK government decided to arrest her instead because she was brandishing a weapon. Well,
This disturbing video has been
released
spreading like
a
wildfire
month later
on social media,
after
showing
being,
two girls yelling at a
held for a
man,
while
filming
by the
them
police.
as they move around
And it
frantically,
turns out
and one
the
even
migrant
pulling
that
out
was
two
harassing
weapons
her
as she
had been
flashes
charged
at
for
him.
sexual
The girl,
crimes
who was
before.
later arrested, is being
This is the state of the
praised
UK, and
online
this is
as a
the thing
hero
that
for
we're
standing up for
trying to
herself. The
avoid
question
in
remains,
Australia.
what actually happened?
Now,
there was
I'm
memes
sure
about her being the next Boudica, which awesome. I was
14 years old though. Like,
14 years old, having to walk around with a fucking bunker and a hatchet. Like, what kind of place do you live in where you have to carry a fucking hatchet and a kitchen knife with you just to go to the fucking park so that you're not raped?
This kind of shit was unheard of 30 years ago. What's changed in 30 years?
Know about the
Well,
incident.
in the
It is hard to
UK,
make
they've
out
been
exactly
taking
what
in
the girls are
1
saying
million
because they're
migrants per
frantically yelling
year,
to fix Scottish
as well as all the people that come across in boats. And then the UK government houses them at taxpayers' expense.
Yeah, the migrant
Free money,
hotels.
free food in the migrant hotels. All right. So she's now living in a completely different Western world that a lot of us, older generation, grew up in. She didn't grow up in that world. She's grown up in a world where she's a target.
Yeah, and because she's the lower socioeconomic, basically, what do they call them, like tramps or something over in fucking England? I don't know their lingo.
Chavs,
Yeah,
they're
chavs.
poor.
Yeah, they're the poor. Basically, the same version as the Australian houso or the lad. They're the like gypsies, for a lack of a better term.
Nah, gypsies isn't the right word. Basically, they're the people that are poor, rednecks, bogans, just people that live.
They're our form of housos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And basically, because they're in England, they have a cultural norm of upper class, poshy motherfuckers versus, and they don't care about the lower people. Because,
As talking with that other dude he only cared about himself and his in group, the upper echelons.
Elaborate on that story. Go on.
Okay, so I was chatting with a fella from England, not too long ago. It was about we were talking about the problems that he's currently facing. As he's in England, I'm in Australia, so we can talk about what he's experiencing in England, what I'm experiencing in Australia, and how they're similar and how they differ. The crux of it is I kept telling him that he needs to make friends with some of the scummier people in his society. Basically, this kind of girl, these people, not this girl in particular or young kids or anything, but he needs to make friends with the people in housing commission, the people who are in lower socioeconomic classes, the people that are at the bottom rung of society in his area. He needs to meet them, make friends with them. Those are the people that are the ones that are going to throw Molotovs when he's the one talking. Like, he can talk all day, but that won't change anything. Like, it'll change some people, hearts and minds and all that, but you need people that are willing to get in the mud and the blood and do things. These are those people. I was raised by those kinds of people. This is why I try and meet people from higher socioeconomic classes than myself. As I'm the scum in my own society. I know this, I understand it, and I own it. There's nothing I can really do to change it. It's just the way it is, and I have no misgivings about that. I'm not hard done by or anything like that. I need to meet the people that are higher than me. So they're more eloquent, they know how to deal with people, speak to people, and be polite and comforting, and the people that can win the hearts and minds.
Understand the systems that are in play that create the problems for the lower socioeconomic class.
I'm the guy that throws a brick through your windscreen because you're speeding up my street, and I've got the shits with it. I still have that dude's fucking driver's side mirror sitting in my bathroom hanging like a trophy because fuck that guy.
See, and I come from a middle class background. So my dad was a police officer for 37 years. So I have a pretty good inkling of, rule of law, order, that kind of thing. So kind of vibe very well on those lines. So
Yeah,
that
I'm
other
the
thing that
I'm the guy your father was chasing.
Yeah, yeah. And I see. I try to acclimatize myself to the lower socioeconomic people because they are the doers of society. They are the people that use their hands. They are the people that make things happen when they've got the 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 blessings of above. Who
Yeah.
cares? That's how it's meant to be phrased. Like, but yeah, if
I'm here at the
upper
bottom.
society agrees.
Yeah, well,
then...
I'm showing the bell curve as a analogy for it. As I'm here right at the bottom, the retard, the scum, the dregs, and then you've got your super high class, your posh people right up here, and then you've got everyone in the middle. This is your middle class and lower middle class, high upper middle class, all that. As I'm here right at the bottom of the totem pole, the dregs.
Well, not so much anymore because you own a house. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
much of a house, but but you're
Yes,
still not far up.
The only reason is because I was smart about buying a house. It wasn't trying to get anything special. It was getting a roof that no one can take away. That's it. You buy a deceased estate that's full of asbestos and smells like dead because it still has the rotting soup corpse on the floor. Nobody wants to buy those houses, so you buy them cheap. And then you do nothing but live in it, because that's all you can do.
Yeah, clean it up so it doesn't smell like a dead body. And then, hope for the best.
Yeah, hope to God it doesn't fall apart around you.
Yeah, yeah. But so that other picture that I just sent you, a man and a woman have appeared in court accused of assaulting two girls. That's unrelated to this case, but that young girl comes from Dundee in the UK. So this is the same area that young girl was in, and this happened. A man and woman have appeared in court accused of assaulting two girls in Dundee. Prosecutors allege Isla Bella of 22 approached and followed four girls who were aged between 12 and 14 and made sexual remarks at them before seizing one of the girls and pushing her to the ground. His co-accused, whatever the fuck that name is, 20, is accused of repeatedly seizing and pulling another of the girls by the hair, dragging her to the ground and punching her on the head to her injury. Now, this is a common occurrence from what I've read in a lot of news articles coming from the UK. They've got, hold on, I can send you a bunch more. Actually, I have to go through my phone because I've been saving them.
There's that. Yeah, I'm trying to look for the headlines of here it is. Yeah, the horrific betrayal of 1,400 children, the Rotherham grooming gangs and shit like that. Just for context.
Yeah, and to explain the story a bit. So for 20 years, the government and police ignored these young girls being raped repeatedly and tortured. They don't talk about the torture part.
The kebab girl.
Yeah, so she was literally carved up and into kebab meat and fed to the public. So some people out there in the UK might have eaten human meat. All right, one sec. I'm going to post you some photos.
Yeah, but remember, Pizzagate's fake story made up by 4chan. It doesn't exist. The Epstein file is fake. They weren't eating babies and fucking kids systematically.
All right, these are common occurrences in the UK, and they're starting to become common here in Australia too. Now, I don't know about America because maybe they're not. I haven't seen many news articles focusing on these kinds of things.
There's been a couple.
But
Nowhere near as much as the UK, because this is purely happening in the UK so much purely because of the fact that the UK populace, like the people themselves, are so polite. They're like Canadians without guns and none of the war crimes.
yeah, yeah,
The UK people are too polite for their own good.
that and they're so disconnected from lower class, upper class that they don't see the problems that the lower class are experiencing as their problems in the upper class, and that's detrimental to their society. It's literally breaking the system, and like this guy, moment railway station coolly gets back to work after carrying out a rape on a 14-year-old girl. Like nothing happened. It was just fucking normal. And then a 12-year-old girl strangled and abused by Afghan migrants was found mumbling and crying in the streets. All right, and like the Rotherham shit, like they used to, well, they probably still do in some cases because the government is still so lax on this shit.
Yeah, they won't
would
even
literally
acknowledge it.
capture girls walking past their shop, take them in the shop, inject them with heroin so they became addicted, rape them repeatedly, then release them. Then they'd come back for their next fix of heroin because, you know, they're in their formative years and drugs like heroin are extremely addictive. So they come back and get raped and tortured again. And then they get dragged over to their buddies who also wanted to rape a 12 or 11-year-old girl, 14-year-old girl. And then they'd share them around with 10 other dudes. And they did this for fucking years. And every time they went to the police disregarded it, said, oh, if we go down there, we consider racist.
Wasn't even just that. There was police.
They'd release them back to their captors.
Yeah, there was stories from it. I'm trying to find it right now. Yeah, there's no faith. Yeah, there was police in Rotherham that would the girls would escape, run up to the officer thinking, "Hey, the cop's gonna save me," and which is the right idea. As police protect the
cop
innocent,
would get involved in it too.
Yeah, the cop would literally say, "If you don't suck my dick in the back of the cruiser, I'm going to take you back to them." And then they'd go into the police station after being raped by said cop, do a witness statement, not indicate the officer because, well, why would you? And then they'd just get nowhere. They literally had police. Here, Rotherham police could be removed after the grooming probe.
Ridiculous.
Officers in... Oh, fuck you, I'm not paying.
We are not angry enough.
Yeah, no one's angry enough.
The West is not angry enough about what is being done to the people.
Yeah. Police involved in it. How are you supposed to prosecute these people if the people that are supposed to protect you are the ones committing the crimes?
And that's not the only thing. Like, it's happening here in Australia. So I dated a girl recently, and she's literally going through very similar circumstances here in Australia. Now, I am not allowed to divulge any information because
Nor should you.
it's still going. Yeah, it's still going through court proceedings and stuff like that. And it's not my story, and I know her personally. But she has gone through very similar circumstances, and it's insane. Absolutely insane. It just made me angry and want to lash out in the world. But I didn't. But yeah, this is the country we are becoming. The West is becoming this, where we let our young be raped because we're too afraid to be called racist. Too afraid to stand up for our culture and our people. Like, what the fuck went wrong?
Yeah, and then you get people like Tommy Little talking about this and then getting jailed for speaking about it.
Tommy Little.
The one in UK. I think his name was Tommy Little. I know it was Tommy
Robinson?
Tommy Robinson, that was it, my bad. Yeah. People like Tommy Robinson that literally do editorial pieces and documentaries exposing this kind of shit. What went on?
And you know why he speaks out against it? Because I think it was his cousin or a young
Yeah, or his sister or something. It was something.
Was
Someone
part of
close
one of
to him.
these gangs. Like she was taken advantage of by these gangs, and he's considered a villain of the state because he speaks out against it. Because he had, he's basically when he first started becoming a public figure, he had a history prior to that being part of like a national socialist network. He was part of a Nazi version in the UK, but he quit that, denounced it, and literally started doing his own thing because they were going the wrong direction. That's his story. And then he started sharing the story about his cousin or his niece or whatever that was affected by this. And he was, as he became more public, other people would come to him and say, "Yeah, I was one of the victims too," or "Yeah, my cousin, my niece, my sister, blah blah blah, were part of this." They got like this happened for 20 fucking years, 20 years, and they did nothing.
Yeah, and they still
Nothing.
doing nothing.
And people are wondering why the West is voting right.
Yeah.
Like, we can't keep going this direction. We are literally destroying ourselves. We're destroying future generations for something that we didn't do. They didn't do. They're innocent. Why the fuck are they copping the punishment? Because we're too weak-willed to stand up and do something about it. Start paying attention to politics. Pay attention to what needs to be changed.
Too many people are entrenched in their own ideas. They don't want to listen. They don't. People don't like being uncomfortable, and this is a very uncomfortable topic.
Look, I'll look at an uncomfortable. I prefer an uncomfortable truth or a hurtful truth than a comfortable lie.
Yeah,
Comfortable lies are what create this.
Yeah,
this shit.
What would
It
you
never
rather?
happened.
A comfortable lie, a happy little lie, or the uncomfortable truth?
Now, the uncomfortable truth is what has to be paid attention to, because if we don't pay attention to it,
It just goes unchecked, and it gets worse and worse and worse. It'll never get.
Society collapses around you, and you wonder why the fuck is this happening?
Yeah,
because you ignored the problems.
It's the eyes wide shut thing. It's not in my backyard. It's not here. I can't see it, so it doesn't exist. Fucking
and you got to be careful with when you go start looking at the uncomfortable lies, because it can consume you. So if you feel it consuming you, you need to take a break from it.
And not just that, like with the Pathways video game thing done by the UK government. If you start looking into it, you're now a right-wing extremist. You're on a list. You're on a watch list. You need to go to a re-education camp.
Well,
what the fuck?
That's coming. If we keep going down the route of leftism, re-education camps are coming. Black bags are coming. They'll break into your house at night, put a black bag over your head, and take you to a re-education camp. And if you don't, you're gonna get killed. If you aren't re-educated after the camp, you're gonna be killed.
Yeah, you'll never get off that list. You'll never be removed from it.
This isn't crazy talk. This isn't insane talk. If you look throughout history, this is exactly how it happened. Because history is riddled with this kind of shit. Absolutely riddled with it. Look at the socialists, the fucking Bolsheviks, the fucking the Chinese Mao. What was it? The little red book bullshit.
Yeah.
Like they literally
Xiao
killed their own
Hongshu.
parents because they literally denied like they said something against the government. So their own kids turned their parents in, and their parents were murdered in front of them. Like, it's riddled with it. And if you think it can't happen in the West, you're insane. It can definitely happen, because it's happened in the past. You just need to look at the Nazis. That happened. We're not the only ones that have fucking skeletons in the closet. We're not the only culture
No.
that has skeletons in the closet.
We're the only ones
China,
vilified
Africa.
for it.
You got the Tutsis versus the whatever.
The
What were they?
Hutus.
The
Tutsis and the
versus
Hutus. Yeah.
Yeah, these are things that if you don't
Yeah.
pay attention
The UN
to, they will
literally went
overtake
in.
you.
Yeah, the UN literally went in to protect the Tutsis, and they were told you can't fire unless fired upon. You're solely there as an observer and a defender. Oh, so the Hutu tribe, they literally, oh, okay, well, we just won't fire upon the UN soldiers.
Yeah, we'll just kill the.
Literally went into churches and massacred them with machetes. You have UN soldiers and UN peacekeeper soldiers that did witness statements before the fucking was it the Hague, the war crimes and shit.
Yeah.
They literally stood there, did statement after statement about having to stand there and watch kids getting hacked to death with machetes purely because someone in New York decided, no, you can't defend these people because, oh, if you shoot the Africans, that'll be racist.
Yeah, it just. And this is another reason why we shouldn't even be fucking paying for those fucking institutions. Like, if you're just there to be a fucking observer, what's the point of going? Thanks for wasting our tax money. Just do something.
Yeah. If you want,
and if they did do something, if the individual soldiers did do something, you know who would be on trial? The soldiers.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Like, these are the things in the world that people choose to ignore. And what pisses me off? People tell me I'm the fucking racist. I'm the bad guy. Here I am appealing for the youth, the people that are actually the victims, not perceived victims, but actual fucking victims. People that were murdered for an ideology. Breaks my fucking heart, man.
Yeah, well, that's the way the world goes. Only white people are guilty of their heritage and their past. Everyone else, oh, they're hard done by. Everything else is the problem of white people. It just look at India. India.
Well, actually, no. Let's delve into the history of white people. The seventh squadron, I think it was, or the 11th squadron. UK put themselves into generational debt. So in the 1700s, they decided, you know what, slavery's a bad idea. We're going to create a navy that literally cancels the whole global slave trade. They went to war with nations to end global slavery. They went to war with their allies to end their slave trade.
The West Africa Squadron.
Yeah, and they didn't finish paying off that debt until 2014, 2015. That's 200 years of debt to stop the global slave trade.
Yeah, right? Literally dismantled their empire.
But they did massively good things as well.
Yeah, literally dismantled their empire to end the global trade on slavery. Slavery still exists to this day, but it's just...
But it's not global. It's not traded internationally. Or if it is, it's only the elites doing it.
As proven by the Epstein files released just recently.
But it's not observable. It's not in your face.
Yeah, it's not a commonly traded commodity. Yeah. Slavery still exists, but it's in the countries that had slavery before the English, before white cultures, before Western cultures.
So the Mediterranean used to be the Barbary slave pool. So the Barbary pirates used to literally go and attack other ships in the Mediterranean and take them hostage, the people of the other ships. And America, so a lot of the European countries used to pay tribute to them to avoid getting that. And, you know, the asking of money kept getting more and more until America decided, you know what, fuck that. It'd be cheaper if we just went in there and slaughtered these motherfuckers. And they had 2 Barbary wars to end the Barbary pirate slave trade.
Yeah, I'm just highlighting that now on screen. Yeah, the Barbary slave trade came to an end in the early years of the 19th century after the United States and Western European allies won the First and Second Barbary Wars against the pirates, and the region was conquered by France, putting an end to the trade by the 1830s.
Yeah, and if we didn't do that, it would still exist. Well, not we, but if our culture, our ancestors didn't do that, it would still exist. We would still have a global slave trade that was far more accepted. Like, we can act like the white people are bad, but we've done plenty of good. We've done plenty of bad too, just like every other culture.
Yeah, every nation, every culture, everything that exists has blood on its hands. Through lineage, heritage, just nationhood. The only reason they still exist to this day, is because they killed the other people, and they were the ones to survive. They were the ones doing the killing instead of the ones being killed.
Yes.
Every nation's got blood on its hands. Every nation's got skeletons.
I'll bear it back.
Disgusting. Because we're the only ones that have to have the original sin for it. White people created the slave trade. Oh, no, we didn't. We come late to the game for slavery. We came to the game very late. Very late. Anyway, the whole point of this was stupid protests in Australia. We should probably get back to Australia instead of historical global affairs. So, the whole Isaac Herzog. This dude's been considered the new Rodney King. A whole, like, watershed moment, if you could. A peaceful protester. Now, that's him biting a cop. They're just trying to arrest him at this point. Biting. Oh, I missed it. And I'll bring that up. Bite. That's a bite. There's no point. There's no reason for that.
I'm back. Now, while I was away, I thought about Mansa Musa.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. When we talk about him, we'll talk about the Janissaries.
All right. Well, I was trying to redirect us back to the Aussie protest, but that's fine.
Yeah. No.
That's, yeah.
He was a West African king. All right. Now, people say that, oh, yeah, the white people were so bad that they did the North Atlantic slave trade. No. They literally went to slave kingdoms in West Africa and bought slaves from the slave kingdoms. That's how they got slaves. They didn't send out parties of white people into the African jungles near the Congo and collect black people from there. No, they bought them because...
We bought them at the ports. We rocked up at the port in our boats, we bought them off the docks, and then shipped them to the New World. It was tribes stealing other tribes.
Yeah, they went to war with other tribes, and the war spoils for that was enslaving the people that you didn't kill. That's how it worked. They didn't send white people into the jungle. No, we bought them from the ports. Well, not we, but our ancestors or whoever's ancestors.
The royal we.
Yeah. And then we can look at... and the Mansa Musa was so rich from the slave trade, from generations, like he's king after king after king. He was so rich that he went on a holiday. And during his holiday, he used to just throw bags of gold out like it was nothing.
It wasn't a holiday. He was going on a pilgrimage to find Mecca. And on the way through, riding his camel, he would literally throw gold at people. Just bags of gold.
Yeah, he threw so much gold out of his caravan to Mecca that he collapsed economies. He collapsed the Egyptian economy. He collapsed whatever fucking economy he went through because he had so much damn gold.
Oh, I seen it
right?
here. Yeah.
So that's African slave trade. That's normal. Then the Muslims, they used to literally go through Africa, go down to the Sahel region of Africa, which is that band between jungle and desert. That's the Sahel. And they used to trade for African slaves there. And they would castrate the male slaves and not breed with the females because they were dirty, gross, and blah blah blah. In their words, and that's why you don't see many African heritage people in the Arabian area of the world because they stop them from breeding. Yes, it's bad, just like chattel slavery of the
Chattel slavery.
Americas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you had the Turks of Turkey, like the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, they
used
used
to
to.
send raiding parties out to capture white slaves from the Slav region, which is where the word slaves come from, to turn them into janissaries or sex slaves. There's artworks all over history about this, all right, where they used to capture them and they turn them into janissaries, which is Christian warriors for the Muslim faith.
Yeah,
The reason they
literally
did that is because the
indoctrinate
Muslims
them.
wouldn't fight.
Yeah, indoctrinate them. A lot of them were castrated and made into eunuchs. They would indoctrinate them and then train them and then send them back to their own regions where they would literally wouldn't be like no one's gonna bat an eye at someone returning. It's just a white guy coming back into town, and yeah, that white guy would slaughter everyone in the name of the Prophet Muhammad.
Well, not just slaughter them. They'd also have armies as well. So they'd send the whole Janissary army to capture that region. Like, to convert to Islam or die. Oh, you don't want to convert? Die then.
Yeah, convert
like,
or store a sword.
And there's two major battles. Oh well, two major. There's a figure. There's Ivan the Impaler, which literally would not let Muslims go beyond his territory. And then you had the
He
Battle
lined
of Vienna,
roads.
where the Hussars come in and wiped out the Muslim armies invading Europe. Right? This happened in history. They did it because they were being enslaved. But the white culture's bad because we decided to colonize. Like there's so
And
many
end this.
bad pieces of history. Now, I'm not saying we should all feel guilty about that history, but it happened. And we should learn from that.
Yeah, let's talk about the satir burnings, like widow burnings
In India.
In
yeah.
India, yeah, which are still happening to this day. But when the English were there, they weren't happening, purely because of the fact of one British general. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. It's your tradition to burn widows and children to send them to the dead Indian husband in the afterlife. Well, in my culture, it's tradition to kill people that burn women and children. You know what happened? The satir widow burnings stopped while the English were in power in India. And then they complained,
Yeah,
and they gave it back to the Maharaja, and now it's started again. Acid attacks are a common occurrence in India for a wife that speaks up against her husband.
Okay,
They take your fucking hand.
Let's take it away from India. You ever heard of the Cannibal Isles? They were known as Fiji.
Yep.
What's the other countries around there? Basically, a bunch of island nations, right? And they were known for cannibalism. Now, people will say, "Oh, that's just whitewashing a history." No, it's not. It literally happened, all right. And you know why they don't do it anymore? Because Western culture took precedence. They said that's not going to happen anymore. And you know what? They introduced Christianity, and now they don't eat people anymore. Like this is the thing about superior culture and inferior cultures. There are inferior cultures. Like marrying kids is an inferior culture. You know, bigamy or having just one.
Polygamy.
Polygamy is an inferior culture. You want to know why? because if you have multiple wives, that leaves a lot less women for the other men. And what do those other men become? They become incels. They become terrorists. They become violent because, hey, my genealogy is not going to pass on to the next generation. I've got no continuity. So that's why Islam spread so well, because polygamy was so common in the Islamic world that they had an overflow of men that weren't going to have any genetic future. And their only way to have a genetic future was to get rich. And the way to get rich in the past, go to war. War spoils. So, like, there's second and third order effects to every action and reaction we take. Yeah, we can recenter back to Australia if you want.
No, it's fine. That definitely is going to get me banned on Twitter or Twitch. Whoops.
What, polygamy?
No, just an image of someone piked and being flayed.
Oh well, yeah.
My shit isn't moderated.
Sorry about history, I guess.
Yeah,
Twitter.
Twitch.
Twitch, sorry.
It turns out a lot of bad shit happened in the past. We're not happy about it. We're not celebrating it, but it fucking happened, and there's nothing we can do about it. We can't change
Except
the past.
Learn about it. Learn from it.
Yeah, and never do it again.
Maybe doing those kinds of things aren't that great. Fucking like another thing, like okay, so I'm gonna bring it back to colonization. I'm gonna talk about colonization for a bit. All right, now. Has anyone ever thought why Japan wasn't colonized while China was? Has anyone ever thought about why Japan was respected while other nations like India was literally colonized and taken, well, not colonized, but captured? You know, like, so Japan, for example, they had a strong culture. They, used chopsticks. They bowed to each other. They dressed a particular way. They had a very strong culture, and they had a strong national system. That national system was, they had the Shinto ruler, or no, not Shinto, the emperor.
Yeah, they were the emperor at that point.
Yeah, and they had a unified government. All right, so there was a bit of kinship with other European nations because, hey, these people are unique like we are. They have a unique conformity. You go down to so they were never colonized. They might have been bullied a little bit because of a technological difference, but it's not like they were taken over. Whereas you go to China, they were going through a turmoil period in their history. If you know anything about China's history, they collapse, they unify, they collapse, they unify.
They absorb everyone conquers China, but the problem is China is so vast and has such a unique, strong culture that anyone that conquered them just become ethnically Chinese or culturally Chinese afterwards.
Sinification.
Yeah, to hold that treasure that was China, you had to stay there, and by staying there,
you had to have a lot of population. Yeah, it happened to the Mongols. It happened to everyone that tried to conquer China.
Yeah,
everyone.
Every time China has been conquered, they've immediately regained their culture and just become China again. Nobody has held China, like it's been conquered, held, and then it just falls back to the Chinese. Every conqueror from China gets absorbed into the Chinese. That's why you got the Han majority now.
But the reason China was so bullied is because they didn't have a unified system, a unified national system of governance. They were Chinese culturally, so they had a strong culture, but because they didn't have a unified governance, they could be bullied, they could be manipulated, that's why we ended up with Macau and fucking Hong Kong and blah, blah, blah. Plus, they were a big market to trade with, so there was massive incentives to make sure we had a piece of land. Well, the West had a piece of land of theirs, so we could trade freely.
Yeah, thank you, Deng Xiaoping, for that. Literally, I'm opening China up as the the manufacturing factory of the world, and then every Western nation goes, you know what? It's easier and cheaper to offshore all our stuff to China. Deng Xiaoping goes, yeah, that's great for our population, and every Western nation goes, yeah, that's great for our profits. And now we have no production, no nothing. China has everything.
Yeah, because it was cheaper. And then we go to India in history. The reason India was captured, they have a strong culture, but it wasn't a unified culture. There was many cultures. You had the Muslims, you had the common Hindus, and then you had many other diaspora. And their population was so big, they didn't have that whole unification sort of thing that China has. And that's why a small country called Britain was able to literally rule over it for 200 years because they didn't have that strong unified structure. They had a diverse culture. It was
it was that, and they changed the grease for their bullets from pork fat to cow fat, so that the Indians wouldn't steal their ammunition and use the guns against the British.
Well, that's clever as well. Like, it's taking advantage of each other's cultures. I understand that. History's full of that. All right.
Oh yeah, I'm not crucifying it. It happened. It's a fact.
Yeah, it just happened. It's fact. Yeah. Utilitarian ideas are the way to go. You don't let your culture get in the way of utility. Like, utility is the only thing that really matters. Make sure it's you can utilize it. Otherwise, you're going to be utilized.
Yeah. Yeah. It turns out, in reality, when you boil it down to base facts, it really is kill or be killed.
Yeah.
There is no middle ground.
What's the guy that did the 7 Layers of Hell and the power dynamics?
Dante's Inferno or whatever.
No, not Dante. The guy that we like to talk about that understands power. We talk about him all the time. All I can think is Malthusian, but Malthusian.
Niccolo Machiavelli.
Machiavelli, yeah. Machiavelli. If you want to learn anything about power dynamics, look at Machiavelli.
Yeah, it's a shame he never had power.
Oh, if he did, he'd be considered something like Ivan the Impaler. Sorry, is it Ivan the Impaler?
Vlad the Impaler.
Vlad the Impaler.
You're thinking Ivan the Terrible.
Yeah. Well, if Machiavelli had power, he'd be Vlad the Impaler.
Yeah, he literally wrote a book, The Prince. It was written for Cesare Borgia. It was literally written so that Machiavelli could become a kind of like a steward, I guess that's the term. I might be wrong. He wanted political power, and he wrote The Prince for the Borgias so that they could implement it, and by way of implementing it, he would show that he had promise to them as a political point. As the big point of The Prince is that you get power and you ruthlessly enforce it and you never relinquish it. So you steal a loaf of...
ruthlessly enforce it based on the people that live there. You can't just ruthlessly enforce something that's outside of the cultural zeitgeist without causing rebellion. He understood the power dynamics of the people that he was ruling over.
Yeah, he understood that the only way you can control people is through love and adoration, which is hard to come by and easily manipulated, or fear and just mass death.
Yeah, so he understood the dynamics of incentivization or disincentivization.
Yeah, which is incentivizing it's another form of incentivization.
Yeah, so you get love through incentivization. You get fear through disincentivization. If I do this, I'm going to be killed. If I do this, I'll be rewarded.
It's a real shame he never got power.
I think that a lot of scholars were close to him. Like the Muslims, they understood if you steal, you get your hands cut off, sort of thing. In the Christian faith, if you rape, you get ended, basically.
The thing with Machiavelli was it wasn't closed door politics kind of stuff. It wasn't you go to court, you're judged by a group of your peers. It was public. Everything had to be public because
Yeah, so everyone saw if you do this, this
yeah,
happens to you.
it's not a punishment to X, it's a punishment to Y. So if one person kills, well, we're not just going to kill that guy in a room, just like electric chair him or
Because if you
firing
do
squad or
that, he
something.
disappears. But if you
Yeah,
do it publicly,
he's a
everyone
nobody at
knows.
that point. But if you march him through the streets, shaming him the whole way, and publicly hang him in the town square, and leave the corpse there to rot for the next month, and then you hang the bones on a street lamp, that sends a message. Nobody's going to do it from that point. It's the shame
Saying
of
that,
the punishment.
you've got to have the rules open for everyone to see. There's no obscurity. There's no what ifs. It's just these are the law. This is the line. If you cross that fucking line, this will happen to you.
Yeah.
It was absolutes. It always works in absolutes. So everyone could work outside of like on the inside of that line, but the moment you stepped out, you're fucked.
Yeah, Machiavelli was the original libertarian.
Yeah, there's no gray zone.
Yeah.
There was just black or white. And you can say, oh, the world doesn't work in black or white. That's a choice. That is a choice. We can the whole gray zone idea is modern concept. Like, oh well that
it brings morality into law and order. You don't want to mix morality.
The whole concept of having rules for rules for this group and a different set of rules for that group, a different set of punishments for this group and a different set of punishments for that's the grey zone.
Yeah, two-tier policing, rules for thee but not for me. Do as I say, not as I do.
White, everyone follow this rule set. If you step out of that rule set, this happens to you. That's black and white. The grey zone just doesn't work. It destroys social cohesion, and you start to get civil strife where people. Civil strife is not good. It's basically the pre-game towards civil war. So civil strife is when the rich people don't invest in the community and don't invest in guns and ammunition and armor and stuff in the community. It's when the farmer fights against farmer, or the marketer fights against the caravaneer. You know, that's civil strife. It becomes civil war when the wealthy decide, I'm going to side with the marketers and the other side's going to side with the farmers. So what we're heading into in the West is civil strife, where violence becomes common amongst the common people. Meanwhile, the wealthy, rich motherfuckers, they don't get touched.
Yeah, we're too busy fighting each other to fight them.
Yes, and we don't need to fight them. We just need to incentivize them to work with us.
Yeah,
and they need.
What is it? 3.5% of the population in a country is needed to affect political change in Parliament. That's it. 3.5%. That's nothing. Here in Australia, that's 980,000 people, give or take.
And that explains a lot why the left has so much control over the narrative at the moment, because only a small population is rioting on the streets, is protesting regularly. All right, and that's that 3.5% of the progressives and leftists. The majority of the population in Australia, which is about 75% of Australians, are right wingers. There's only actually a little bit less than 75. It's 34% on average, or maybe 40% on average, voted for left wing policies and left wing parties. The other 60% are all right wingers. We're all diverse.
Yeah, but that gets into our point of too many independents, the right spreading their vote too fucking thin.
That's because we all have different mindsets and different views on how the things should be run and how we should what we should focus on. That's why One Nation, for example, is taking so much polling at the moment, is because they've unified the conservatives and the nationalists in one group.
Mm-hmm.
The conservatives focus more on the cultural, the nationalists focus more on the economic side. If you look at the policies of One Nation, they've got a mix of both economics and cultural norms.
Yeah, there
They
are plenty
both.
of policies that me personally don't agree with from One Nation.
Yeah,
As
yeah, I concur.
yes, I'm not a One Nation supporter, but they're the best vote, and like
See,
I'm a libertarian through and through, but there's no way in hell I'm voting for our Libertarian Party purely because they're a bunch of weak-willed, spineless cunts. They
and
just
not only that, they would be very libertarian on policies, so they'd be much more open to a globalist trade network where we ship off our own manufacturing overseas.
yes,
Whereas One Nation is nationalist protective in terms of economics, but they're socially conservative, which is the part that I don't agree with. I believe that we should be libertarian in a lot of things of our social side of things. Because when you start being nationalist protective, that means you start, focusing on Australian cultural values and stuff like that. I'm not too concerned about that. I like as long as you somewhat like assimilate your the cultures that you carry don't cause friction to the greater society, then I don't give a shit. Like you get rid of those, I don't give a shit. But if you that's the only kind of thing that I agree with socially on their policies. But yeah, I'm more libertarian than I am nationalist socially. Where are you on that? Actually, I haven't really picked on that because I know I'm nationalist economically and libertarian socially.
Oh, well, you remember when you tried to get me to model my policies on with a fucking was it Chat GPT trying to create a society, what I thought would be a great society.
Yeah,
And,
you followed Machiavellian and
oh yeah, that's
yeah.
piking
It'd be
people,
quite a scary.
displaying people in people's corpses in the street, kind of shit. Yeah, I don't care. I want my unified culture, and I'm willing to do a lot of heinous things to accomplish it.
Yeah, and I am definitely not agreeing with that.
Yeah,
Like, look, there's a
My
lot of
sausage.
things that I would consider worth doing, but it's not. No one wins when that society happens.
Oh yes, I understand that. Like I really understand that. As hearing my father in like war stories and growing up with people that like murderers and junkies and lowbrow people. You see a different side of culture, a different side of society. I was raised in the underbelly, like not like gangland wars or anything like that.
Well, hold on. I want you to explain a bit of your family history so anyone that's listening can hear on. All right, just in terms of like who your family members would hang out with, who they really were. You don't need to name names.
Yeah,
just a general zeitgeist of what was going on in your youth.
So my father, his friends from high school, this is way back when, like early 60s, 70s and that, as he made a lot of friends in school. He was quite popular, surprisingly. You see me, he's just fucking the nerd in the library. And, well, a lot of his friends went on to be bikies. And that's like our bike gangs in Australia. So we got like Glads, Nomads, Comancheros, Gypsy Jokers, Life and Deathers, One Percenters.
People that deal drugs, have gang wars, shoot each other. Stab each
Yeah.
other,
They stab a bunch.
territorial.
Yeah. It's territorial bike wars, like bikey wars, where they'll stab another bikey to death in like Sydney Airport. Like the Glad stabbing in Sydney Airport. It was all a bikey territorial war. So I was raised around these people, as I can remember vividly my 10th birthday, as there was a whole bunch of people that I've never met turn up for my birthday. Father's having a cookout, as they're all there having drinks, and we've got like 30, 40 bikes in the front yard, and it's people wearing, like, people were allowed to wear their colours, but if you started shit, no matter what group you were representing, like who you were with, you would be
neutral terrain.
You would be jumped and beaten by every single person there. I remember distinctly one dude mouthing off to my mother and my father saying something, and then one of his mates immediately going, "Nah, I'm not speaking, I'm hitting," and walk up and just sucker punch him in the side of the face. and then about 4 other people jumped in. Even someone repping the dude's same colours jumped in and got a few hits in. And then they went out the front and beat the guy's bike with lead pipes. It was the literal definition of neutral territory. Is you respected the rules here, or you got stomped out. It was that simple. So
It was the Longhouse.
Yeah, we were a second place or a third place between
the third area.
Yeah, between the bikie clubhouses and things like that. So you had your Glads would stick to their clubhouse, Gypsy Jokers would stick to theirs. But no, you come to Jug's place and you can take your colours off and you're just a random guy that rides a bike now. That was the whole point of it. We're here to have a couple of steaks or some sausages on the barbie.
Discussions there, or your bikey discussions
Yeah.
there. It was just.
It was a bunch of guys sitting around getting shit faced, smoking pot, getting drunk, eating sausages off the barbie, talking about bikes, Sheilas, and some chick's amazing tits. That's all it was. It was just guys hanging out, being guys. Lowbrow people being lowbrow people. The moment you started causing trouble, everyone would stomp your shit in. Everyone. It wasn't tolerated there. I grew up...
That's the way it should be if you have a neutral ground.
Yeah. I grew up around bikies, junkies. Like, the dude that taught me how to ride motorbikes was one of the Glad lieutenants in the local area down in Western Sydney. And, well, he laughed at me because I didn't want a cruiser. I turned up and told him I bought a Honda CT110, a postie bike. He laughed at me. And then he rode my bike and he bought 3 of the bastards. All his mates in the bikie club gave him shit for it until he turned up one day with the thing completely customized as he put ape hangers on it, like massive ape hanger bars, stretched the front tyre, raked it right out. Literally, he ripped off the 110cc engine and stuck a 400cc dirt bike motor in it. So this thing went like shit off a shovel. Oh, it was shit off a shovel, dude. It was amazing. Still looked like a postie bike. Here it is with leather saddlebags, embossed seat, giant ape hangers, tassels, and it's repping the Glad symbols all over it. No one gave him shit for the postie bike after that. In fact, they all ended up getting like weird bikes. They had their main bikes that they'd cruise with and take to meetings and the clubhouse and all that. And then at home, they'd all have like pit bikes or posties or
a fun bike.
They'd all have, like, they'd turn up at Hags's place one night and a few of the boys would be riding like fucking 30cc 2-stroke like pocket rockets. Like, they'd be riding down the fucking footpath. These people didn't care about the law. All they wanted to do was live freely and be left alone. They wanted to be themselves and be free.
Well, that's the whole culture of bikies. It was about being free, not attached to the system.
Yeah, well, see, the problem here in Australia...
The only way you can really fund that is through drugs or...
Oh, no, see, a lot of them had, like, Hags, he was... he used to regular.
Don't go too deep into the illegal stuff that they do.
Yeah, no. Well, Hags was he was always at the Eastern Creek Speedway. That's how he made his money. Predominantly was drag racing, and he the Christmas tree trophies, which is the starting, like the grid lights. I'll get your picture just so you know. Is he used to have a bunch of them in his shed, and he was, oh Jesus Christ, yeah, he used to have a bunch of them. Wow, it's not coming up. Oh, there we go. So, oh, Jesus Christ, it's not gonna... fuck you. Yeah, so this is a Christmas tree trophy. As the Christmas tree is the race lights at the starting portion
I
of
was
the.
thinking a literal Christmas tree.
Yeah, that's a lot of people think that it's literally the grid lights at the line on a drag race, and he had 8 or 9 of them, and it was a.
And they were all because of his little postie, customized.
Oh no! It was a Triumph 1200 that he'd end up bought out to nearly a 2-liter bike. Like this thing, he held the records at Eastern Creek for like 11 years or something. Like he was one of the fastest on 2 wheels in New South Wales for so fucking long, and all of that. Every time he'd win something, prize money in that, he'd take the bike to shows, he'd take his trophies, and every time he got more trophies, he just got more known, so it just kind of snowballed, and he just reinvested everything into the bike. That or pinball machines. He had a fucking bad habit of buying pinball machines. His house was full of them. He would just reinvest everything. So that's how he made his money. In Australia, we've passed laws that anyone affiliated with a bike gang, quote unquote, can't own or operate a legitimate business. Like there was fellas in the Glads that had like roofing companies. Like they'd do the ceramic tile roofs.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd be installing, refurbing, cleaning, and doing all that kind of stuff on new built homes, updates, modification homes, and that was their bread and butter. They were regular people in the 9 to 5, and then out of work, they'd throw the jacket on, throw the colours on, jump on the bike, and go to the clubhouse to drink. And they'd just drink piss and talk shit. That's who they were. We passed laws in Australia so that bikies couldn't operate legitimate businesses. Because, the legitimate businesses are being used...
That.
Yeah.
That was somewhere in the early 2000s, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
When they were going for the tattoo artists.
Exactly,
Like
up in Queensland. Yeah, a lot of bikies in Australia own tattoo shops. I'm sure it's the same in, like, America and England and all that kind of stuff. They owned a lot of tattoo shops, alt shops, rock shops... and businesses.
Forces them into the criminal side of.
The government literally said they're using legitimate business practices to fund criminal activities, which is true. But the problem is now you've taken away their ability to do legitimate business. Like Queensland went really hard on this to the point where anyone that was affiliated with a bike gang has to register their tattoos in a national tattoo registry. You can't even.
I want to add in. Hold on. I want to add into this. There's not been any or many civilian deaths attributed to bikie gang stuff.
No, they don't do crossfire. They do a lot of Molotov attacks, like fire bombings and that.
But the problem is they were doing them in public places to set.
It's exactly like the Glad stabbing down in Sydney Airport. It was literally broad day in the middle of a terminal. Yeah. One dude pulls out a knife and just stabs another guy 11 times.
Brought down the government's ire because the public would have been like, "No, we've got to do something about this."
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we let terrorists literally buy guns.
We walk them into the country and give them a bunch. Yeah, let's talk about the fucking ISIS brides coming back after they've denounced Australia and said they want to kill us all. Yeah, Labor's just casually brought them all back in. Yeah.
There is a political reason, so because ISIS lost, they are now no longer part of a state. They are stateless. And because they came from Australia, they are obligated through international law to bring them back. That's why they're coming back.
Yeah, see, under...
That's the only reason. I don't give a shit. Yeah. I think they should stay wherever the fuck they are because they literally decided to say, fuck you, and they don't have any cultural affinity with us.
Yeah.
But
here's the consequences of your own actions. Enjoy.
Yeah. But anyway, continue on with your bikie.
Yeah, because of them coming down on legitimate businesses for bikies, they literally removed any way for bikies to make legitimate money. The only thing left to them was criminal enterprise. So a lot of bikies ended up shifting from Like, oh, I have a tiling business, or I have a tattoo joint, or something like that. No, we can't do that anymore. We got to be running drugs, or we got to be doing this, or we got to be stealing things and chop shopping it. It's so bad in Queensland. Anyone that is affiliated currently or past, like previously affiliated with any bikie gang at all, regardless of who they are, what they represent, or what they've done, anyone. You can't even operate a fucking market stall at the local fairground. You can't operate a fucking garage sale in Queensland if you have bikie affiliations.
Yeah. So they basically made them outcasts to the entire society.
It's exactly like what has happened with the illegal tobacco trade here in Australia. Is we'll tax it into oblivion for quote unquote health reasons. Well, if it was about health, you'd just ban smoking. That wouldn't solve the problem because that would...
Or you'd only tax the amount that you needed to cover the costs of what it costs to look after people that had diseases because of smoking.
Yes,
but we're now 3 to 4 times higher taxes than is necessary to.
Oh, dude, you have no idea. In Japan, a packet of cigarettes costs $6.50. That's a packet of 25 tailor-made cigarettes for $7, $6.50. It's outrageous. And I'm paying $65, $68 for a 25 gram a pouch. Or I can go illegally and go pay $25 for a 100 gram pouch. What do you think I'm going to fucking pay for?
Yeah,
like,
especially in this climate, like especially in this.
Yeah, the cost of living crisis. Yeah, everything's being outlawed and nanny stated. Everything's price rising and price gouging. If they can make a buck off you, they're going to figure out a way to make 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need this? Oh, good. It's now 50% more expensive because you need this.
Well, welcome to the housing market. That's exactly how that's working. Oh, you need a roof over your head? Oh, that's all right. We're going to increase the price. Something like 40%, maybe a bit more, is literally just housing taxes and like bullshit like that. You know, there's so many hidden taxes and hidden fees that you have to pay towards government that, that's a lot of the reason why a lot of the shit that we pay for here in Australia is so expensive. I think something like 45 cents or more is literally fuel as excise on petrol.
Yeah, we're paying outrageous fuel excise, and then you've got idiots that are like, oh, just buy an EV, bro. You don't have to pay it. Well, I mean,
but they're being subsidised for now, and we're going into green energy.
The thing
once that subsidisation disappears and green energy subsidies stop, how much do you think they're going to pay now? How do you think many Australians are going to end up paying? Because we're now on an intermittent power system that doesn't support enough to run the whole entire country on EVs. And the most of Australia is so far apart that EVs just don't do it for the majority of Australians. Some people have to travel 600 Ks a day. You know, like my mate Drew, he works in as an installer. He travels 600-700 Ks a day to go and install blinds in some places. You know, and that's just ridiculous how much that company has to pay. I can't understand how some of these companies operate. Like, how do they get away with it? How do they afford it? And then it turns out the government subsidizes those companies for the fuel they pay. Like, oh, here's a bit of extra money because we're charging you a bit too much for what you have to do. Blah blah blah. Like. Everything our government does disincentivizes work. Everything. It's just tax this, tax that, take a bit more of that, take a bit more of that, and we're so overtaxed that we can send $50 billion over to Afghanistan, $300 billion to Israel, $60 billion over to this blah blah country.
Yeah, well thanks to.
Yes. We're funding the fucking the Indonesian football team.
Yeah, well, thanks to Penny Wong, we've just donated $550 million more to the Pacific region because they need to be stabilized. What the fuck does that mean? That's $550 million of Australian taxpayer money that is literally leaving the country. There's no reinvestment for us. It's literally just being disappeared. How much of that 550 million do you think is lining her pockets or her friends' pockets?
Yeah, it's the friends' pockets, the people,
Yeah.
the regulators,
Yeah.
the private business that has ties to government, sort of thing. They're making a profit off it, and Penny Wong is making a profit off it after she loses her career in Parliament or whatever, or she might have a company opened in her name which she can take some money out of. You know, like these people make a certain amount of money, like 400K a year, and they still make about $1 million a year. Where's that extra 600,000 coming from? Oh, from all the private businesses that are opened up for them that are under their name or something like that. Like, it's just ridiculous how the whole system works. And it doesn't count as a bribe because it's not going directly into their account. It's going through a subsidiary, a business, or a foundation, or something like that. It's how the Clintons managed to get so fucking much money, because it went through a foundation. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
I just come across something about Putin. I'll just watch that for a sec. You can have a chat for a sec.
I'm currently looking at messages on Facebook because I've got a couple of responses to the recent protest of the Israeli president. I've been having a back and forth with one moron that literally doesn't know how to read or speak English. I mean,
don't waste your energy.
Oh, I ended up transcribing the entire video for him because he's that dumb.
Okay.
What happened last night in
I'm
Sydney?
going to read this out because I don't want to have all the other people, that's talking in the same video.
Yeah.
This is Putin's address to the world. All right. They cannot ignore the fact. Oh, shit. Hold on. Gotta go back a bit. They cannot ignore the fact that Russia cannot be defeated on the battlefield. That's why they carry on with their information attacks. First of all, targeting the young generations, lying on every step, distorting historical truth. They never cease with their attacks on our culture, our Orthodox Church, or other religious principles, other religious organizations. Look at what they're doing with their own people. They're destroying the institution of family, their cultures, historical identity, and various perversions.
Yes.
People have the right to live the way they want. Nobody intrudes upon private life. Nobody wants to do that except for the West. The West seems to be fucking wanting to do that at every step of the turn. Like, what I want to say is maybe they should take a look into the scripture. Into the holy book of any great religion. It says that the family is a union between woman and man. All right. So, like, Putin seems very base. I think this whole concept of like blame Russia doesn't actually hold water anymore. They're not the Soviet Union anymore.
Yeah,
They're not
they're
the
trying to redo the whole was it Cold War?
yeah, us
Yeah,
against them.
yeah,
With like
Russia
the
needs
common
to be an
enemy.
enemy.
Yeah, well, our common enemy at the moment isn't anyone outside of our own system.
It's the people
literally
we've
the
invited in.
No, it's not even the people we've invited in. It's the people that rule over us.
Yeah,
It's the
the
people
ruling
that
caste.
have
Yeah.
yeah, it's the ruling caste that chose to invite them in, and the reason they invited them in is because they get depreciated wages, higher costs on everything. Their asset inflation happens, like houses cost more, so they make more. You know, like these are the systems that we're dealing with today, and they're trying to blame. Oh, it's all Russia. It's all Russia. I I don't
It's a
see it.
common easy scapegoat. It always has been.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
the
we're
same
not.
as like China. It's a common easy scapegoat.
Yeah, you can't blame China for you selling off our manufacturing to them.
Yeah, you
Uh,
willingly did it.
yeah, and what's his name? Xiaoping?
Yeah, Deng
Him?
Xiaoping.
Deng
Yeah,
Xiaoping.
in the
Great.
80s.
Fantastic fucking Chinese leader. Xi Jinping, he can suck a bag of dicks.
Yeah,
I
I hope
don't
he
like him
chokes
at
on him.
all. Yeah, yeah. All right. Like I was all keen for China being part of the world system back in the 90s.
Yeah,
Since
the
Xi
80s and 90s with Deng Xiaoping opening China up to the West, saying we'll be the manufacturing hub, the factory of the world, we can do that. And they could.
yeah, and then they
And they
yeah, they
started
could.
getting money flowing in. They started getting manufacturing. They boomed in a few years. Really boomed in a few years. It was right after, or not too long after the Cultural Revolution and massive, 100 million dead from Mao? So that they needed that boom.
Yeah, yeah. And
It boomed the country, and then they voted in another fucking retard, Xi Jinping. He got into power, closed up everything, killed his political rivals, and
yeah, I can. Okay, hold on. I can kind of. I've only just come to this epiphany. I can kind of understand China's position in this. All right, because the whole Western philosophy was to try and uplift everyone and also make a profit out of it while they were doing it. So that's why we give so many billions to Africa, so many billions to the Middle East, blah, 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 because we're trying to uplift them so they have the same uh, economic parity or similar economic parity and technology to us. Because we didn't want to see the this is a boomer mindset, all right? They didn't want to see the world in stuck in the medieval age while we're stuck in future world, and it was only supposed to be temporary anyway. And as the West is sort of like, oh well, they've got all our technology, they're now taking our manufacturing base, we're going to stop sharing as much of our gear. So the Chinese government's decided, well, we'll vote in Xi, who's going to be the wolf warrior. He's the one that's going to organize spies to steal technology and manipulate the system so we can continue being the manufacturing hub of the world. I can understand that. That makes logical sense. But like you now have a domestic market, China. You now have the technology. Time to pull your finger out and figure out a system that doesn't involve us Westerners giving away everything to make sure you survive.
oh, so
And
China was on track for a great redirection. Is the point of Deng Xiaoping opening up China? It wasn't to benefit China per se. He seen the boom of capitalism in the West, and he said, "I want a piece of that. Why can't China have what they have?" It wasn't about
yeah,
benefiting the
he had
people.
leverage.
Yeah, he's seen what everyone else had and goes, "Why can't I have that for my people? Why can't I have that myself?"
Well,
Opened up
he
China.
created a favorable system to Westerners to import their tech,
He
their manufacturing.
he wanted to set China from a communist system through the from the CCP's control into a capitalist system like America has. That's why they got rid of him. They had to get
Yeah.
rid of him.
Yeah, it was a silly move on their part because they really could have gone far.
Yeah, exactly. They got the power, they got the manufacturing through him, opening up China to the West for manufacturing and production, and then after that, they just ousted him and went straight back to their communism. But
And
now they
honestly,
had all the manufacturing power.
if they stepped back from their social control, I honestly think a lot of the Chinese would have, China as a whole, would have turned out a better place. Like,
oh yeah,
they've gone so deep into the surveillance and control ideology, like they did with like every leftist communist bullshit goes. It's all about I want to control what other people do, and it's ridiculous. Like you need to step away and just let people be people and make the barriers easier. But I think some rich, wealthy people in that party were like, well, if that happens, my poor management might end up making me lose my heritage, my wealth, everything, and I can't allow that happen. So I created a party within the party to get rid of him. And
yeah,
that's
well,
how Xi came into power.
yeah, Xi doesn't. There's a common held belief that Xi doesn't actually have power. It's the yes men around him that hold the power. Like they're the real power of China, and Xi Jinping is.
Hold on. That's exactly how Russia works. The oligarchy. The oligarchy is the one that really holds the power, and it's Xi and Putin are literally the head.
Yeah,
They're the ones
yeah.
that kind of set the direction based on the consensus of the oligarchy.
They do the exact same thing by removing generals, like long-serving veterans and generals in the army, because there's a chance that the veterans and the generals holding power over the troops and respect of them, can overthrow the government. So they have to kill them. Like Russia has the mafia, or the mafia in Russia. The government pays the mafia to harass military bases and extort them because it keeps the new recruits on edge and it keeps them loyal to the Kremlin.
Yeah. I see that's a big difference between America and the Russia-China sort of thing. America has a system of governments where, yes, the military answers to the civilian thing, and because the military answers to the civilian side of politics, they're respected. That's why there's a big praise the Marines and show respect to the soldiers that fight for the country and blah blah blah.
Yeah, freedom is bought for in blood and guts, and it's not yours.
They don't have that in either of those countries because the powerful elites do not trust the military.
Yeah,
and
they don't.
Yeah. That's why I don't think you'll ever see the military in the US ever turn against its government until the government starts taking away freedoms. Once the government starts taking away freedoms in the US, well, what's the difference between military rule and US civilian leadership? Nothing.
Oh, see, the thing was the US military protest was them not signing up. Like, not signing up for the draft. Like, they still did that. That's mandatory. But it wasn't them volunteering for service. It was people leaving, being dismissed from service.
I'm going to go to Canada. I'm going to go to Mexico.
This country no longer represents me. I'm no longer a career serviceman. I'm going back into civilian life. That was the protest in America during the Biden administration. You had a mass exodus of capable operators just leave. And then Trump comes in, praises the military, that we need them, we need a strong military, we need to get back out there and have them
we need American
showing
culture,
off.
We need American laws, we need to...
And then you have a mass... Yeah, you have a mass of people that are now signing up for military service because of it. That's the protest in America.
China doesn't become a protest where they don't sign up. It becomes a protest of, hey, we're the military. We're just going to take over this authoritarian government and create our own authoritarian government. Because what's the difference?
What was the fucking the mercenary group that moved in on the Kremlin? Wagner Group. Group.
Yeah, and that's because they refused to pay the Russians. They made it within fucking 60 k's of Moscow.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they were getting attacked the whole way through, but still. And then Moscow's like, "Oh, we'll make you a deal," and yeah, they started paying what was fair again. And Wagner Group, like people can say, "Oh, Wagner Group's a Russian asset." No, it's not. It's more like a mercenary asset, like
They're paramilitary.
not BlackRock, but what's the American version of paramilitary? There's one major one that caused the Benghazi incident. Something water, Blackwater.
Oh yeah. Well, they're technically paramilitary.
Yeah, they are paramilitary.
Yeah.
They're basically paramilitary. Just means private military.
Yeah.
It's a private business that runs a military organization.
Yeah, like the Vatican Army.
Yeah. That's an interesting piece of history, the Vatican Army.
Oh, I was literally telling Cameron about that today. He had no idea. They only have like 100 standing members at any one time, like the Swiss Guard.
They carry halberds and pikes for a reason. That's because in
sure.
Switzerland, so Switzerland is a unity of 3 mountain tribes that decided to create a nation. And they created a nation because they managed to defeat, I can't remember the enemy. It might have been Romans. It might have been something else. But they defeated the armies that come through their territory repeatedly. And because they were so proficient in their skills, they were basically became a mercenary army. So countries around Europe used to hire them to protect or become like a portion of their army because they were so proficient with pikes and Lancashnets, and they were called the Lancashnet.
Yeah, the Landsknechts.
Yeah, and the Vatican was so impressed that they only hired those mercenary troops, and it wasn't you just hired them and you had to keep paying them. It was you hired them and they became loyal to you, sort of thing, as long as you kept the same payment. Like they weren't. Their allegiance was to whoever paid them. Yeah, it's hard to explain. So a lot of mercenary armies in the past, you'd pay them, and you'd also pay them through war spoils. But they were more like a army for hire instead of a mercenary war raid.
What we would consider adventurers in video games is basically what a Landsknecht is. Is the most
you hire them and they stick with you and they're loyal.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's an Iron Lily picture. Yeah. Landsknechts, they didn't do national colours. They all had very esoteric styling. They had a very distinct styling. They were one of the only groups known to carry great swords, like the Zweihander and the Flamberge, as a standard weapon. They had very frilly outfits, very bright, very vibrant. They wanted to stand out on the battlefield purely so that the lord they were fighting for knew how many kills they got.
Yeah.
That's one thing.
And it was never a small amount. It was always
no.
They were proficient fighters. They were very sought after in Europe because of their skills with those long weapons.
Yeah, well, here I'll send you the Iron Lily because it's
and the reason that long weapons were so proficient in those times is because this was the era of cavalry, and France was especially known for their cavaliers.
Yeah.
No, they're cavaliers.
Oh, not just that. One of the biggest problems with the Landsknechts were pikemen.
Really, I thought they were pikemen themselves. Pikemen and
Zweihanders, pikes, halberds, and Zweihanders was basically the standard fare for Landsknechts. But once we moved beyond pikemen, they really lost fashion. They still
okay. So the next step after pikemen was muskets and stuff like that. So there was a period of time, probably about 70 years of history, where pikemen and firearms were the main form of warfare, because cavalry was still useful because it took time for muskets to reload. So the pikemen were able to keep the cavalry away, while the people with the guns would be able to pick them off, and that's how warfare slowly shifted. As guns became more complex and easier to load and quicker to load,
Yeah,
uh,
faster and more
pike-
devastating.
pikemen came out of fashion, but cavalry were still a devastating force. But they weren't such a devastating force because what's it called? The thing that you put on your bayonets. Bayonets became a thing, which stopped a lot of horsemen. So the only time horsemen became an issue is if your ranks broke and you started fleeing. The horsemen would
Yeah,
come in and
routing.
cut you down. Yeah, routing. They'd cut you down as you were fleeing. So pikemen phased out of importance when the bayonet came in, and that's how we ended up with guns as the main thing. And then guns just kept improving, kept improving. It's the same as when muskets came into power. There was a phase in time where armor sort
Yeah,
of phased out, and
we
then it
we
phased back
literally
in.
at one point in history there was times on a battlefield where you'd have one side had muskets and rifles, or
No, not rifles.
yeah,
Not rifles.
oh yeah, but like a non-rifled, like black powder rifles essentially.
Rifle is when you're talking about the rifling. In the
But yeah,
battle.
yeah, true,
Yeah,
fair.
long guns.
Just yeah,
Long guns.
long guns. Yeah, yeah. There was a time where long guns were on a battlefield with fully armored knights, like full
Yeah.
plate mail knights.
Yeah, there was a period. Yeah, that same period. So just before that, armored people started going out of fashion because armor was now no longer useful.
Yeah, the
And
penetration of
then,
bullets.
some magic of metallurgy from the armorers of Europe, they figured out, hey, if I added this particular element, or I figured it did quenched it this way, it could now deflect bullets, and that's where you got. It only lasted probably about 50 years where armor could withstand musket fire, and from there, again, armor started phasing out again because, like trying to stop things with metal armor, stop fast things with metal armor, it just creates, it shears the metal. And
Yeah,
just
well,
penetrates anyway.
we are currently in a point of history where a regular compound.
Firepower
Oh well, no.
exceeds defense.
Yeah, well, no, just a regular compound bow that you can buy off the shelf from any archery shop can penetrate like plate mail. Like at our current understanding of bow tuning and things like that, we can create bows now, just regular ass bows that will pierce the peak of military technology of the medieval period, or the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, it's
And
wild.
You could increase the thickness of the armor, but then you lose
Increases the
one.
weight, decreases mobility and flexibility, and you're back to the drawing board.
So you've got the holy trinity of warfare, which is mobility, armor, firepower. So at the moment in our history, firepower and mobility exceeds armor. Armor is very weak in our current time of history.
Yeah, it's why you have
most-
soldiers sacrificing their level 2 plates. It's just even level 4 plates are completely pointless against any steel-tipped bullet. They just are.
Yeah. So you just sacrifice armor.
Yeah.
So you can
Why
run
would I
faster,
carry
run
the
faster.
extra 8 kilos, 9 kilos worth of plates in my armor when I can just ditch them and move faster to dodge the bullets? Like, I'm not going to get hit because I run.
Not dodge the bullets, dodge their aim.
Oh yeah, but I can run faster, so I'm harder to hit. Instead of tanking the rounds, I'm just avoiding the rounds.
Yeah, but for a large chunk of human history,
yeah, it was about
armor
taking the
was
hit.
king.
Yeah.
So you would have knights in armor fighting other knights in armor, and It was whoever got knocked down first, or whoever ran out of stamina first
Yeah.
would lose.
Yeah, whoever was gassed or
They
whoever
didn't die.
slipped. Yeah.
They didn't die. They were usually taken hostage and sold.
They were too good of a commodity to kill. We can ransom people for their nations. Yeah, we can ransom this fighter back to the nation that they were representing.
Yeah, that's it. 100%. So yeah, the whole concept of armor today is less so tanking the shot and being invisible to the shot.
Yeah,
and
that's
from missiles, bullets.
1940s with the camouflage.
So that's when the triangle changed from mobility, firepower, armor to mobility, intelligence, firepower, armor. So now you've got a square. Intelligence is what tells you where the armor is, and armor is camouflage or the ability to tank a shot. And now it's just literally the new triangle, or the main triangle is armor, mobility, intelligence. That's how our warfare system has changed. There's still a little bit of the armor concept through concealment and camouflage, but as AI and whatnot kicks in, where it's going to be much harder to conceal where you are.
It's impossible. Like with
information.
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
with current technologies, it's basically impossible to conceal yourself against like anything that's interconnected drones or something like that, or any intelligence
Even radio
network.
commands. Like we've got so in the Western world, we've got our Air Force, Navy, and Army interconnected. So an Army dude can say, "Hey, we're getting fucked up over here. Send some jets." So now they've and we know exactly where they are.
Yeah, not
Well,
only have we got
yeah.
their army, like their marine positioning, but we also got the wavelength for the navy or the air force that's running defense or close area support.
Yeah, so the only little bits of armor that we have left is for shrapnel.
Ablative and spalling, or galling.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, galling means where metals fuse.
Okay,
Because,
yeah. So it is. Yeah, spalling is where they flake off.
Spalling.
Yeah,
It's spalling.
As was it the tank goggles?
Yeah, the World War One tank goggles that
yeah.
still had the chainmail.
Yeah, they literally had louvers on them. It was to stop fragmentation. The tanks
From
would
within.
Yeah, the tank would take the round, like it would tank the round, but the problem is the metal on the inside would flake, and then it would send shrapnels of super fast metal flakes and paint chips directly into the tank unit operators' eyes, blinding them all.
So that's where we've kind of shifted our warfare. It's just mostly information, firepower, mobility.
Yeah,
and mobility is becoming less prominent now because information and firepower, we can fire a missile from 8 kilometers away and take out a bunker that's 80 meters below the ground, or we can send a fucking jet over top. So if you've got the information, you don't need to really.
With our current surveillance systems, we can target someone's iris in a crowd of thousands of people from like 50 kilometers away. So long as the gun system is connected to it and can shoot that far, we can take that person out. That's a fact.
I've got a video for you. There you go. This is spalling. This shows an example of spalling. The video that I've just shared you on Facebook.
Yeah, well, I just had the picture of the splatter goggles up. So.
Yeah. We'll show them what spalling is, so for the novice can understand what's going on. It's not like the round penetrates the armor. It just bends it and hits it with enough energy that the inside armor of that plate flakes off and basically sends shrapnel inside of whatever it hit. So it could be a tank, it could be a bunker, it could be whatever.
Oh, these are Hesh rounds hitting it. Yeah.
Yeah, high explosive something rounds.
It's high explosive shrapnel. They're specifically.
Yeah, but they don't create shrapnel themselves. They use whatever they hit to create.
Yeah, they're specifically designed to create shrapnel. They don't penetrate armor. They're specifically designed to create shrapnel on the other side of the armor. This is why we invented things like ablative armor and reactive armor pads.
Yeah, correct. A reactive armor more so, because it causes the shell to explode before it causes the armor.
Yeah,
ablative armor.
Reactive armor is basically just shape charges on the exterior of a vehicle.
Yeah, an RPG, a bunch of RPGs on the outside of your armor, and as soon as it hits that,
it blows it backwards to funnel the explosive charge away from the armor. Whereas ablative is just it's a monolith that is designed to ablate away, just slowly tear down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very good in video that.
Yeah, SY Simulations does a lot of that kind of stuff. They also look at what is it called? Carbide? No, tungsten.
Tungsten carbide rounds. Yeah.
So if you were to fire a non-armor penetrative round, the thing about them is they blunt as they go through armor. But if you were to shoot a tungsten carbide sabot round into armor, well, the thing about tungsten is it shears off, creating another sharp point. And then it shears off, creating another sharp point.
Like a crystal. It literally snaps it to a sharper point each time it breaks.
Yeah, so it sharpens itself as it penetrates the armor. Let's see if I can find that. SY Simulations does it. Pretty sure. Telescopic. Oh, yeah, here you go. How long does this go for? This goes for 2 minutes. So this is your tungsten projectile.
I just
copy. Send it to you through Facey.
I think that's the same.
There you go. I found it.
It's I clicked too fast.
Yeah, these are your tungsten carbide or tungsten sabot rounds, and this is how they penetrate armor. It's quite interesting. Like, physics is crazy.
Yeah, it is.
That's the great thing and the terrible thing about war.
We understand it more, so it's made it.
Yeah.
One thing about war, it's understanding warfare has made it more surgical.
That, and it also pushes us to push technological bounds and understand the physics of whatever we're using a lot more.
We don't advance during peacetime. We advance during wartime.
Well, we do advance during peacetime, but we advance more during wartime.
Oh yeah, it's leaps and bounds during wartime.
It's an existential crisis. And
it's an evolutionary arms race.
Yeah, and people with capital are more likely to invest in things if they feel like their livelihoods, their money, their life is on the line. So that's why we advance technologically more during wartime than we do any other time. They'll invest. They'll throw as much money as they need to keep themselves.
Yeah, risk or reward.
Yeah.
Fuck, this is great. I need to watch more war documentaries and that, like actual breakdowns of the war technologies.
Yeah, I like history and war because it tells you a lot about humanity. A lot of if you look at a lot of history is based around economics and warfare, especially when
it's all logistics.
Yeah. Logistics.
It all comes down to logistics.
It does if you want to win.
Yeah.
But warfare tells you a lot about humanity's We are literally chimpanzees with the ability to manipulate the environment around us. That's the only difference. If you know anything about chimpanzees, they are very warlike, but they have they form cultures or
Yeah, the
tribes
troops.
or yeah, troops, and they fight against each other. They do their thing. We are literally monkeys. There's so many similarities. If you were to take away our higher tier thinking, our frontal lobe, and just go to our animal brain, and we would basically be chimps.
We would be. If
Yeah.
if it wasn't for a pattern recognition, we wouldn't have evolved beyond a certain point. That's
Yeah.
just a fact. We wouldn't be without pattern recognition. We wouldn't have progressed past the opportunistic scavenger phase.
Oh, I got a question.
Mhm.
Has anyone asked any questions on your chats?
No,
Or
there's
we
been no
still
one here.
Oh, okay. Well, hi all. If you
Yeah.
do eventually watch
Oh,
this video,
see, no, because we're in the just chatting section. Oh, hang on. I'll tell you how many's currently in. On Twitch, there is how many in just chatting? 122,000 streams.
oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
oh, okay. Well, we got a lot of
Yeah.
competition.
Oh,
in
well,
this video.
see, no, because we're in the just chatting section. Shut up. Hang on, I'll tell you how many's. Why is that in? On that one? Twitch, there is silence. Silence, fool. Yeah, we got 122,000 in Twitch for just chatting, and on Kick, there's probably even more. Hang on. Mute you. Kick is... Oh, no. Kick is 35,600 for just
no
chatting
one's
section.
watching either.
Nah, that's fine. Because we can still sit here and talk
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
Just wondering if they had any questions. Because I'm happy to go and discuss anything that they want to discuss. But if they're not here, I'm happy to keep talking, man. Because I like talking stuff.
Yeah, well,
I've been looking.
it's how you understand things, is just talking, wargaming things out.
Yeah. So I'm gonna shift focus for a bit. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you this video.
Go
Boomers
wherever.
blame coffee.
Yeah, well, I mean, oh Jesus, we've been completely all over the shop, so it really doesn't matter where we go.
Yeah. Well, look, if anyone has any questions or whatever, and you want to listen to us talk again, let us know. I'm happy to,
Yeah,
give you
I
my
will
opinion.
freely explain any stance I hold, any belief I have, anything that
Or any
you
history
don't
that I've
understand. I'll push as much resources and sourcing as I possibly can. Put your shit in the comments below if you ever watch to this point.
Yeah. Because I enjoy, explaining things that I've spent the last 17 years studying. Like, I don't have much of a social life. It's basically me and my mate Justin that I'm talking to right now. Most of my other time is either working or looking shit up because I find things interesting and
You see, the
a
worst
lot
thing
of
that
things interesting.
the worst thing that ever happened to me is I got access to the internet.
Yeah, same.
The literal worst thing that happened to me was being able to freely access the collective of human knowledge just openly there. The whole the internet golden age is long gone. Is it?
All right. Well, hold on. I'm going to shift you a bit. All right. We have access to the internet and we chose freely to study it. We didn't go to university or higher education to get a doctorate or anything like that because the information was freely there at our fingertips with the internet. Now, throughout human history, that information was either put into guilds like blacksmithing guilds or whatever, and you had to become part of that system, or you had to where was it? You threw me off with the sending of the
Sorry.
message. Was that Cameron? Yeah.
Oh no, that was me.
Or before that, in the West, we used to freely give that information by joining a group. You didn't have to go through trials and tribulations like you did with guilds. Instead, during the from from the 1870s to the 1930s, you used to join groups of older men and medium-aged men and young men.
Yeah,
The
things like the
young men
men's
used
shed.
yeah, like the men's shed or like communities of men that would share their knowledge with the younger generation for free. All right. And it didn't just come with like, oh, here's the knowledge, learn it. It was more of like,
We
hey, if
saw
you
it as
learn
our
this,
duty to pass down the knowledge
yeah, it
instead
was
of currently where
civilizational continuity.
we
You are
saw
the
it.
next generation.
Yeah, we saw it as our duty to pass on the knowledge to better the next generation, whereas current modern day standards is gatekeeping all the knowledge. Is you need to earn this. Oh no, you need to pay to understand this. So you're
And
too
that's
stupid to get this,
and
and
that's why a
it's
lot of
problematic.
training, that's why a lot of university is pay. You have to pay for it. The boomers didn't have to pay for it. They literally they voted for the, oh well, if they've got to charge for it, but the boomers got their education for free because
And
the
then voted to
generation
remove
before
the
them.
ladder.
Yeah. So this is an example of boomers removing the ladder. So the boomers got to do education for free, and because they wanted more money from the government system, set up a welfare state and all that kind of stuff, they voted in parties to create the welfare state and started charging the next generation for education. And this is where the divide happened with boomers and the generation before. They threw away tradition, thinking they knew best because they were the largest voting bloc in history, and basically made the next generations after them have to pay to carry on their civilizational knowledge.
Yeah, nothing
They're,
was
they're,
passed down freely. It was all you have to pay for this. You have to earn it. You
yeah,
you
yeah,
don't have the right to this knowledge.
yeah, and that completely fucked up Western society because
Yeah.
honestly, so if you're not pushing yourself to learn from the internet, you're basically wasting the internet. You should be learning as much as possible from the internet. You won't have a little piece of paper saying that you learnt this, like the boomer system wants you to, but the boomer system only benefits the system, which
Yeah,
is
well,
the
see,
system to extract money from you. If you
because
can
of
put, okay, yeah, go.
because of me being on the internet for so long, I understand geopolitics better than people that have studied geopolitics. I understand economics better than most economists, and I'll never be seen as
An
someone
economist.
equal to them purely because I don't have the certificate for it.
And the problem with these institutions
No.
is if you teach someone through an institution, well, that person goes, well, I know everything from that institution, so I'll teach the next generation.
This is
And
our
it's not,
rant the other night about fucking environmentalism and conservationism.
yeah. Where it all comes down to the whole elitism of
Yeah.
education. But anyway, um, so they think, oh yeah, well, I know everything, and plus I've got this brand new ideology that I can tack onto it. So they pass that on to the next generation. Then the next generation learns everything, and they want to become a professor, and they've got that same ideology, and they added a little bit extra ideology on top of it. So the current education system that we have is now no longer just about economics, or no longer about ethics, or no longer about social studies. It's about social studies, economics, and blah 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 with an ideology tapped on. So that's why we're seeing in a lot of society that the educated are far more ideological than they were in the past.
Not just that. It's
Hold on. I'll be right back.
okay. Well, I'll go on off a tangent then. As the internet itself has fundamentally changed from when I started to what it is now, and younger generations have never known what the internet was in its heyday, what it was, what it became, and then what it got degraded into. things like the Google SEO, search engine optimization, means that when you click, wait, get, when you go and search Google for a random topic, let's say energy, you now have Google AI overviews. You have AIs on everything now. That's just the standard, which is dumb. All of this, like Google AI overview specifically, is sourced specifically from pretty much all from Reddit. People pay to get on the front page of Google purely because nothing else matters. Nobody clicks next. Nobody clicks more. Nobody goes beyond a certain amount. Is this sponsored results? This is the problem with the internet in its current modern day iteration. This never existed when I first started on the internet. None of this was a thing. You didn't pay to get the front page. That's why I like Wybe. Now, this is the internet as it was originally, way back when. This is what it looked like. And it's a lot of information. It's hard to find things, but you can find everything. You can literally find every single thing. Every bit of human knowledge is right here. You just need to search for it. So the problem is trying to find it, filtering through thousands of results. And then we got in corporations that would pay to be the only result. There's just been a new thing where, in the Epstein file release, there's been a whole thing about removing Epstein's name from popping up due to pedophilia and the child sex rings. They paid SEOs, like they literally paid for search engine optimization to mass. Yeah, that I already have. As they paid for search engine optimization to muddy the waters, so the results you were looking for didn't come up. And
it's the same as what YouTube did with in I think it was the later 2000s.
The adpocalypse.
Started, no, not the adpocalypse. They started pushing mainstream media narrative.
Oh yeah.
Mainstream media, because people like Sargon of Akkad or Asmongold were taking over the narrative.
Yeah.
So they made your search results only the mainstream media stuff, and you had to go through 3 or 4 pages to find Asmongold or Sargon of Akkad or any other, or your VTubers and stuff.
Yeah, I'm showing them Wybe, which is the old internet before Google, before search engine optimization, that kind of stuff. As you can find all the information freely available, like all the information of human knowledge, the crux of human knowledge, right here. You just need to use the appropriate search engine. Wybe is amazing because it doesn't do search engine optimization. There's no AI overview. There's no AI nothing. There's no filtered results. If the internet wasn't 5 websites or 10 websites.
It was the Wild West.
Yeah.
Of like 50,000, 500,000.
Everything. If you wanted specific knowledge, you go to a forum. So if you wanted information on, give me a topic.
Give you a topic.
Yeah, just anything.
We'll go into medieval history. Give me history on the evolution of knives to the
evolution of knives
throughout history.
All right. We have a random website by one person.
And this will be the guy this will be the autist that has like knowledge of all the trains that ever existed. And he'll look at, he'll be looking at every single train You'd be like, yeah, that has multiple 12-cylinder diesel fucking engines, blah blah blah. Or this one was a steam engine. The reason it had this fault is because it used to blow up this section of the train all the time. Like autists, people that study specific things,
They have one
absolutely
topic
love
that
it.
they're really good at, and that's all they do. Like,
That's where you used to find the good shit on the internet. If you were interested in something, you find the autist, the person that loved that thing.
Here we go. A literal website called The Flute, for musical instruments. This is common for the old internet. A stupid background, a tiny little PNG image or a JPEG image, one title, and white font on a white fucking background. This is standard for what the internet was when I grew up, when I was learning things. This is something that has been lost to time. Because everything is now like Google. Google will show you 5 pages, and it's the same 5 pages. And
they want you to see that.
Everyone will go, I can get the information from there. It's Facebook, it's YouTube, it's Twitter, and whatever pops up on the first page of Google. It's whatever corporations.
DuckDuckGo is what the internet was like before Google started algorithming.
Yeah, before all the
YB was before that.
Yeah, YB was before search engines completely, and then DuckDuckGo is before the Google search algorithm. We've fundamentally lost what the internet was, and it's a shame because
that's a good thing. We should talk about browsers actually. Like point out that Brave is one of the best browsers for avoiding the bullshit that Google tries to implement on the internet. It's if you're having issues with YouTube or whatever, Brave has a lot of connections to try and circumvent the bullshit that YouTube or Google tries to put on search engines.
Yeah, me personally, I use Brave and Opera. Opera for all my searching, and Brave for all my media. Like if I'm watching like torrenting anime or watching any videos on YouTube and things like that, it's all Brave. Brave is by far the superior browser. They refuse to do any form of AI. They don't do data collection.
Or SOE.
Yeah, there's no search engine optimization.
Operation.
Yeah, there is none of that. Yeah, it is pure just search results, which is a problem because it can muddy the waters. Like, you literally have to search for what you're looking for, and people don't want to do that. We live in an age where people want everything immediately right at their fingertips, and they want it now.
Yeah, you have to look through the first couple of pages most of the time to find exactly what you want, and do it, because you'll be surprised on how little you know. If you just go through the first couple of results, you're just following what normies do, and you will miss a lot of information, because that's the stuff they want you to. The thing with power today in the modern age is the elites will hide. They won't keep it away from you, but they will hide it through search algorithms to prevent you from finding a lot of information that used to be readily available back in the past. They'll put it on the 5th page or the 6th page or the 10th page. This is how they work. And I'd avoid Google completely. Google is a terrible, terrible fucking search thing, because they are literally, Google is the elite's version of control. They want to control the information that you consume. If you consume the information they want you to, they control you. And Brave, DuckDuckGo, they circumvent that somewhat. They still have their own sort of thing, but it's nowhere near as bad. And I don't really use YB, but YB is good if you want to go back to the 90s internet, which is literally the Wild West internet. And it's...
Yeah,
you would
you'll
get
find
some crazy shit on there.
yeah, you'll find a website. Like I love using just when I'm bored, I'll hit the surprise me button, and it will literally just take you to a random thing. Like here, welcome to Mike's World. Hello, I'm Mike Davis. I like to build things and travel. Here you will find links to and in-depth explanations of all my interests, projects, hobbies, how-tos and pastimes, travel destinations, and it's literally just a guy that collects shiny rocks. Oh, I went on a trip sometime. Oh, I built a telescope in my backyard. Oh, look at this pretty star. Hey, look at all my old computer bits. It's literally, this is what the internet was. It was a bunch of autists that understood the technology of the time and created a place for themselves and talked about all of their hobbies, all of their interests. And they were damn near experts in it. And now we go to Google and you can't find Mike's World on Google. You'll never find it. You'll never come across it because this is buried under 300 pages of other garbage.
Yeah, and you're never going to go to the 300th page. Who's going to do that? Who? I don't know anyone that has the time. We're so overdosed with information today that the algorithm was there supposed to help us, but now it's become a tool for the elite to control what you see and what you think. They want to control the narratives in your brain so you can vote the way they do or act the way they want you to, or so it makes them money. Start questioning the narrative. Question everything. Question us. Tell us we're wrong and prove it. I'd like to hear that.
Yeah, it's the point of algorithms, search engines. It's why people see circle jerking on. Oh, why do I only see leftist content or right wing content? It's because that's your algorithm. You've clicked on one video and it shows it. Like I can show it on my YouTube here.
And then you click on another video that's very similar, and then you click on another video that's very similar.
It's not just that. You click on one video, you watch that video, and then it recommends similar content. And then it'll just keep recommending similar content. You'll only be stuck in that one bubble. You have to force yourself out of that bubble and out of that algorithm. There is no escape from it other than you doing it.
Yeah. So be particular, or like any questions you have, force the algorithm out of it, and then go down that rabbit hole for a bit, and then you'll change your algorithm entirely within a night, and then you can go down.
It doesn't take long. It doesn't take long at all. It just takes you consciously doing it.
Yep.
Like you can.
A word that I like to use is raw. I like to use the word raw for finding videos that are raw on a current issue. So if the news is saying this happened and you're not too sure about the narrative that the news is pushing, which should be all the fucking time, look up the Covington Kids raw video.
News. Yeah, I just put in Oz protests to YouTube, and all it is, the top results: news.
Oh,
They're all news groups. And now, if I go Oz protests raw footage, let's see how many news come up.
Some news for the first 10, and then
independent.
After those 10, you'll get independent media.
Independent. Oh no, that's new. Sorry. No, it's same.
Okay. Well,
see,
there's another way to circumvent it. So
but I'm getting external news and things like that. It's not local news sources. It's worldwide groups that are covering things.
Yeah. Well, before you continue, so I use Opera GX as a browser. And
I'm currently on Opera. If I use Brave, this is completely fine.
Hold on, I've got an extension here called Ad Blocker for Facebook. I've also got an ad blocker, channel blocker for YouTube. It's called Channel Blocker. All right,
that's amazing.
And I can go through. Yep, I can go onto YouTube right now and type news, and then I can go through all those news articles, and there's a big red X over each thumbnail. I can click that X on that thumbnail and make sure I never see it, CNN or MSNBC or Fox News or whatever ever again. It'll never show up in my search ever again. And because I've done that, I only get independent media. And then I can go into my non affiliated account, my non on a different browser, which is what's it called? The Microsoft version.
Edge. Oh, that's garbage.
Yeah, yeah, it's garbage. Or I can go on to Brave and then go on to my don't use a YouTube account, or use my YouTube account, and then all those news articles will show up on that one. So I have two different browsers for two different things. So if I want to see what the independents are saying and see the raw footage, well, I delete all the news footage, like news agencies, from showing up in my feed, and then I use a different browser for seeing all the news agencies and all what they have to say. Yeah, you got to use the technology that's at your fingertips to control the narrative that's in your head, and try not to believe what everyone on the internet says. You should look at multiple sources
Yeah,
and
this
figure
is
that shit out yourself.
Yeah,
That's the biggest thing.
this is a good segue into what's just happened with the Sydney protest, with the guy is like, oh yeah, he's our new Rodney King. Look how bad the cops are treating this guy. They're just wailing on this guy for no apparent reason until you see the footage. Like if you see the footage that they've posted, the news, it's just the cops beating on him. And then you look at the actual footage, and here he is biting the fucking cop. And then he's getting beaten. Why is he getting beaten in the first place? Oh, yeah. He bit a cop. That's why.
Yeah, it's just nuts. Like,
yeah, well, just look at... I'll bring up... March for Australia.
oh yeah, we were there. We were at the March for Australia in Sydney, and all the news said that we're all Nazis, we're all racist.
Yeah, I literally have footage of them being chased off. The entire group of random people that turned up for the march are there chasing off the Nazi LARPers as the media are running around with their cameras recording it all. No, there was no footage of it. No footage on the news of them being run off. It was just everyone agrees with these Nazis that turned up and talked. I have footage of it. I posted the footage myself.
What about when we first arrived there? All right, so when we first arrived there, it was a bunch of normies, a bunch of people that just wanted immigration to be literally halved. We're taking in a bit over 500,000 per year at this time, and we're still taking about 250,000, so a quarter of a million.
756,000.
What?
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
The numbers shot up after COVID. The numbers shot up drastically. They needed to.
There was a period where we nearly took 1 million.
756,000.
Yeah, but anyway, so while we were there, it was just a bunch of normies, and when we were getting around chatting to people, it was like, oh yeah, we just want immigration to cut down so my kids can afford a house, or so I can afford a house, or so the cost of living goes down or my wages go up. These are the conversations we were having. And then probably about half an hour after we were there, the NSN, the Nazis, showed up in their black bloc. They were all dressed in black, marching in unison, blah, blah, blah. They lined up and people were still chatting and blah, blah, blah. People looked over at them, but they weren't really like centering around them. They weren't the center of what's going on. And then the march started, and everyone started walking off in front of them like they weren't the leaders of the group. It happened about 5 minutes later, after people started marching, that the NSN ran through all of us to get to the front to act like they were the ones pushing this. And it was like,
Yeah, I
that's
literally got shoulder
not what
charged by
we
the
need.
motherfucker.
Yeah. Like, we're not here for you guys. Like, yeah, you're welcome to have your say and that kind of shit. And then we're welcome to jeer at you and say you're fucking morons. For the first few speakers, they weren't Nazis. They were people that were talking about economy, the cultural cohesion, like the social cohesion, culture differences, that kind of stuff. And then towards the end of the march, the Nazis got the microphone and they started talking. And there was probably a group of about 50 that weren't part of the NSN that were like, yeah, hail Australia, hail this. And everyone else started filtering off like, fuck this isn't what we signed up for. So the march went from about, I'd say, how many would you say? About 50,000 down to about 10,000.
Oh
In a
yeah,
matter
that
of
you could literally
20 minutes.
As I'll actually play the video of it, and I'll point out the fucking media, and then we can watch the video that they posted, the media themselves.
Yeah, like no one was there for the NSN. No one was there for their White Australia bullshit. It was just insane. And let me know when you get to the part where that guy got detained and moved along because they got into a tiff with the NSN. And
Yeah,
while,
well,
it was while we were talking to the police
yeah,
commissioner.
the police commissioner, yeah. Yeah, so
Oh,
one
the
dude,
acting police
yeah,
commissioner.
this fella here in the red hat, he's been pulled out of the crowd because he started getting aggro at some of the NatSoc dudes. This guy getting arrested here or pulled away, neither of them got arrested. I'll make that perfectly clear. Neither of these dudes got arrested. This guy was removed from the crowd because he was getting aggressive to the Nazi larpers. This guy was getting aggressive because they were literally calling him racial slurs. This here is fucking Channel 9. Right here in front of him. None of that was shown.
Yeah, and
none of that at
Channel
all.
9 was like, oh, the Nazis spoke and the Nazis were terrible. There was only 10,000. Sorry, there was only 10,000 people that showed up.
Yeah, that is the
When in
mainstream
reality,
media.
There was about
This
50,000, maybe even 70.
This group of people that are lining up, this is NatSoc being run out of the protest. People literally, Aussie, 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 oi, 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 literally running them off. You'll hear one dude.
Those fucking Nazi dogs.
Yeah.
And then
there's the
after
mainstream
that-
media literally following them.
Yeah, and they were trying to make them the main fucking, like, they were the...
there it
they
is.
were
Yeah,
what the
get
channels
those
were
Nazis.
focusing on. Yeah.
We got
Absolutely
media.
insane
Yeah.
how the media did that.
Yeah, the whole time. Yeah, fuck off, you Nazis. Literally running them out of there.
And even while they were talking, it was boo.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Media over here.
Yeah.
Media. Don't care.
You can't hear it probably from that video.
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you definitely can. Yeah.
Yeah. I was enjoying talking to the police commissioner because look,
Yeah.
props to the New South Wales police. all right?
This is
They
what
did an
really
amazing
happened.
job that
Is, we've got hundreds of people are now charging after them, literally chasing them out of there.
Get the fuck
Yeah,
out
get
of
those
here,
Nazi dogs. Yeah, none of this was reported. This was reported as Nazis talk at rally and are welcomed. This doesn't look like welcoming, does it? Everyone's walking off when the moment they started talking, and then when they started going with their stupid bullshit, everyone chased them off. Chased them for Ks down the street. None of this was reported.
So don't believe what the media tells you. It's the same as the Covington kids. If you're in America and you saw the Covington kids' raw footage, so the media tried to portray it that these 17-year-old kids wearing Trump hats were trying to pick on a poor little old Indian playing a drum. But it didn't work out that way. I looked up the raw footage, and the raw footage literally showed them literally standing there at a bus stop waiting for a bus because they were on a school excursion waiting to go home. And this Indian dude with a drum decided to walk up to them and confront them by banging his drum in their face. And instead of getting into an argument or a tiff, they just stood there with like a smirk on their face, like, what the fuck is this cunt doing? You know, like, what are you doing? I'm just here, waiting for a bus, wearing a hat. They didn't say a single goddamn word. And the media spread that all over. Oh, racist, white supremacist, standing up to a poor little Indian dude. No, that never happened. And you know what? Like a year later, those Covington kids managed to sue a lot of the media and get a massive, absolutely huge payout because they lied. And the media never fucking, well, from what I understand, they never put an apology out there. They were never said they were wrong in what they did. They never advertised the fucking court case or anything like that.
Yeah.
They were literally trying to shape a narrative. And that narrative is Trump supporters are bad, blah, blah, blah. And the reason that is because the leftist governments are making a fortune off these identity politics. They want you fighting so they can scam you through leering centers and bullshit like that. Yeah, they want you fighting amongst each other instead of paying attention to what they're doing. Like Epstein, they wanted you fighting so you didn't know about Epstein. They want you fighting so that you don't see that they were selling off all the manufacturing in Detroit to send over to China. These are the things they do. They want you fighting amongst each other.
Yeah.
So instead of doing the whole red versus blue, say, hey, look, I want material prosperity for you. You want material prosperity for everyone else. So why not? Let's look at what's causing the problems of material prosperity. Why aren't we rich? Why aren't we making money? Oh, it turns out these guys have stolen $19 billion off us through a fucking daycare scam. Turns out there's more happening in California. There's more in other places. And I can promise you it's happening here in Australia too. If you're an Australian
Oh,
viewer,
yeah.
there is so many fucking rorts that are going on. NDIS. I worked for a dude that did lawn mowing for aged care people paid by a government contract. We used to mow 3 lawns a day. It would take us maybe 4 or 5 hours, all right, and we'd have a long hour-long lunch break where this guy would drink beer after beer. So he was our driver in the van, and he would have at least half a carton while we were driving around. Ex-SES dude. Anyway, he managed to find himself with a government contract mowing lawns for the aged, for the elderly. We'd do a mad job, like we did good jobs on the lawns, and I was getting paid cash in hand, so about $400, while also claiming Centrelink. And he showed me his child support papers, and he was complaining about it. He was paying 4 grand a week in child support. So how much money was this dude making just mowing 3 lawns a day, 5 days a week? How much if he was paying 4 grand a week in child support for, I think it was either 2 or 3 kids. So 2 or 3 kids, and he was paying 4 grand a week. How? Fucking how? Like, he was making more money per week than I've ever fucking made. Oh, sorry, he was paying child support in terms of more money than I've ever made. Like, his child support was a literal government document saying you owe 4 grand this week. Next week, oh, you owe 4 grand this week. Because I was complaining about child support to him as well, and he was explaining like, yeah, you get fucking raked over the coals, but he was paying 4 grand. I wasn't paying anywhere near as much as that. Just insane. There's so many rorts going on in Australia, so many rorts going on in the West. And like the fact that we can shift so much money overseas as well. Like, how much tax are we paying for them
And
to be able to send 500 billions here, 50 billion there? Like, insane. And we're nearly at $1 trillion debt.
Yeah. Yeah, we're nowhere
How many?
near America, but yeah, we're getting up there. And all we're doing is spending more money and sending it overseas.
Yeah, and this.
We're not paying it back.
No,
No one
no,
is.
and you know why we're paying more and more money? It's because we're importing more people. So these people that we immigrate to our country, the government helps them settle into the country. So they settle. They find them a place. So they talk to their rich mates that own a large property portfolio, and they say, "Hey, you can house a bunch of immigrants, and if the immigrants destroy your house, we'll cover it with government expenditure." And they're like, "Sweet! So I've got guaranteed rent and guaranteed costs, like costs covered if they destroy the property." Woohoo! Who wouldn't sign up for that? I know I would. Like, it's guaranteed money and it's regular. So they also cover that, and then they also pay businesses. Hey, we've got these new immigrants that need a job here in this country. We'll give you 4 grand as a sign-on bonus for hiring this immigrant. All right. So now you get a business that's full of immigrants, and then you've got people on the left saying, "Oh, see, all the immigrants work the jobs that the white people, the white Australians, don't want to work." Motherfucker, we can't get the job because we don't get subsidized for the job like they do.
Mm.
Like, I've been, there's sometimes that I've been on the dole where I get, I'm on the dole for like a year, and I don't get hired, but I apply for something like, I'd say 30 jobs a week,
Yeah, ghost
and
jobs.
I'm only supposed to apply for 7. That's what the mandated amount is, 7 a fortnight. I apply for more than that because I want to get off my ass and work a fucking job and pay for things and keep the house that I'm living in running optimally. That doesn't work because I'm not getting subsidized, but they are. So not only am I Australians being like manipulated, well, not manipulated,
Priced out of the
out of
market.
priced out of renting. They're being priced out of homes because more immigration puts more demand on buying a home, and more immigration puts more demand on renting. But I'm also being priced out of getting a job.
Yeah,
A low
undercutting
tier
in the
job.
jobs market.
Yeah.
This is the whole point of like with the Democrats in America is why do we need illegal immigrants in our country? Well, who's gonna pick our fruit?
Yeah, who's
Oh
gonna
yeah,
who's gonna
so
clean our toilets?
yeah, who's gonna mow our lawns? Yeah, we need this slave underclass that's gonna work for absolutely nothing, so that we
Well,
can exploit them.
let's avoid the whole absolutely nothing thing. They work for the same amount, but they get subsidized by the government. And I can promise you, it's happening everywhere in the West.
Oh, not just that. It's they can avoid paying things like benefits to them, especially in America. They can avoid paying the benefits.
Oh yeah, like the health benefits, like
Yeah. So
the medical
you're essentially paying. Like you can have an illegal immigrant in America that's getting paid the same wages an American is, like an American native. But because you're not paying the benefits of said illegal immigrant, you don't have to do taxes, you don't have to do super contributions, you don't have to do any of the benefits like health or dental or anything like that.
That brings me. That's a segue. Hold on. There's another way they can do it as well. They take a lower wage, right? So you pay me cash in hand, and then I stay on welfare. So I still work out financially better. You work out financially better, and they've undercutted the market by uh, getting the people that they'd have to pay a full wage to. And those people that they've done that to are usually the lowest on the socioeconomic ladder. The people that don't used to have manufacturing jobs, but because we've shipped all those manufacturing jobs overseas, they don't have jobs now.
Yeah.
And people are wondering why the right is rising around the West. It's because they've been fucking priced out of an economy that no longer looks after them. And the government no longer looks after them. In fact, the government actively works against them. So why the hell would they vote the 2 major parties? Or why the hell would they vote for any major party? Because both major parties are letting this happen, even actively participating in this rot.
Oh no, dude! They've lied to me for 30 years. This year's gonna be different, though. They promised
exactly.
this year's gonna be different. Yeah, they're not gonna do the bullshit they've done for the last 30 years. I voted for them. They're gonna change this time.
And like, people like to point to Gina Reinhardt, so I'm going to go a bit deeper on this. People like to say, oh, Gina Reinhardt runs the One Nation Party. Have you guys looked at who pays for the other parties, where their money comes from, who supports them behind closed doors? Like the Greens has a multi-billionaire that runs here, that privately funds it, and then
I
also
remember
has a business that privately funds it. What's his name? Oh, I can't remember his name. Are you looking that up now?
I'm looking at the Gina Reinhardt painting, the unflattering portrait with the
Okay.
triple chin.
Yeah. So Greens financial backers. Financial backers. Of Greens Party. Australian Greens. Who is their financial backers? All right. Yeah, so they get a lot of donations from just Joe Blow, $1,000 below or below. But in recent years, a professional gambler named Duncan Turpie has publicly donated large amounts. Who's their big one? Party policy restrictions. Their largest. Well, who's their fucking? Who's Duncan Turpie, and who is their largest?
A reclusive high-end gambler emerges as ACT's largest donor. Oh, I like that. Despite living a long way from Canberra in an award-winning luxury home on the Gold Coast hinterland. Yeah. So, yeah, another not in my backyard fuckwit.
Largest single known donator period. So he's donated 772,000. Duncan Graham Wood, a tech investor who also donated large sums, 500,000 to Victorian Greens. I'm pretty sure it's Graham Wood. He has massive what's it called? Investments in green energy. So of course he's going to push, green net zero bullshit. And then you look at the Labor's financial
Dr. Graham Wood?
backers. Yeah, Graham Wood is the one that's come up.
Bald guy, beard, or
I don't know him by his face.
Oh, okay,
I just
yeah.
know him by a bit of the history.
Yeah, because I found a University of Tasmania page for Dr. Graham Wood, Humanities and Social Science.
Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. So the thing about those degrees, they
research
are
into sustainability studies, environmental philosophy, moral psychology, cognitive science of religion.
Yeah, those two degrees are literally activist degrees. So my daughter's mother is a social scientist or sociologist, and the only three jobs that they can get is a job in government, which is a job in government, a professor of the same thing, or a HR consultant. And all they do is manipulate the employment record. So, this group here were oppressors in the past, so we have to give special privileges and hire only migrants or only Aboriginals to right the wrongs of the past. Now, the problem with that is you're literally discriminating against a bunch of people for something they didn't do. They didn't do the wrongs of the past, but because they've created HR departments, they're part of the hiring process. they say, oh, well, we've got to try and fix the problems of the past. And that's what sociologists do. They look at the problems of the past and they look at the problems of now and they go, well, how do we fix that? Well, we put our finger on the scales and manipulate the system so the people that are struggling now succeed, while the people that were successful in the past and succeeding now are vilified and removed from the employment process. So this is the whole DEI ESG bullshit that NGOs push. And then you've got Anthony Pratt, billionaire chair of Vizzy Pratt Holdings, has oh, sorry, never mind. That's for Labor. All right. So now we're going. I'm going to shift into Labor. Labor. Most of their payments, like most of their financial backing, comes from unions. Now there's a union here. What is it? CFWEMU. That was the one that tortured and murdered someone.
Oh, CFMEU.
Yeah. So construction, forestry, maritime, mining, and energy union. Yeah, that union had two guys literally torture and murder someone. All right, because I don't know, I haven't looked too deep into that. I probably should actually because it's interesting. But I'm seeing I come from a region called the Hunter Valley. We used to be an industrial city. We had the biggest steel manufacturing in the country called BHP, and that shipped out. And then we have Tomago aluminium smelting. Well, that's about to close in 2 years. So a lot of our manufacturing is shipping overseas because of policies that this government, well, not this particular government that's in power, but repeated governments for the last 30 years have pushed, lowering the power use, policies that make the energy not doesn't have a baseline, so it like fluctuates in price from the baseline and the upper costs. So these businesses no longer have viability in the region, well, anywhere in Australia really. So they're all shipping out. They're all closing doors and they've gone. Like BHP is fully gone, and now the Tomago aluminium smelting's gone. Well, that's something like 10,000 jobs with BHP and $4,000 jobs with Tomago aluminium smelter. That's a lot of jobs in this town, this city, an area that's just magically disappeared. And it's not because, hey, we can't do it. It's because we've voted this particular party, Labor, that's supposed to be for the working man, which is all supported and financially backed by the unions. Well, those unions keep backing the wrong fucking horse. It's fucking ironic, all right? They keep backing Labor, and Labor keeps insisting on policies that make it difficult for industries to exist, like industry to exist, not industries, but industry, full stop, to exist. They've made they've set up what is it called, labor rights laws and stuff like that, which sounds great on paper, but it adds friction between industry and the people. So the industry just packs up and goes where there's less friction. And then they've also implemented net zero, which creates an unstable baseline power. So now the power fluctuates in price. So now they can't do a lot of the manufacturing they used to do. So they just pack up shop. So now we're losing all these industries that this city was built upon. And people still sign up to unions, and those unions support the party destroying their industries. Like Eraring Coal Power Station is literally supported by, where is it? The CFMEU, which is the largest one of all the unions. All right, they're trying to close down Eraring, which is the coal power station in this region, and the unions the union is protesting that at the moment. But what can the union do? They keep supporting the party that keeps implementing policies that are saying, no, coal is bad. We need to go green energy. Like, use your fucking heads, labor rights. The Labor Party does not support you anymore. It doesn't give a fuck. You know who they do give a fuck about? They gave a a hex fee rebate. So they paid 20% of all the people, all the university students' debts. They've just bought all those university student votes. Meanwhile, they're closing down your industries in your region. Why? They don't support you anymore, so why are you still supporting them? You're just a bunch of rusted on voters that don't realize the times have changed. They're not the Labour Party of the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s. They are different now. They have recentered themselves to migrants and the educated. That's what they go for now. They don't give a fuck about industry because industry's small now. We've shipped it all overseas. Sorry.
Yeah.
I had to go on a rant.
No, it's good. I'm trying to find the thing about was it the Albanese is like, oh, we're going to drop prices by $235 or $270 or something.
It's $275.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, as my
That's
power
just more
bills.
spending. That's a subsidy that they've paid to the power companies.
Yeah, my bills have done nothing but go up. That's it.
Yeah,
They just
I
continue
looked
to
at
go
my
up.
power bills with the smart energy fucking thing, and when we looked at it from year after year, it's gone up. We haven't lost $275 over all our quarters. Like if we were to calculate it, we've just literally been the same for this year. That's it. We didn't go up. But next year, I promise you, it'll be up and up and up unless I got the smart energy thing, which I'm paying for.
My energy bill has increased by 8%. 8%.
I'm not surprised.
That's it, and that's with running all my gear now. 8% is all it is, but my cost of my energy bill has increased nearly 40%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No shit.
I didn't get a rebate. I didn't get a subsidy, and I live in an industrial zone, so my water bill, I pay $32 for my water bill. That's it. I'm very lucky because of the region, the area I live in. It's all zoned as industrial, so my water bill is subsidized. Thanks to being in industrial, I get in industrial wholesale rates. My water bill is going up. My rates are going up. Everything is going up. The cost of living crisis is real. No, regardless of what people want to believe and what politicians are saying, everything is getting more expensive. From the bills I have to pay to the council and the government, my tax rebate is less. My tax I have to pay is increasing. Every item I purchase to survive is increasing. Fuel excise is increasing to subsidize EV vehicles. Energy is increasing to subsidize EV and the great green boom with wind and solar. All of this can be solved by the fact of just removing our dependence on weather and initiating nuclear.
Going to coal or nuclear.
Oh no, coal isn't a long-term solution. We should be phasing out coal.
It's long enough. It's long enough while we keep exporting. We're the largest exporter of black coal to the world. Now,
we should have been off
it'll
coal.
last us long enough for another 150 years at least.
We are a small enough nation that we can power ourselves entirely by nuclear.
We'd need 5.
Yeah, we could do that. But because of nuclear being a dirty word with Hiroshima, or sorry, not Hiroshima, was it fucking, we got Chernobyl and Pripyat, we've got 3 Mile Island,
and to a nuclear-free zone.
Yeah. After Chernobyl and Pripyat, nuclear become the boogeyman. Nuclear isn't. Nuclear is the only energy source that is responsible for every step of the process. Every single step.
Chernobyl happened was because it was an experimental facility.
Yeah, it was a training facility.
It was made in the 50s, and the person that was running it was doing an experiment that ran away on him. Now, we can turn nuclear energy into just energy without experimenting on it, and it becomes 99.9999 to the fucking 50th power safer than most others. Like there'll be a lot less deaths. The only time it'll ever happen, like the only time you'll ever get a problem is you have a natural disaster. But Australia has
Fukushima.
one of the most. Yeah, Fukushima. The only reason Fukushima was an issue, they had a fucking tsunami. That was it. All right. If they didn't have that tsunami, Fukushima would still be operating today like nothing happened. All right. And we in Australia, we have one of the most stable environments. We have hardly any earthquakes. We have hardly any fucking tornadoes. We do get them, but they're rare. And with the building standards that we would have for a nuclear facility, a tornado wouldn't do shit
No.
against that. All right. Water is different. Water is 1 ton per cubic meter. So for every cubic meter, that's a ton. That's a lot of weight. You can drop a bucket of water from the top of a fucking a backhoe, and it'll crush a car.
Oh, it's
That's
not,
how strong water is.
not just that. Like even with nuclear fuel, oh, it's bad. It destroys the environment. We literally store it in giant concrete monolith chambers, and with modern
Underground.
yeah, in bentonite. Oh, excuse me. Bentonite cave systems, which are geostable. But even the above ground ones, they can withstand a direct missile strike. The only thing that's going to really get them, breach them, is a fucking nuclear strike. And that's
Now,
wiping out everything.
The argument about the nuclear waste is, oh, it'll fill up those chambers real quick. It'll fill up those caves real quick. Mate, we've been doing the fucking nuclear energy thing for nearly 100 years, and like in particular America, and we've taken all their nuclear waste and stored it here, and it still hasn't filled up the chamber. And they're creating more nuclear waste than we ever would. So, if we went to nuclear as well, it wouldn't make a fucking dent in the holding area.
Oh, not just that. Like, with modern day reactors now, we've advanced to the point where the half-life of nuclear waste, we can literally use nuclear waste to power a secondary reactor. So we use it as a primary source. It then becomes nuclear waste, which is meant to be stored. We can now transport that into a secondary reactor and use it again, thus reducing the half-life to the point where it turns into a lead clump. It's no longer reactive for 300,000 years or some ridiculous number. Oh no, it's nuclear reactive for 30 years.
Yeah, and not only that, people think, oh yeah, nuclear waste is that green radioactive sludge. No.
Yeah, thank you, Simpsons, for absolutely destroying it.
Yeah, it's the Simpsons that's created that zeitgeist. No, if you look at Chekhov's radiation, it's blue. And
yeah,
if you look
Cherenkov.
at Cherenkov's radiation, it's blue. It's not green. And if you look at the waste that comes out of reactors,
it's dirt.
It's black. It's black little pellets, and like it's got a slight maroon color to it.
Yeah, it looks like dirt.
It does. Now, if you store that underground, it's not causing any problems with anyone. And as long as it stays dry, which all you have to do is keep it above the water table and put it in a stable environment,
Cherenkov radiation
which
is
we
a
have.
fascinating physical
We
phenomenon.
live in a desert and we don't get earthquakes. It'll never go into the water source.
Oh, where's that reactor startup test?
Oh yeah. Just have a
Oh,
look.
there it is.
Have a look,
oh, I got it.
Now the problem with nuclear is it costs a lot to start up. Like it's a lot to go into making it. And the way our system's built at the moment, we would have to get private investors involved into that process. And I don't want that. No one should want private investors involved in nuclear power.
SMNWs.
But with the amount of money that we're shoveling off overseas, like you get a car, you get a car, you get a car, we could just stop doing that and buy a fucking reactor and make it ourselves.
Yeah, SMNWs, small modular nuclear reactors. They're to the point where they're about the size of my house. Everyone looks at like all the fear campaigns about nuclear is, oh, look at this giant plume of radiation just permeating into
No,
the
they're
atmosphere.
cooling
Oh,
towers.
congratulations. Yeah, you don't understand how nuclear reactors work. You're literally looking at steam vapor, you fucking moron.
Yeah, the biggest opponents to nuclear power are the people that know the least about it. So spend some time, study that shit, learn about it, because it might surprise you. It's one of the safest energy sources in the world. If
It's the most
maybe
stable.
even possibly even the safest.
Yeah.
Now that we've got the secondary use of it of its waste and turning that into power,
Yeah, if
which
you want to learn about it, don't go to any organization but the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. They're the foremost experts on everything nuclear on the fucking planet.
yeah, if you want to learn about electricity, go to an electrician. You don't go to a person that's anti-electricity. If you go to anyone else that it doesn't understand what's behind it, you're basically shooting yourself in the foot. Like an anti-nuclear group doesn't understand nuclear. They just understand
It's fear
the
mongering.
problems they understand the problems that can come with it, but
Yeah,
they don't
it's
understand the
open
changes
barrels of
that are,
green glowing shit, just all
yeah
left in a
yeah
warehouse somewhere. Yeah, they don't understand anything about nuclear. They don't know the fact of we store it in monoliths. They don't understand that Cherenkov radiation is blue. Like there are cars in the Hunter that transport pelletized uranium. Cars just driving on the street. They have a little radioactive symbol on them. People don't even fucking notice them. Because they're not carrying like super enriched shit for like fuel rods.
nuclear weapons or
Yeah.
whatever.
No, they're carrying like medical devices and very sensitive like scientific devices. Certain
Now
things
this brings me
require it.
this
Radar.
brings me back to a segue. All right. Now, America and a large part of the superpowers have an anti-nuclear proliferation act. Like they don't want other people to have nuclear weapons, which is understandable because they're literally city enders. They can fuck things up. But we don't have to do any of that. We don't have to enrich it to the point that it becomes a weapon. We enrich it enough that it becomes a power source. And if America wants the enriched stuff, we can enrich it and give it to them. All right, we are culturally tied. As much as a lot of the leftists hate it, and a lot of people like, oh, that's America. Who gives a shit about them? Or they got Trump. Blah blah blah. Look, America culturally ties in closer to us than China or any of these other countries that we trade with or we want to align ourselves with. If you do any of you want to go live in China, I
No.
highly doubt it, and that's because they have some of the most strictest social controls. They they will jail you just for speaking out against the government. You know, like we have freedoms here, they have freedoms there. They're literally getting into fights with ICE and they don't want to arrest them because it's bad optically. We have a very similar kind of culture. Why would we try to align ourselves with more authoritarian people like the Chinese government or Russia or Iran or whatever fucking or the EU even? The EU has gone super authoritarian. Like, why are we trying to go more authoritarian when we could go more freedom? You'd have more freedom to speak your mind. Like, we don't have to go pro guns. We don't. I'd like it, but it's a sacrifice I'd be willing to take. We don't go pro guns. All right. But we really need a baseline power load so we can bring manufacturing back to Australia. Because without manufacturing, it's only raw resources, university, and immigration that is bringing in new money to Australia. Nothing else is. We sell off our patents, we sell off our technology. Like, we could honestly be investing in the technology that we invent and start propagating that to the world. We could be as rich or richer than America and be their ally. Like, America doesn't hate us. They don't hate us. They don't want us to be weak either because we are a foot. Like they gave us the Five Eyes. The Five Eyes is Pine Gap, so it's a national surveillance system in the center of Australia near Alice Springs. All right, and it's used to literally track and uh, like terrorist activity signals. Like it's the signal corps of the Australian Army has a big part of it, and blah blah blah. So they we are part of the American military system. If we start distancing ourselves from the American system, we lose our edge. We really do. All right, we've been with America with every step of the way. They haven't come in and told us that we have to have this, we have to have that, and if you don't do that, we're not going to do this. All right, they let us be as long as we're there with them when we need them, and they're going to be here when we need them. They were in World War II, and because we've been with them every step of the way since then, they're going to be with us as well. We like we need a strong alliance with America, and we shouldn't be fucking around with it just because you just hate Trump. All right, Trump's going to get voted out of power.
Oh, well,
We're
he
going
can't
like
run again. Is it
he
whatever?
can't.
Yeah, whatever his current term is up. That's it. There's no more of him.
Yeah, like even if you hate Trump and he turns out to be a pedophile, and the whole system over there kind of disgusts you, we can't look at it like they're our enemy because honestly,
The
what
AUKUS
they've been
deal.
doing. Yeah, the AUKUS deal. Like, I'm not worried about that. It's the fact that they cover, like, if any of our trade ships. So we've got a fleet of ships that go out and trade with the world. We sell our coal, we sell our iron ore, we sell all that. If any of them get attacked, we don't send our navy. We can't. We don't have the naval might to send our navy all around the world and protect every ocean and every fucking ship. But America does, and they've been doing that since World War II.
Yeah, the
They
world
protect us.
police.
Now, when they withdraw that protection, our insurance prices for shipping goes up astronomically. So we'd have to go and talk to each individual country that our ships pass through and make special deals with them in terms of paying them money just so our ships can go through without being harassed or vilified. We'd have to have those countries protect our ships, which will work out a damn sight more expensive than America doing it. So much more. Now, America has the largest navy in the world, the largest air force in the world by, I think, a factor of 10. All right. And our army, like our army and our air force are literally a navy are supplemental forces. So we've designed our military doctrine around being supplemental to the American forces. And America knows that. We seem to have lost our way culturally and see America as the villain. They really aren't. All right. China owns something like 30% of our fucking our farmland and massive chunks of other pieces of land. Like they're buying up pieces of our land because we keep putting ourselves in debt because we don't have manufacturing, we keep overspending, blah blah blah. Like whenever you hear the government saying, "Oh, we're selling a piece of infrastructure," it's to pay off a chunk of our debt. We are killing our nation, killing it. We are going to be a nation owned by every other nation and have zero say in the matter if we don't do something soon. And the only party that seems to have some power at the moment and has momentum is One Nation. And I'm not preaching you should vote for One Nation all the time, but I'd recommend voting One Nation for the next 3 or 4 terms, just so they can lock some things down and set them up so they cannot be manipulated, such as the right to political speech. Because with Labor's new push on the hate speech laws, they're going to shut down a lot of us talking about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, well,
The
they're already criminalizing a lot of it. Like even some of the stuff we've talked about tonight in like this stream is technically criminal under the new and well previously because the new hate speech laws are retroactive. So if you've done something that is now infringed by the new laws passing, you can get charged now for something you've said 10 years ago.
Yeah, yeah, and that'll only happen if we gain popularity. So if you hate me, and I've said something controversial, clip it and make us popular, because then the government will crack down on both of us or me, whoever
Yeah.
said it.
Yeah, clip it, make it go viral, and get me jailed. It'll make me. It'll make sure I meet the people I need to meet in jail. It'll only make me more of an extremist.
Yeah,
that's gonna get clipped.
Yeah, like honestly, I don't want this country to be owned by other countries. I want this country to be sovereign. I want it to have its borders maintained. I want the people living here to have a financial, material, wealth future. I don't want them to all be, like bogans or anything like that. I just want people to be rich and wealthy, so a lot of the social issues that are occurring today aren't occurring tomorrow, sort of thing. Like, because if everyone's happy, making money, and wealthy, and not struggling, there is no social issues. There's less social issues. We're not fighting each other. Because, hey, I can go buy a house out in the sticks and be away from the people that I don't like.
I'm
Or,
not even
hey,
going to
I
buy
can
a
go...
house. I'll live on crown land as a fucking hobbit in the woods. You won't even know I'm there.
Yeah, well, that's the way a lot of people are going to have to go.
It's,
And,
well,
it's
possible.
To me to another thing.
Yeah, well, it's
Continue.
possible for people like me, people that have the knowledge and the expertise of hunting and just literal survivability. Most people don't. Most people are city slickers that don't even know. Like, we're back to the whole we got to kill sheep to get wool. People in the city, urbanites and city folk, don't understand how survival works. So why would you kill an animal? Why would you go hunting and kill an animal to get meat? You can just get meat from the store. So that's got to come from something. You're too divorced from what it was, the natural order of things, the actual the predator prey dynamic. You're so divorced, you've never experienced any hardship. You've never had to depend on your own skills to survive. You've never had anyone to force yourself into that role. You've never had to provide for a family that's starving. You've never had your power run out for a month straight. You've never had your water disappear out from underneath you. You've always had a supermarket to go to and get food. None of these people know how to survive. The people in the countryside, they'll be fine.
So this brings me to that segue. The segue is, have you ever asked the question is, why can't you legally fuck off into the wilderness and just carve out a piece of land and
Taxman
start your own little community and farm out there? Well, it's a policy of enclosure. So the countries don't have these Western countries don't have a literal policy of enclosure. It's an implied policy. So it's not written on paper, but it's implied that you must partake in the system. All right. So if you fuck off out into the wilderness, the government's going to come for you and they're going to either jail you, which makes you a dependent of the state, or they're going to fine you, which makes you a dependent of the state, or they're going to make sure by all means necessary that you remain a dependent of the state. Fucking off and getting away from the government that's oppressing you was a normal thing through 99% of history.
Our country was built on it. Our country was literally built on it.
Yeah, so was America. America was built on it. Hey, well, the
carving
European
out your
rulers
piece of the new frontier.
Yeah, our European rulers are taxing us to high heaven, and they hate our religion, or they don't like the fact that I'm non-religious. So I'm going to fuck off over to the New World and carve out a stake of land for myself where we can just be ourselves. This is what human history is built on that, and it's only in the modern era we're not allowed to do that. They'll send the police out, they'll send the rangers out, they'll arrest you and put you in a fucking cell for even fucking doing it. You're not allowed to do it.
I'm reminded of that dude in America that literally, no, sorry, Alaska, which technically America, but in Alaska that literally just built his own wood log, like a log cabin, log shack, just out of scrap and reclaimed shit. He just wandered off into the bush, built himself a house, and was living there. Right up until the point someone reported him to the fucking IRS, and they went in there with fucking SWAT and arrested him. They they bulldozed the house purely because he wasn't paying land rates.
Yeah, he wasn't part of the.
He had no amenities. Land rates are for amenities. A what is it? A letterbox, bin collection, or your water, your electricity connection. He has none of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Dave is exactly the same. He has no letterbox. He has no water. He has no power there. He has absolutely nothing. He doesn't have a bin collection, but he still has to pay land rates to the government because he lives. He exists.
It's only $600 a year, but that's $600 a year for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, they provide no services.
They don't scrape the roads. They don't do anything. All right, he just pays $600 for them to leave him the fuck alone.
Yeah, and if he locks down his property, it becomes a crime.
Hold on. He's not allowed to develop that property.
Yeah.
He can't build anything substantial.
Yeah, nothing is a permanent structure.
So he's paying $600 to be left the fuck alone, but he's not allowed to build anything on it. That doesn't make sense. So he has to have a vacant piece of land, or he can't even cultivate the land. He can't turn it into a farm.
He can't grow on it. He can't graze on it. He can't put a demountable structure on it. He can't do anything. Technically speaking, everything Dave is doing is illegal.
Yeah.
And at the moment the government gets shitty...
Before we continue on, don't mention where he lives.
No, I'm not. Not a chance. I like going to Dave's place. I don't want to fucking turn up the next time and it be bulldozed. No.
Yeah. And it's not like he has anything substantial there. Everything can be removed within 6 months, and it would grow back like it was never there within 4 or 5 years.
It'll grow back better now that he's cleared the she oaks.
Yeah, now that he's cultivated it a little bit, he's created grassland. He's created basically he got rid of a lot of lantana, which is literally a pest here in Australia.
It's a massive pest.
Yeah, it's a koala habitat, and
you've seen the little lake they have there and the river up from him. It's full of fucking alligator weed. None of that is on Dave's land purely because he lives there and he wants to use his land.
Yeah, but like the government is trying to force you to be part of the system as much as it possibly can, and it will do all the tricks in the book.
If it can get $1 out of you, it will find a way to get 10.
Yeah. You are not allowed to leave the system so long as you remain in the nation, and that's just ridiculous because human history is about people leaving the system because the system started oppressing them.
Yeah, well,
that's how human history always worked.
Yeah, dirtbag homes are illegal in Australia because we can't get a permit for structural. Yeah,
and that's because they can't charge a builder, a tax or a levy or anything like that to build it because it's made of dirt.
Yeah, it's not. It's not engineered to code. No, it's engineered well beyond code. My house is earthquake-proof, fire-proof, basically flood-proof. There is nothing that is going to happen to my home, like the structural of a house. Yeah.
So I don't require all that extra energy to run an air conditioning
unit. It has a basically zero carbon footprint. It has a basically zero carbon footprint. The only thing there for carbon wise is your labour and what you use to hold the dirt bag together. But if you go even further to a complete mud brick home, oh, now you've got literally no carbon footprint. None at all. The only carbon footprint you have is you, the person living there. There is
And like
no carbon footprint.
the tiny little carbon that you use is nothing compared to what a modern Australian would use. That's got nothing to do with the issue. The government doesn't care about your carbon footprint. They just care about their ability to tax your carbon footprint.
Yeah, it's a
Their
convenient
ability to
scapegoat to
exploit and
charge
milk
you.
Yeah, yeah. That's what the whole Green Deal is. It's a new way to create electricity that they can charge you more for. Oh, what's that industry? You're producing carbon by producing steel that we use. Oh, well, let's just tax you a bit on that, and then that tax. Well, when you go to sell the steel is a GST percentage of 10%. So when someone buys that steel, well, instead of getting $11 tax from that 10%, I'm now getting $25 from that tax because the price of steel's gone up because we put the carbon tax on it. You know, like it's all stacking. It's second and third order effects. The closer the tax is to the beginning of manufacturing or use, the more that tax increases. Something like 70 to 80% of what you pay for everything in this country is tax. The rest is what it costs to actually make and ship. That's it.
I pay tax on my license. I pay tax on the car. I pay tax on the fuel. I pay tax on the registration. I pay tax on the insurance. I pay tax on the tires. Where I pay tax on every facet of my fucking life, and it annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah,
the money I earned to pay that tax, I'm taxed on.
Yeah, so you're taxed when you earn that money. You're taxed when you use that money.
You're taxed when you save that money.
And then you're taxed again from when the companies are taxed for the manufacture of those things. So the company's taxed, then you're taxed on the sales and then GST. Then you're taxed for installing it. Then you get taxed for your footprint from using it, like power, electricity, that kind of thing. You know, like 70 to 80% of your tax money is taxed. You just don't realize all these hidden taxes that accumulate over time. Like, what happens if that item that you bought has traveled from company A, gone through a logistics company, and then gone to company B because they want to upsell it, or they're going to attach something extra on it. So there's the taxes between the company A and the logistics, taxes between the logistics and company B, and then there's the tax that you pay on top of it from company B to yourself, and then there's the tax that you have to pay for the builder to install it, or the builder has their taxes that they have to pay out of their wages, and then they've got the taxes they had to pay out of their fucking toolkit and all that kind of stuff. Everything that you do is taxed.
Yeah, we just pass it on to the consumer.
The only thing that you're not taxed on is the air you breathe. You can't even collect water from your roof.
You want to bet? The WEF has just tried to initiate a whole thing where we being taxed for water, land, and air. I'll see if I can find the. Yeah, guess who's becoming an extremist?
Yeah, guess who's probably going to go to jail for just not paying taxes. Like, I've got nothing to lose. I don't care. My legacy's gone. Not like I have much of a legacy. It's not like you have any legacy.
Yeah, you'll eat the bugs and you'll love it.
Yeah, I won't even do that. Like, every policy that they've implemented is to make your life more difficult, not easier. And they filter it through political language, moral language, like, oh,
We're doing this to save the climate crisis, you guys. I mean, we're jet setting on our own private jets, but the climate crisis.
Yeah. See, my biggest wake up for this whole climate thing was when all the leaders of the world got on their private jets and flew to a climate conference. And
yeah,
it was like
we can teleconference. We proved that during COVID. Like, we literally proved it. As everyone's like, oh, work from home because we need to keep the country running. Oh, okay, cool. Well, why aren't you doing your climate summits teleconference? TeamSpeak, Telegram, Discord. Yeah, we have so many fucking things where we can teleconference. We're teleconferencing right fucking now. Oh, no. I need to get on my private jet and fly to Davos so I can talk to these people and do a PR stunt of how amazing I am and how much I'm trying to fix the planet. It's the climate crisis, you guys.
Yeah.
Suck a fucking dick.
Doesn't make any sense. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to offload the carbon tax onto you and me, like the low plebs of society. Meanwhile, they'll give themselves, an extra jet or, 50 other mansions. We're creating a new Gilded Age.
There it is.
The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And if you don't start paying attention to politics and policies, you're just going to keep pushing these things.
Oh, but I don't care about politics. Well, that's a shame because politics cares about you.
Exactly. It doesn't give a shit whether you don't pay attention, because if you don't pay attention, that's to its benefit. That's its opportunity. That's the elite's opportunity to take more off you. And then you're sitting there wondering why I'm working 3 jobs, 70 hours a week, and still running the fucking treadmill to nowhere. Nowhere.
You're taxed on unrealized gains. Oh, your money has increased because you haven't spent it. You've literally saved your money and been miserly. Well, we're going to tax you on that now because we can.
Well, okay. Well, you own a home, all right, and you just work your regular job. All right, I'm sweet. I own my own home. I don't need to do anything. Well, guess what? Your house has just gone up 100,000 because we imported another 50,000 people, and housing demand is screaming for more people. So more people are willing to pay more for your house. Guess what? You just got $100,000. You're going to get taxed something like $30,000 on that because your house just went up $100,000. Not to mention that because we've got an extra bunch of people here, your wages have just been depreciated or stagnated. So you now don't have the money to pay that 30 grand in taxes. Well, who's going to steal your house? The government. And what's the government going to do with it? They're going to put more people in it. People that can afford it.
Yeah, it's the spare bedroom tax.
Or the rich and wealthy will just buy your house and they'll get more rich and wealthy. So they're creating a class of people that will forever be renting. And if they can't afford the rent, they'll be forever homeless. And
when you're homeless and living at the edge of the beach, the government will come and move you along because you're unsightly.
Yeah, like they did with the the anti-coal protests here in Newcastle.
Yeah, in Newcastle. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so what was it called? The oh god, can you remember what it was called? Because we saw a fucking Tesla being charged by a diesel.
They literally like end coal now as there's a fucking diesel generator right in front of the sign. Charging a fucking Tesla. So someone can say, I'm saving the planet. I drive an EV. I'm good. You're the bad guy. Let's go fuck yourself.
Hold on.
No new coal. That's what it was.
Yeah, that was what it was called?
I believe so.
The Great Unwashed is what I've been calling.
Yeah, that's what I was calling it. You can walk past there. Stop the coal.
Yeah, stop the coal protest. So they swim.
Rising Tide. Rising Tide was the group. Yeah, kayak
so
blockade.
On kayak, and they blockade coal ships coming in and out of our harbour. All right, they don't give a shit about the homeless. They don't give a shit about the people that live in the area. They're just people that shipped in, like drove in on their EVs or their diesel cars or their whatever cars from hundreds of kilometers away. They swim out on their kayaks and block the coal ships coming in and out.
Bunch of
Right?
smelly
Well,
fucking
before then,
hippies.
there was a place called Horseshoe Beach, and on that beach there was probably about, I don't know.
Oh well, give the context.
Say 20 families.
Horseshoe Beach is a dog beach in Newcastle. It was where you could take your dog off leash. You could do a bit of fishing on the rocks to the side, like the left portion of the beach.
Yeah, it's on the Newcastle Breakwater.
Yeah, it was the Nobbies is the family beach where you go swimming, surfing, and do all that. Horseshoe is for off-leash dogs, families, and fishing. And now, Horseshoe Beach is a homeless encampment because no one can afford a fucking home. So what they do, the government come in is like, oh, we don't like these unsightly homeless people living in vans and tents by the beach. We're going to move them all on. And if you don't move on...
It wasn't an issue until Rising Tide came in, which is a bunch of leftists.
Oh no, they were definitely there before Rising Tide. Like I've been going.
I'm saying they were there before Rising Tide, and then when Rising Tide announced that they were.
Oh yeah. It was the move on order. Yeah, they had to move on all the homeless people from the beach, Horseshoe Beach, solely because they didn't want them in the background of all the news reports. We don't want people asking questions.
Yeah, and there was probably about 20 families there and maybe about 30 individual couples and singles just trying to eke a living out of surviving in this economy. And, like, it's insane. We did a Raise the Flag in Newcastle, and the amount of people that we ran into that were homeless and asking us questions about why we're raising the flag was insane. I think we ran into about 10 people just walking the streets.
We literally got the cops called on us multiple times.
Yeah, saying that we're vandalizing the streets, and they were the cops end up coming and chatting to us, and we said, no, we've got no spray cans or anything. We're just, using zip ties and raising the Australian flag, in support of Australia.
Yeah, a little bit of fucking national pride. How dare you?
Yeah.
Illegal.
And then cops are like, all right, no worries. You're not damaging any property. Carry on. Do your thing.
There we go.
And we just continued. And then the next day, when people started noticing the flag, they were really happy. They liked it. They took photos and they were chatting online about it. And then the Newcastle Council, which flies the UN flag.
UN fucking flag, yeah.
Yeah, it flies the UN flag. It's a council building and flies the UN flag. Decided, no, we're not going to have any of this, and they started taking all the flags down. So within 6 hours of us putting them up, they started taking them down. So me and my mate, we started a bit of a war with them, and we just started putting flags up everywhere throughout Newcastle, like here, there, everywhere. And within 24 hours, they were all gone. They wasted council money taking flags down. They weren't obstructing any lights. They weren't obstructing any street lights. They weren't obstructing any traffic lights. They weren't obstructing signs. We made sure that any flag that we put up was high enough that they weren't in front of a sign, even at
we refused to obstruct any formal notifications or visual things. So yeah, no street signs. No traffic signs, no nothing. We refused to do that purely because we didn't want to cause any problems with traffic flow, pedestrian access, signage, or anything. We were doing this 100% by the book, and it still was a problem for the council.
Yeah, it just nuts. And this is because Newcastle is a Labour stronghold, which is a leftist voting bloc. They always vote Labour. They've never voted anything different for something like 40 years, and that's because Newcastle used to be an industry hub. It's just, yeah, I'm sure Labour voted.
Oh, that is loud.
Work in the industry, love Australia. Like they want Australia to be strong. They want a strong industry. But
Granted, we did have a lot of kickback from random moron people that were bitching and complaining. How dare you put these flag up? They weren't complaining about the flag. They were complaining that it was a flag made in China. And this comes back to the whole fact of we've literally removed... Yeah, we've literally removed all manufacturing from Australia. You can't get an Australian-made flag. Or you can...
You can now.
You can get an Australian-made flag from Flag
But it
World.
costs a fortune.
$150 a flag. And
We just don't have the money for that. I
for
would
a
love
group...
to pay a Flag World for that.
Yeah, well, I'm showing the footage from Peter Jeffries, the fella that recorded it down at Honeysuckle, where the council was removing the flag. As for a group that is two random fucking labourers that care about their country and their nation, then we're flying these, we're putting them up. Everything is our own dollar, our own dime, our own time to do this, and they're immediately removing it. $150 per flag just for them to immediately remove it and throw it in the bin.
Yeah, it wasn't financially viable. They were literally throwing the Australian flag in the bin. None of them kept them or anything like that. They was just throwing them in the bin. And it's just not financially viable for us. We'd love to have Flag World support us and cover the costs for us, but I don't think they could take the financial.
No, they couldn't take the hit themselves. We did this to the point where it got news acknowledgement, and
we had ABC contact us.
We gave them a response that they didn't seem to like because they didn't run the story at all. They were expecting...
I have a feeling, they were expecting a racist tirade.
And it wasn't. It was purely about we care about our culture and don't want it to be destroyed.
That, and we're bringing up things about the housing crisis, the cost of living crisis, that kind of thing. And it does very much stem from immigration. Because immigration allows the rich and wealthy to have mobile money because they can just buy
liquid assets.
They have liquid assets, which they can shift anywhere because they don't have any manufacturing invested in the country. And they can also just buy a citizenship from elsewhere, which has lax immigration laws. So they can just fuck off with all their capital. So they're not reinvesting in this country. They're just hoarding the wealth. And that's the problem. And I don't blame the rich and wealthy right now because a lot of it isn't their fault. There's just no incentives for them to invest in this country. Like if they were to invest in industry, well, they would lose out because of the money bullshit and all the taxes that come with it. If they were to invest in a small business, well, small businesses get absolutely pillaged by the government. Absolutely pillaged. Meanwhile, the big ones get left alone. They've created a system where people that have the money can't invest it anywhere safely to build the economy. And I'm not talking about the uber wealthy. I'm not talking about the guys that I'm not talking like Elon Musk kind of wealthy or Gina Reinhart wealthy. I'm talking your entrepreneurs that have, found a niche in the economy and
exploited it.
They could exploit it. No, they're the people that I want to be investing back in the country. Not Gina Reinhart, not Elon Musk types, but your entrepreneurs, your professionals, the ones that make 120K a year and they own a house and now they're just sitting there and buying investment property after investment property and after investment property.
Monopolizing the rental market.
Yeah, and the only reason they're doing that is because that's the market that the government has created.
And it allows them to do that.
Yeah. Now, there's options to this. We can go to a cap of 5 properties max. And that forces, once they've got their 5 properties, that forces them to invest elsewhere. Then we have to also incentivize them to invest into a business somehow. And that would be by making energy cheaper or making labor relations easier, less friction. Friction is the killer of an economy. And this government is just these governments for the last 30 years has just added more and more rules, more and more rules, more and more rules.
Yeah, more bureaucracy, more red tape, because every time they do it, they can suck more money out of you.
Yeah, and it's just all there to bloat the government. It doesn't bloat the economy, it just bloats the government. Now, if you lower the rules and create incentives for them to reinvest in the economy, into the market, they'll do that because there's incentives there. That's how the economy works. If you create incentives for them to reinvest, they'll do that because they want to make money. And when they start making money by reinvesting in the market, like the production market, the people that work for them start making more money because they can start selling that stuff. That stuff makes more money. And as the production increases, they can hire more people. And as production increases, they can hire more people. They can ask for a pay raise because production's increased and we don't need to have more people. You know, this is how the system used to work. But now we've created asset bubble after asset bubble after asset bubble, that the only incentive for the wealthy is to invest in housing, the asset bubble.
Oh, it's the only thing that is available to them.
Yeah, that's right.
This is. I firmly believe in a max cap of 2 homes for every citizen. 0 foreign investment. Just straight up 0 foreign investment. You want to invest in Australia, you got to be part of Australia. You got to embody our culture, live here, be one of us. As I understand that foreign investment is a big portion of our capital, and we need it, but we don't need it. We really don't. Foreign investment is destroying things like our agricultural industry, our housing market. We have something like 70% rentership, 65-70% rentership in Australia. So there are entire generations that will never own a home, no matter what they do, unless the only way they're owning a home is through inheritance. And at this point, we have ridiculous inheritance tax. We have unrealized gains tax. Spare bedroom tax was trying to be pushed through. It's ridiculous. You can get something that your parents have fought for and earned and paid taxes on their entire life, and they hand it down to you as an inheritance, and now you have to pay a tax on that because it's now your asset. You never paid tax on it. Your parents did their entire lives, but now you have to, purely because you never did before. And now you're worth more money because you have assets. The whole point of our GDP is high, the people are doing great. GDP means nothing. It means nothing to the average person. GDP is the gross number of all the assets that are available. So all the housing, all the property, the land, all the cattle, the minerals that we're currently extracting from the environment and shipping overseas, everything. That's what GDP means. It means nothing for the common man, the common woman, the common person. It has no bearing on every citizen as a person, as a whole. It does nothing. It's a nice little falsity that shows that a country's economy is doing great. Meanwhile, we're in the largest energy crisis we've ever experienced. We're in a massive rental bubble that no one can afford. Everyone's being priced out of homes and having to live in parks. We're being taxed into oblivion. We can't afford to feed ourselves. You can't go to the store. We've had companies come in and lobby the government to try and control the water in our country.
Yeah, that's literally one of those resources that they shouldn't be in control of at all. It should be nationalized.
Yeah.
And the government should have a mandated amount that cannot be exceeded, and it has to be attached to an independent body that under like not the bomb, not bomb. Bomb is not an independent body, but an independent body that has its own statistics on weather and climate sciences, and is not is only subsidized but not funded. So an independent body, in other words, it doesn't matter what the government says. The government can't change what the results are, sort of thing.
Yeah, an independent citizen regulatory system.
Yeah, like the IPA.
Yeah.
Or other things like that. Now, that they need to be the ones in charge of the Water Control Commission, because in Australia we have the altering environment, La Nina and El Nino. So in the early 2000s, pretty much all our dams on the east coast of Australia were at 30% capacity for years, and we were on the strictest water restrictions we've ever had. Now we've imported another 8 million people since then. 8 million people. So if we go through another drought like that in the near future,
we're done.
We're fucked.
Yeah,
because
we're done.
We haven't created any new infrastructure, water infrastructure at all. Like they can say, oh yeah, the salinity plant, the what are they called, the saltwater plants,
the desalination plants.
Yeah, desalination plants.
They can't keep up.
They
The
can't,
energy,
no.
the energy required for desalination is outrageous.
Yeah,
it
and
just
we've
is.
just gone to green energy, which
Yeah,
is intermittent.
yeah, no base load. It's weather intermittent energy systems. So
Yeah, and
if
it's
the sun's
dependent
not,
on weather.
if the sun's not shining enough or long enough, we're fucked.
Or the wind's
If the
not blowing.
the wind isn't blowing hard enough, or it's blowing too hard, now we're fucked.
Yeah, we don't have any desalination plants. So
Oh, but batteries will solve it.
No, they won't, because then one fire in one battery plant, which will be common.
Yeah, 15 seconds.
Yeah, then the whole system's gone. The whole system. You're talking about 6,000 degrees of fire and chemical reaction just going up in smoke. It only has to start in one spot, and then it hits the next cell, the next cell. You have a cascading failure point. And that, for an energy grid, is so bad. So bad. Like, the people that are running this country are fucking morons. Like, you want to have excess resources. You want to have excess energy. You want to have excess.
We need to
water,
stockpiling water,
excess food.
stockpiling gas, coal. We need to shift away from green energies, renewables, into nuclear. We need to nationalize our mineral efforts.
Well, I don't think we should shift into nuclear too quickly. I think we should
No,
shift into coal for about 20 years, and then we can start building our first nuclear plant after 20 years, after the power grid has been stabilized and manufacturing comes back to Australia.
Yeah,
if
well,
we shift to
purely
nuclear too soon, we'll be importing a lot of the shit that we need.
Yeah, well, it's purely because of the green energy scheme that we're going to have to go back to coal before we go to nuclear. If we didn't do the green
we
energy
had the last
scheme,
20 years to phase into to nuclear.
To nuclear, yeah.
We just didn't. We wasted time.
Yeah, well, we fearmongered the whole time. That was the thing.
Yeah.
We fearmongered everything.
Climate science. And see, this is what pisses me off. All right, we listen to sociologists, we listen to climate activists, climate scientists. We listen to these specific groups that come out of universities, and these specific
With no
groups
real world experience at all.
Yeah. Okay. So let's discuss the green, the guy that has a university degree that you worked with that said, let's take out all these cattail rushes. So tell that story, because that's completely poignant to what we're talking about when it comes to.
So I was a conservationist for a good many years. It was my career. I was going to go into conservation. I did go into conservation. And I promptly left it when I realized that every single person in there has absolutely no idea what they're fucking talking about.
Yeah, they're paper smart, but not real
Yeah.
world smart. They've never spent a moment out in the environment.
People that have done TAFE courses and have university degrees on their walls and believe they know better than the natural environment. Is when we can literally just...
They don't even talk to the Aboriginals in the community, the people that literally live in the environment.
Yeah, people that have lived off the environment for 60,000 years, 45,000 years, whatever the new number is they've
and
lived...
They don't listen to them. What?
Yeah.
As if, what would they know? They have a paper. They don't have a paper degree that I
Yeah,
have.
they don't have a college degree or a university education, so they know nothing. I mean, they were literally dependent on the survival of the environment perfectly. They wouldn't live without being able to feed themselves. They wouldn't have survived to this point if they didn't know what they were talking about.
Hey, if I wait 6 months and come back then, I'll have an abundance of food if I just leave this be. You know, these are people that look at the patterns in the world that they live, not look at the patterns on the pieces of paper they read.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't listen to the people that live it. They listen to the pieces of paper that someone else studied and another study and another study. And those studies are based on other people from the city that never actually looked at it. They come out and do a 6-week study and they think they know it all. And then they pass on that information to the next person that's studying. And then they do their little study that goes for fucking 6 weeks or maybe 2 months.
Yeah. So I was working with a group at the time as a conservation group, as a governmentally funded conservation group. So we were tasked with fixing water ecology and local environmental systems around a small creek. And there's these things called cattail rushes, which is this on screen. You can
reeds with puffy ball things on the tip.
Yeah, you can eat these.
Seed pods.
Yeah, this is what it looks like when it goes to seed. This is what it... Oh yeah, you can eat them.
Well, anyway, continue.
Yeah, don't tell a college educated or a university educated person that. They won't believe you. But the Aborigines have been eating them for very, very fucking long time. This is what it looks like when it goes to seed. This is it normally.
And they usually survive in shallow, stagnant water. They're great filters. They filter the water and clean it up.
They're amazing for the ecology. They're a necessary part of the Australian ecological system. As we had...
and they stop a lot of evaporation as well because they cover entire water bodies. So you could walk across a cattail rush mat that's been there for 10, 15 years and it'd feel like wobbly ground. It's that thick. It's kind of like peat moss or, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it'll slightly sink into the water, but you won't go through it. It's that dense. They're just...
Yeah.
They're amazing. It's something that is necessary for our local ecology, but for some reason, working in this creek, the guy that was running the surveys at the time just was a fucking idiot. It just plainly, he was a moron.
Well, I've worked conservation as well, and I can tell you it's a common thing.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
It wasn't just him. He's a fucking idiot. It's a common thing amongst the people.
For the years that I worked in it, it was a glaring fact that everyone in charge was a moron. None of them looked at the environment. None of them learnt from the environment. They learnt from books. They learnt from TAFE courses and university courses because scientists know better than nature does.
Or the people living amongst nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same as the book learners telling farmers how to farm. And that's why we've got farmlands that are failing and turning into dust bowls, like they did in America, the Great Dust Bowl thing, because the government decided to tell them how to do things.
Who was that fella from Regreening the Hunter? I can't remember his name. I always forget it.
Peter Andrews, I think.
Peter Andrews.
By the way, people, if you're listening, this is definitely something that me and him are 100% invested in and interested in. We want the environment to be a far wetter environment in Australia because
Oh
we
yes,
need
yeah,
the water.
yeah.
Water is king here in Australia. It's the one resource that without it, we all die and nature dies with it.
Peter
When nature
Andrews.
dies, then we all die.
Peter Andrews is a dirty word in conservation purely because he has an unorthodox approach. He's not a learned man to say. He
Yeah, he's
never.
a farmer.
Yeah, he never got a college degree, a university degree. He doesn't have diplomas behind his name. And he had the brilliant idea of how do you fix a pastoral land that is completely degraded and drought stricken. Well,
Yeah,
all you
so
have to
he
do.
owned. He hold on. I'll give you a bit more background
Oh,
story
okay,
here.
yeah.
Yeah. So he owned a piece of farmland in the Hunter Valley, and the common idea of water management in Australia comes from the European idea, which is get the water off the land as quick as possible. So he decided to get in a helicopter, fly over his piece of land, and he saw on this piece of land that there was like veins of soil, like they might be 10 meters wide that go across the soil. And some of these veins were greener than others. And he realized that this soil allows water to permeate through it. And that's why I had some green patches and other patches were yellow. So his idea was to slow water down. I'll let you continue from there.
Yeah, he's a dirty word in a dirty name in conservation purely because he had the unorthodox approach of letting water sit on the land instead of letting it run away. So a lot of our land, once it gets dry, it becomes hydrophobic, which happens everywhere in the world. Is if something
But
goes.
we're a drought-stricken country, and
Yeah,
we go through periods of
large
like seven
periods,
years
very
drought,
long
7 to
periods of
10 years.
drought. Yeah.
We're going through a wet period at the moment because since 2019 to 2026, we've been getting hot, humid summers with regular rain, and during winter we get regular rain. So we've been all our aquifers are filled up. All our dams have refilled to capacity. We're doing good now, but in the next 5, maybe 6 years, we're going to go through another drought period, and we're not prepared for that.
Yeah. So
Anyway,
this image here is the land before and after his natural land rejuvenation scheme. As he had the brilliant idea of letting water sit on the land to refill the local aquifers and let it permeate through the dirt, through the soil. So all you need to do is create a means of check dams, swales, and something to slow the water down. So instead of a river running at 5 kilometers an hour, you slow it down to 2 kilometers an hour. So the water's still running out, but it has time to permeate through the soil.
it's trickle water. You only want trickles of water going to the next farm, and if the next farm is slowing down water, then they're going to trickle off to the next farm. And what you create is a chain reaction of one green farm after another that have slowed water down. And when they go through a drought period, well, yeah, this pond might shrink a lot, but there's still water going into the ground system. So the grasslands still stay green. And the frogs and the birds and all that kind of stuff still have nesting areas and all that kind of stuff to, to, to rejuvenate, to recolonize when it gets wet again. Anyway, continue.
The common theory is to remove things at the side of dams. So all these cattail rushes, which is this plant here, is we remove them because, well, they absorb all the water. The problem is once you remove them, now there's more UV on the water surface itself, more evaporation happens, and you
And more
lose the
water
water.
flow.
Yeah, that
No, you
faster.
get more water flow.
Yeah, faster water flow, higher evaporation rates. So if we replant all the cattail rushes, we dig out the center of our creek beds to make them a little bit deeper, we check dam things to slow it all down, and you don't need to do massive industrial projects to do this. It's as simple as creating rock rings or what is called a swale. I'll show swales. A swale is a simple. Oh Jesus Christ!
Earthworks.
Yeah,
channels water, slows water down.
It's what
Like a
has
dam, but allows movement of water.
This is a swale. It is a simple depression in the earth that allows water to sit there as a puddle. Now, it seems ridiculously dumb, but this is the thing that has created the Great Green Wall in Africa, which is now reclaiming the desert.
The Sahara Desert.
Yeah, it is actively reclaiming
the Sahel region.
Yeah. It has created local aquifers, raised the water table so that area has become new area has become arable. People can farm on it and graze crops on it. It's not overgrazing.
Stabilized the entire region.
And all it is as simple as digging a small half moon depression and then mounding the dirt up. Or you can go simpler than that and just move rocks to a simple half moon shape, which ends up turning a barren, desolate little creek bed into a beautiful natural pond area full of life and vibrance.
And the reason why you dig it deeper is so the cattail rushes can't take the deep section, which helps the water aerate and allows other kinds of plants to take over, to like lily pads or stuff like that. If you allow the cattail rushes to take completely over, then you've basically got a stagnant swamp, and
it turns into swampland.
Yeah, it doesn't help. But you've got a balance between ecosystems. So the cattail rushes are one ecosystem. Then you've got an open body of water, which is a different kind of ecosystem, which dragonflies and all the flying insects like to mate and do their thing in. Then you've got a semi area, which the cattail rushes find it too deep, but lily pads take over. So you've got places where frogs can stay. So you've created diversity of environment with just three things: a shallow, a deep, and a medium shallow.
And this costs
you've
nothing.
The biodiversity. Yeah.
It literally costs nothing but the labor you're willing to put in. And this isn't a common consideration for conservation. This is ignored in academic decree and anything like that. The academics for conservation is replant everything. Just go in there, dig some holes, put some plants in it, and then leave.
And hope for the best. Yeah, and then the government releases full drives over the beach that you've just replanted, or they say, oh, this isn't working, just plant more plant more plants, and the plants that you're replanting aren't growing because there's no fucking water. We literally have the ability to shape the earth, and we're not doing that properly. We have this whole European concept of just get the water off land. That might work in England because they get a lot of fucking rain. We don't get that, so we have to slow the water down to let it seep into the soil and put good bacteria back in the soil. Stop the soil from getting hydrophobic. Hydrophobia is literally the biggest problem with dirt, and that happens from the death of the good bacteria in the soil. When the good bacteria die, they release enzymes which make it hydrophobic. But if you still have rich soil that's still moist, there's good bacteria still growing in there. If you were to tip a cup of water on there, it would just suck the water up, and you wouldn't even see a puddle.
Yeah,
but
as
harsh dry, you tip a cup of water on it, and it'll bead like you'll get dust beading over the water, and it'll literally create water beads all the way down, and it'll end up in the creek, which is also hydrophobic, and then dry up because of fucking evaporation. You've already completely destroyed the environment. It's all about slowing water down.
Yeah, to the point where in our natural environment, naturally looks quite like this, and all that.
Send me that photo.
Oh well, it's all like the typical mud flat, cracked dirt and all that. It's
Oh
very
yeah, and then you've also got washes that have been
yeah
eroded, like have erosion, and that's because we've taken all the water away, so the trees and stuff that normally grow along the shoreline, the edge of the creek, are no longer there. They're not viable. They die off. So we chop them down, and now we've got washers that are washing away soil, and people are like, "Why is the soil washing away?"
yeah
Well,
to
because
the
we've
point
trusted
where
nature too much.
anytime we get a large rainstorm, it literally scours the surface clear. We
And
get
that brings in
massive
another point.
mud
All right.
storms. We get was it what do you call them?
Downstream from these places where the ecology has been so fucked up, we get massive floods. It's counterintuitive,
Yeah.
right? There might be more water in that green space, but because there's more water in that green space and it's slowed down, it has time to absorb into the soil, right? But because we've taken all the green out of the area and the soil is now hydrophobic, all that rainwater just floods down into these washes, erodes the washes, then goes down to the next area, which is now flooding, which now goes to the next area, which is now flooding, because it's all so hydrophobic and none of the soil is absorbing it anymore.
Yeah, it scours the top clean, and now you've got a tsunami of mud running downstream, collecting more shit every time. And the more it collects, the more it scours, and it wipes out entire like layers of topsoil. Our entire ecology is dependent on 6 inches to 8 inches worth of topsoil. Everything
Right.
is. All our food, like all our crops, are 6 to 8 inches of topsoil. If that
Yeah, below
disappears,
that,
we
all the
starve.
bacteria is dead. Yeah, below the 6 to 8 inches, it's all the bacteria is dead. It's literally sterile soil. There's nothing there but fossils and hopes and dreams. You might find some clay from previous floods and that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's that 6 to 8 inches is the bioactive layer for growth for plants, and you need that bioactive layer. By taking that greenness away and the water away, you've destroyed that bioactive layer anyway. So you need to balance water with you need to balance it.
Anyone that has ever grown tomatoes and experienced a rainstorm knows exactly what we're talking about. Tomatoes are an amazing fruit. Like, they truly are. Tomatoes are great. Beautiful things. Fucking hell. Holy shit.
Bless you.
Yeah, that was fucking harsh. Tomatoes are a very good indicator of weather and how much water is in the local environment.
Yeah, they like to wilt real quick. I know that.
Not just that.
A lot of herbaceous plants like
Oh yeah,
to wilt real quick.
tomatoes are amazing because they absorb water so fast. So your nice, clean, fresh tomatoes, like this type, they're nice.
I'm sorry. I'm going to send you it's a bit of a segue, but you can go back to this discussion.
Yeah.
This is the advertisement for Queensland Police. It's fucking awesome, right?
Yeah.
Ah, I'm gonna get you, cunt.
Fucking hell! Holy shit! Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best advertisement.
It really is. It really is. Tomatoes are amazing as an indicator of water tables. Tomatoes grow beautiful, clean flesh, smooth and perfect when they have perfect water. When they're dry, they wilt real fast, like this. when you get waterlogged tomatoes, this happens. This split down the side.
Oh yeah, it bursts. Yeah.
Yeah, is tomatoes absorb water so fast that in rainstorms, if you have a harvest of tomatoes that are getting near ripe and a rainstorm is predicted, you have to harvest those tomatoes early.
Yeah.
You have to.
Otherwise, they don't get a blemish. They literally split themselves.
Yeah.
To death.
Yeah, they will absorb so much water and push it into the fruit itself, they will literally rend themselves open. This has happened with my own tomatoes many times, and it drastically changes the flavour of the tomatoes. They can even rot like this. It's all about water. Tomatoes are an amazing indicator for water tables, and this isn't taught as a part of ecology or conservationism. It's ignored, which is stupid. This one fruit is a massive indicator of what's wrong with our conservation system and our ecology.
Don't bother looking at that image yet. That's.
Oh, I just did. Oh well.
Yeah. No, continue. We're doing the green thing now.
Oh well, that's everything you need to know about.
Yeah, but you still got. Yeah, but finish your story about the fucking.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. So.
You haven't finished that.
Yeah. So, fella comes in, and the entire idea is we need to fix a local creek. And the guy running the thing, my boss at the time, his amazing plan was to remove all the cattail rushes. And it's you can't. So what our plan should have been was to thin them out so that they could regrow. It would free up some space, allow for competition in the local area. That wasn't good enough. He knew best. He was university educated. He had a degree. He was a doctorate in conservation. And me, the little pleb, goes, we should just clear some of them, thin them out a bit, open it up for competition, and we'll be done with this. No, he decides that our plan of attack for this creek was to completely clear all the cattail rushes, thus turning it from this beautiful, lush environment with nice standing pools of water and slow babbling brooks of a creek into a scoured desert wasteland. It killed all the ecology there. The point is, I stopped being a conservationist after that. There was nothing I could do. I could sit around and get a paycheck for doing nothing but destroying the ecosystem. Or I could actually care about our ecosystem and ignore everything I've been taught and look at the environment.
Yeah, so you started caring about the system around your local house, like around your house.
Yeah,
and started.
My
that story.
Yeah, my local region, there is. I basically live in what is essentially a brackish swamp, and it has
it's
massive
a river
monoculture.
So the ocean flows back into the river estuary because there's not enough outward flow from fresh water.
Yeah, it's extremely salty. It's extremely brackish. It's highly polluted, and it is a solid monoculture. When I got the house here, I started working the local environment. I was planting out cattail rushes, canna lilies, reducing the local monocrop of she oaks. I love she oaks. It's beautiful wood, but the trees, the plants themselves, poison everything around them, and without competition they will take over and they will destroy ecosystems. Monocultures are the worst possible thing in environments. Nothing grows in monocultures. Absolutely nothing.
And that's because we enforce it as humanity.
Yeah.
We don't want any competition for our food stocks or, but it's not just our food stocks that become monocultures. So
No,
at the back of my place, there's a floodplain there. Now that used to be cow paddocks, but before that, it would have been full of gum trees, she oaks, bushes of all
it would have
different
been beautiful.
variances. Yeah, it would have been a rich environment. And then once the cattle stopped grazing on it, which to be honest was a bad choice because the cattle grazing on it was actually a really nice
Competition
environment.
for the trees.
Well, not only that, there was a different kind of ecology there. There was birds and insects that were used to open grasslands. And because it's a floodplain, it got regular water, so it stayed green regularly. And there was a lot of swamp and a lot of plus the cows. The cows would regularly go into the ponds and the creeks and stuff like that, and rip up the cattail rushes and create pathways through it, or that they would keep the system dynamic. But now that the cows are gone, and there was only she oaks, or there was she oaks and other plants, but she oaks because they're so prolific, they just grow non-stop. The whole back paddock out there is literally just all she oaks, and she oaks drop nettles that poison the ground. They're highly acidic, and most other plants don't like acidic soil. Anyway, continue with your story.
Yeah, so I was completely planting out everything in my local environment to completely shift it from a brackish, salty wasteland into what would be a nice, gorgeous little area, all done with native plants, right up until the point where someone reported me to the council, and they come out and started threatening fines. I stopped planting everything out. That was me done. Threat of court and fines is a good incentive not to do anything anymore, especially in our country. And then they come in and remove everything I've done. And now the bank has moved a good 2 meters, 2.5 meters, just undercut everything. We've got trees falling into the water, making it even more toxic. The monoculture of she oaks has increased to the point where there is no competition. The fruit trees and the flowering plants that were planted out here are completely beaten out, and everything has been sterilized. Nothing grows there except grass and she oaks. And nothing grows under the she oaks. The pine needles they drop.
Or she oaks.
Yeah, the underneath the she oaks, nothing grows there. The pine needles create a carpet and destroy ecosystems. And because there's no competition next to them, they just keep proliferating, beating out more of the grasslands that are now there and every other plant around them. They're just slowly sterilizing the environment. And if I do anything, it's now illegal. I get fined or I get sent to jail for it, which is amazing.
Yeah, for caring about your own local area. Right.
Yeah.
That's our system.
Yeah,
bureaucracy, they know best.
That's our country. Yeah. The guy in the university that has never stepped foot out of a fucking classroom or a lecture hall knows more than the person that has spent their entire life in the bush.
Yeah, and he drives past your really nice park area that you used to maintain, and you planted some flowers and made ecology really good. And he goes, I can fix that.
Yeah, it wasn't a grassland before I got here. It just wasn't.
What was it?
It was just she oaks, just nothing but she oaks there, and then I come along.
So they complain about you cutting down some trees.
Yeah, I come along and absolutely butcher the she oaks, replant it out with different things. Oh, well, there's natural competition with fast-growing mulberry trees. Oh, mulberries aren't a native. Yeah, I don't give a shit. It's a fast-growing plant that gives good competition to the she oaks. Oh, the cedar trees.
It's not one of those. It's not one of those kinds of plants that would take over an area because there's
no. It just can't. Just because of the area that we're in, it can't take over. It's barely holding on as is.
Yeah.
Yes,
and not only that, like your area used to have cabbage palms and eucalypts and all
Dude.
these other forms of competition.
The amount of money I spent on fucking cedars, like Australian red cedars, to plan out this
Oh,
area.
swamp cedar, what are they called? Swamp mahogany.
Oh, no, no,
Well, that would
no.
probably go well.
I did Tasmanian mountain ash and Australian red cedar.
That probably wouldn't have gone too far.
No, it's actually the only one that's left.
Oh.
Purely because it established so fast.
Oh, I suppose it's got enough water to make it grow. But once it starts getting tall, it won't go that much taller. It won't grow as tall as like the mountain ash in the mountains because it needs the
It needs cold.
what's it called? It doesn't just need cold; it needs humidity at higher levels. So, because its trunk is so big, the transportation of water from its roots to its upper levels is extremely difficult. So it has larger spherules in its leaves to absorb the moisture from the clouds, like the fog that's up in its treetops, to keep the upper layers still what is it called? Moisturized. Like it can't transport enough water up high enough to 119 meters.
Oh yes, it'll never get to that height purely because
Of its location.
Yeah, it's got to deal with all the salt in the area. It established very fast and grew very quickly, but it only got to a certain height. It's about 30 odd meters tall, and that's all it'll ever get to, purely because of
150 years or something. It'll turn into something like that, like it's being tortured by the salt in the environment that it's in.
Oh, here, I'll show you. This is what a mountain ash is meant to look like.
Yeah, monsters. Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll never,
they're
ever get that
huge
far.
things, and it'll never get past like this kind of point, purely because of the habitat that it is in. It just won't grow any more than that. The salt is reducing it to a certain point. The competition from she oaks is too much. It just can't breach it. And even if it does somehow manage to get to this kind of point, the bank will be 10 meters well beyond it and it'll be in the water.
Yeah.
It's not going to survive there purely because they've destroyed every chance and every opportunity that I gave that creek, that river.
Yeah. So you would have been reclaiming water, reclaiming land with what you were doing, instead of letting the fucking she oaks take over.
Well, the entire plan I had was planting out my side of the bank, and once that was established, I'd move over the other side of the bank and plant that out to stabilize both sides of the bank at the river, and then I would work that little island, Ash Island. I would literally work my way from my side of the bank through Ash Island, completely replanting that out, completely fixing
don't
all the
name
population.
places that specific, bruh.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care. If someone turns up, I'll kill them.
Yeah, don't say that either. You didn't hear nothing.
I literally have a spear standing right there. So, like...
Well, don't say that either, for fuck's sake, dude. Stop drinking or whatever you're doing to say stupid shit like that. Remember? New laws.
Well, it's not illegal yet. That isn't, at least.
Yeah, but with what we're talked about and the stuff with the new laws, they can literally frame it as, oh, we've just captured another neo-Nazi because he talked about immigration, blah blah blah.
Oh yeah, true. I have like
yeah.
like 50 Pepe memes on my computer. I'm definitely a Nazi.
Yeah. So like, just careful, bro.
All right, you talk. I need to take a piss.
Yeah, go for it. So I'm gonna shift zeitgeist. We'll shift the story a little bit. They're not going to be able to see this at all, but it turns out the UK is doing some crazy shit right now. So the MOJ, I don't know what that actually stands for. I can figure that out for you guys if you're still listening or if you are listening to this. MOJ UK. Come on. The Ministry of Justice. God, doesn't that sound Orwellian? All right, so the Ministry of Justice orders deletion of UK's largest court reporting archive. So they're literally deleting court documents to hide things that have happened. And this is in reference to the grooming gangs. So it seems that the government feels like they fucked up really, really, really bad. And if you were here earlier in the stream listening to us talk about the UK, then yeah, this is crazy. So, Court Desk, which supports the media in monitoring records, is an important tool for journalists and move to raise concerns over open justice. The Ministry of Justice is ordering the deletion of a large archive of court records, raising open justice concerns. Court Desk, a data analyst company that supports media and campaigners in monitoring court records, has been ordered by the government to delete its archive. That means the government's trying to cover up its tracks of, nah, we shouldn't care about the grooming gangs and the 1,000-odd girls, young girls, raped and tortured in Rotherham. And also, I got to specify, Rotherham wasn't the only area that was hit by these rape gangs. There was multiple areas. So let me try and track that down. See if I can get the locations. So the Rotherham was the biggest one, which was something like over 1,000 or more over. Okay, Rotherham, Rochdale, Telford, Oxford, Oldham, Oldham, and Derby. These were these weren't the lone offenders; they were the networks. So the victims were overwhelmingly underage girls, particularly of the white persuasion. They were groomed, trafficked, raped, tortured, and then passed around. Abuse went on for years and decades before action was taken. In Rotherham alone, around 1,400 white girls were abused between 1997 and 2013. All right, and that's just Rotherham. So if we were to take Rochdale, Telford, Oxford, Oldham, and Derby into account, it'd be something like 10,000 girls, maybe more. Like it's so pervasive that it wouldn't be possible to track it all. Now, if you look at the photos of the perpetrators of these particular people that did those, they are not of UK descent. They're not your British, they're not your English, they're not your Irish, they're not your Scottish, they're not your Welsh. They were people that had been immigrated to the UK in the last, 30 years, I'd say. They're all people that have been, hey, welcomed into our country. And then they literally took advantage of the young girls walking around. Like, this is the system that they're living right now. And the courts are being being demanded to delete those files. If that's not raising bells for you guys, if you're listening, like, you guys should be screaming, you should be rioting to make sure that kind of information gets out to the public, because they can't be allowed to hide their faults. They need to be held to account. The Department of Justice, the Ministry of Justice, the police, the politicians that told the police to ignore it, they need to face justice. And if you're in the UK, start saying stuff. Fucking let people know, because this isn't right.
Yeah, well,
It'd be like
it's too late. I've
hiding
already
the
saved all
Epstein
the
files.
images.
It'd be like hiding the Epstein files.
That reminds me, where's old mate Bacon fella?
Crispy bacon.
No, not crispy bacon. The fella that wore bacon on the BBC interview. I remember.
Oh, him, yeah. Okay.
He just did a thing with Epstein files and or Epstein and Muhammad. I'm pretty sure I put it in the group chat. Don't want old mate's name. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I did. Here it is. I'll send it through to you just in case.
Oh, I've seen it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Didn't he get done?
Yeah, he did.
I'm a Muslim.
Oh, yeah. I just watched that earlier.
Trying to teach you about your wee prophet Muhammad, who drinks camel piss. You're just Muslim.
I'm a Muslim.
Are you Sunni, not Shia?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you support Iranians?
No, not really.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Police upon him. Love it to meet you. Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
A bacon Islamic. The real joke is that Epstein files exist around the world. We just call it Sharia law. And the Hadith and the Quran is known as Sahih al-Epstein. Marrying a 6-year-old would just be a normal Tuesday. Also,
yeah, married her at 6, consummated the marriage at 9. He was a gentleman. He waited 3 years.
So, you'd be worshipping a pedophile 5 times
Saying
a day.
that, the thing
with your
about
wee
Muhammad
arses up in the air.
and Muslims is they see Muhammad as the perfect Muslim. So their goal is to try and emulate him.
Yeah.
And if you know the history of Muhammad, he was a pedophile and he was a warlord, and he subverted the. So when he didn't have the power, he subverted the people to take power, and once he took power, he killed those that disagreed with him. And when he had power, he didn't need to subvert anymore. He just killed them if they didn't convert.
Yeah, very Machiavellian.
But not in the good sense. Like he was very fear based. Like he ruled through fear.
Oh yeah,
So
well,
he was literally a warlord.
Niccolo Machiavelli literally advocated for the same thing. In The Prince, he basically told the Borgias to kill all your political opponents to maintain control.
Well, that's new information for us.
What is?
One Korean man versus 1 billion jihadis. I think I would have
semi-auto rifles for foreseeable future. Good.
Also, leave the gun.
Yeah, but we wouldn't have had to have reached that point
if we hadn't imported third world conflicts. Yeah.
Yeah, the problems. Like, yeah, third world conflicts being here on our soil. Like, we shouldn't even be protesting Palestine or Israel. We shouldn't be protesting half the shit we have here, but because we have people that have cultural heritage or affiliation to those things, now we have to care about them. Like,
no,
look,
I don't.
I don't want to get involved in your blood libel. You guys have been killing each other for fucking generations. I don't want to be involved in that. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
Australia first.
It means nothing to me.
Yeah, and it's not that I don't it's not that I hate you. It's that I just don't care.
Yeah.
Respect, indifference, disrespect. I don't disrespect you. I just have indifference for you.
I got too much to worry about in my own country to give a shit about what's happening in your country.
Yeah, if things were good here, then I would give a shit. But things aren't good. It's just a distraction from the things like we need to fix here.
Look, if you want to fight your holy war, your religious war, that's fine. Go do that in your country.
Yeah, there's a place called the Middle East for that. They do that all the time. Go there and do it.
Yeah. You wanna fight your war? That's fine. Just go back over to your country and kill each other with sticks and rocks. I don't want it in my country. It has no place here. I just don't care. I have my own shit to deal with.
Yeah, yeah. Like, look, while you guys are dying, like literally killing each other over there, we're getting close to not being able to afford a roof over our heads and food in our bellies.
Yeah, and you bitching and whinging in my country does nothing for the country over there. It just doesn't.
Yeah. Where else are we gonna go with this? Talked about the green thing. We've talked about green energy, how it's a fucking
Yeah,
scam.
so I'm gonna have to cut this video, this live stream up into like
Yeah, I'm
segments.
having fun with that. I was thinking about that earlier.
Yeah,
How you're gonna have to mash things together.
dude, I'm gonna have to cut the shit out of this. So I'm gonna be spending like 2-3 hours editing this motherfucker. Next time we do one of these, we're gonna have one topic and we're gonna stick to that topic, and we'll do it like an hour segment or a 40-minute segment or something on that one thing, and then I'll
You don't need to edit it, and then
chop.
we'll bring up another thing.
Oh well, no, yeah, we'll do it in segments. It's like, oh, we're talking about this, and then cut, and I can timestamp it so that I can immediately go download the VOD and then cut it into that segment, and that segment, and then just upload them individually as 3 different things instead of having to search through a whole fucking nearly 6-hour VOD. We're
really,
all
really
over the
all
fucking place. Yeah.
Hey, do we get any viewers this entire time?
We currently have one.
Oh, hi. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Hey, asking, do you have any questions? Is there anything you'd like to know? So we talked about green energy, Australia's economics crisis, a bit of medieval warfare, history about slavery.
Yeah, modern warfare, slavery.
Modern warfare, slavery.
Touched on the Epstein stuff.
Yeah, some of the Epstein stuff. I haven't delved too deep into that actually.
Yeah, don't.
I've
For your sanity, don't. It's like I've been QAnoning it and like 4chaning it for a while with the adrenochrome and the Pizzagate shit, like way back when, and I thought I knew what was going on. No.
Well, I know a lot of that stuff. Like listening to fucking Bieber, listening to a lot of the people that were actually in the industry speaking out against it, like Mel Gibson. You know, like just piecing bits and pieces together. Like I know the depravity of humanity. Like I can only assume that it's as bad as that. Like history is full of terrible things like that.
Oh, dude, it is so much worse.
It's not the things that they've done. It's the lack of people giving a shit of how bad it is.
Yeah.
Like people not paying attention to the horrors that are happening in society is what really fucks me up. Like they would rather believe a beautiful lie than a harsh,
uncomfortable truth. Yeah. People don't want to know. They don't care to know. And as much as it disturbs me and turns my fucking stomach, I need to know. And it's a problem I have. I know this because every time I look into more of those emails and start going through it, oh, dude, I get so fucking angry. And it's sickening, some of the shit.
Oh, you know what we didn't delve into? The fucking the robbery that happened in Italy.
Oh yes, all right, yeah. Well, we can do Italy robbery. Nice little thing for the birthday segment as well.
Oh yeah, is it still your birthday? No, it's
no, it's the 11th now, but it happened on my birthday, the 9th, because they're a day behind us.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so it technically happened on the 10th for us, but yeah. Where is it? It's not coming up on... Alright. Go back through...
Yeah, you might have to go through the chat to find it.
Yeah, it's... hang on, it's in the group chat.
Yeah, I know that they stole 2.3 million. They made themselves look like cops, and they have
This is crazy. Look at this now.
pretty good weapons by the looks of it. I think one of them was an AK.
Yeah, well, they're Soviet bloc era weapons.
Oh, are they? Yeah, maybe from Albania then. They're probably Albanian is my guess.
Yeah. But yeah, that explosion was 100% a demolition type explosion, like a pushing type.
Something you use in the mines to break up the ground, or
yeah, like Anfo or Semtex. It looks like in the footage. I wish it was. Hang on, I'll see if I can find it on X because I can, or Twitter, whatever the fuck they want to call it now.
Yeah, instead of being C4 and exploding in one,
it's not
a bit slower.
Yeah, it's not a fast explosive that shears things. It's a slow explosive that pushes things. You can tell by how it beer cans and peels the roof of the car.
Yeah, instead of exploding and setting shrapnel everywhere.
There it is. See, that's probably going to be... this quality shit. Yeah, it's... See, it looks like looking at the footage, there's a dude behind the white Kia. It looks like he runs back over.
Yeah, it looks like he gets back into the firing line of the explosive. I saw that, and I was like, is that kind of live?
Oh, no, there's something that blows up and literally just ejects itself to, like, the top right of the screen, and I'm kind of hoping that it's him. I very much doubt it is.
I doubt it, because they would have reported that. It would have said one dead or one severely injured, but they didn't say that. So
yeah, there was nothing like that.
Away, and it's an open area, so there wasn't really a shock wave.
No, that's exactly it. Yeah, it
probably has like a 10 meter sort of oomph radius.
Yeah, if he was close enough, it would have blown him back, like, behind the vehicle, so pushed him away from it, if anything, which is a shame because, look, I'm all for fucking over the government at every turn, but I mean, hitting a cash in transport vehicle,
yeah, I feel sorry for the dudes in the car that have to do that shit. Like, yeah, I'll risk my life while I'm earning minimum wage. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. You know, like, they make money, but they don't make enough money to literally risk their lives against people that are loaded with fucking weapons of war.
Dude, people on Twitter are calling it an anti-Israel protest at the Olympics lead to the first false flag by Israel, quote-unquote, tourists. Israeli Mossad agents are shooting up civilians on the highway, staging this as a quote-unquote robbery of a money truck.
What?
Yeah,
God damn.
The literal... I'll send you the link for it, but the literal...
Okay, the noticing has gone too far. The noticing has gone too far. For anyone that's part of the noticing, they've gone too far. This is not that.
Yeah. As I very much doubt this is an Israeli false flag. That just seems fucking dumb. Alright, news article. Around 10 a.m. on February 9th, up to 10 heavily armed men blocked the SS613 superhighway near Tutorano Puglia by setting vehicles ablaze and posing as police with fake lights. They tried to blow open two security vans with explosives, but fled after a fierce shootout with the Carabinieri, who chased them down and arrested Giuseppe Lanilli, 38, and Giuseppe Russo, 62, both from Foggia. No money was stolen. One officer suffered light wounds, and authorities linked the gang to organized crime amid a wave of similar attacks. Interior Minister Matteo Piantidosi, Jesus, Italian words are hard, praised the officers' bravery as special units hunt the remaining
You know what your
suspects.
problem is? You know what your problem is? You're not speaking with your hands.
Oh,
Yeah. You gotta do the finger movement.
Piantodosse. There we go.
See, you got it.
Yeah.
You got it. You have to talk with your hands with Italian.
That's racism right there.
No, they talk with their hands too. All right. Look, they'll tell you to your face that you have to use your hands to talk. It's how Italian works.
Yeah, so there seems to be like a lot of people of was it $2.3 million?
Yes, that's the common cash amount, 2.3.
Oh well, I've heard reports of 2.3. I've just read that report of like no money was stolen. Like with the blast, it stands to reason that they've destroyed a lot of the cash in there. Like a good amount of it would be destroyed and marked.
Yeah, well they'd only have it in like canvas bags with like zip ties on it with like.
But I can see him in this footage. You can see him up the back, right here. You can see him moving between the van and a car, like open door, moving back and forth. Yeah, so they've most definitely stolen something. So there is money gone for sure.
Now the left are complaining about the police.
Left is going.
Oh, there he is. There's the police commissioner, the acting police commissioner. He's not the police commissioner, acting police commissioner anymore. Yeah, DW News. There you go. You get to hear a lefty talk about it too. What they're fighting for.
All right, let's hear it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make your editing as hard.
Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, see, this was a good birthday gift to me.
No. Oh, the protest, yeah.
No, them getting arrested and dragged off.
Oh yeah. Well, this is the first time they've ever like, get the fuck out of here. We don't want you praying here. Normally they'd be like, oh, there's cultural sensitivity. Oh, can't do that.
I understand that there's a lot of sorrow and grief happening because of what happened in Bondi. Religious leaders, sure, get some rabbis out here, something like that. But
get some rabbis out here. If there were rabbis out there, you'd be attacking them. I don't support Israel, but you would literally be attacking them. The Palestinian flag on your fucking hat, the Black Lives Matter bullshit, the fucking keffiyeh, everything. The fucking Palestinian flag. I'm sure this bitch has a watermelon in her bio and a fist of like, we need to empower the minorities and white guilt is the problem. You're the problem. You're the radical here.
Yeah.
You would most definitely be spitting on them, attacking them, throwing shit at them. Yeah, they're not coming out purely because you're insane.
Separate. It's a nation, but it's not a representation of the religion. And he is.
Yeah, I'm trying to find other things related to that, so I don't have to make you chop and change every fucking.
Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, fuck you so much. Yeah, no, they are right with him being basically a war criminal. They are right with him on certain things. I won't support these people.
That's according to the UN Tribunal of War Crimes and blah blah blah. But in saying that, who the fuck runs that tribunal? Oh, China, Iran, or basically the worst of the worst of the
Yeah,
countries in the world.
when we have China that literally bought their way onto the the UN Human Rights Council,
Yeah,
and
what are they
dictates to
doing?
us.
Hold on. What are they doing?
Yeah,
They
in the middle of the
genociding the Uyghurs,
Uyghur
including organ
genocide.
harvesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, organ harvesting them.
Yeah, in the middle of the fucking Uyghur genocide and the re-education camps and the slave labor and everything, and the fucking China sits on the UN Council for Human Rights Atrocities and judges everyone else. You got Iran that has bought their role in the UN Human Rights Council. Meanwhile, they're persecuting every woman in their country, persecuting men, persecuting everyone that wants freedom. Just go fuck yourself. I don't respect the UN purely because they're a bought and paid for institution. I don't respect the French because the French don't respect themselves. I don't respect the UN because everyone on that council is bought. They bought their way in there and sit there and silently judge me for being a human being. Go fuck yourselves.
Alright, there's another one there, but I'm going to say this, but we don't...
Oh, I'm still going through the other one, so...
Oh, okay. Well, let me know when you're done, because...
Yeah, I'm watching a couple of lefty dickheads get arrested.
It's interesting what I just found.
Yeah, see, this bit here was in Sydney. I watched the actual footage of it. I've been talking with a couple of morons. It's like, oh, but they were blocking the road. It's like, yeah, the road is meant for cars and trams and light rail. They told you peacefully disperse, walk on the footpath, and leave. Oh, but the police are blockading us all in. No, that they blocked the road to stop you from marching in your illegal gathering. This wasn't sanctioned. None of this was a sanctioned protest. In Australia, you have to log permits or lodge permits with the government to do a protest. Now, you can protest fine on the side of the road, in a park or anything like that. You don't need to lodge permits for that. Certain amount of people in a gathering, yes, the police would like to be notified for crowd control and things like that. But if you are going for a march through the street, you must lodge it with the police, the local councils,
and
governments, and
if you're
everything.
to protest a particular thing that's been sanctioned by the government,
Yeah.
you have to lodge
Oh,
a protest.
the whole we're marching across Sydney Harbour Bridge. You must lodge that with the government to let them know ahead of schedule that they must close down the bridge so no one gets run over. That's the point of lodging it with the government and councils. It's not to sanction your protest. You can have a protest in a park. That's completely fine. You can just turn up one day, have your speeches, and then leave afterwards. But you want a spectacle. You want the PR. You want the media attention. So you do it by marching on roads. March for Australia's done the same. And they've done it legally by lodging everything with the government.
Said you can't do that with just like, okay, no worries.
Yeah, they've immediately gone, okay, no protest then. The protest hasn't been sanctioned.
No protest. They just said we'd gather in a park, and that's it.
Yeah,
and they said, okay, no worries. You're not causing social issues. You're not.
Yeah, you're not going to impede traffic. You're not going to block footpaths. You're not going to cause a ruckus.
Yeah, so they can send about 10, 15 coppers there, and if shit hits the fan, we'll have enough local cops to come in
to deal with it. Yeah,
we don't need to do traffic control. We don't need to make sure.
Yeah, we don't need to block off roads. We don't need to create detours or rerouting for traffic. Yeah, that's the point of logging a protest or lodging a protest with the government. Is traffic must continue. Logistics. We need to keep our country running. Logistics is everything. This is something these leftists don't understand. It really shits me. The police commissioner in New South Wales is like, oh yeah, your protest has not been sanctioned. Please leave the road. Please get up on the footpath. And they're all, no, we want to march. It's, well, you can't march. things need to happen.
Yeah.
You've done this last second. You've given us no warning, no heads up. We can't redirect anything. Now we've had to scramble to get enough police and enough officers here to maintain order so that none of you get hurt, none of you riot and smash in buildings like you tried to do with the BLM bullshit during COVID. It boggles my mind. Just straight up, just like, yeah, I want you to peacefully disperse. Please make your way to the footpath. Make your way down to Central Station and disperse peacefully. No, we don't want to do that. Here's the mainstream media. Oh, they're blockading us in. We can't go anywhere. Meanwhile, the guy literally recording and showing that they're being blockaded in has walked from being in the middle of the protest to round behind the cops to record them on both the north and the south. How'd he get around them?
You should track down that cop dropping the rocks on the floor, because that was the time.
Oh, yes.
The cultural zeitgeist changed.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I need to piss.
Yeah, I'll try and track it down. That was a lefty. That was Melbourne. This one. Right here. The cops, in fact, have had a gutful of being thrown, having rotten fruit and rocks and glass bottles thrown at them.
And had to be hospitalised. A female sergeant has suffered.
No, I don't want to hear from you. I want to hear from
a leg injury. What time ago?
This right here.
This is what was thrown at police today, and I think Melbourne has had a gutful.
Yeah, they have.
I look on the social media.
They really have.
Platforms of some of these issue-motivated groups that are saying police used excessive force. The fact was, these were being thrown.
When you get a rock that is half the size of your head thrown at you, that's a lethal weapon. I don't care about excessive force. If that's coming at me, I'm going to defend myself by any means necessary. If I was a police officer and had something like that thrown at me, you can damn sure you're getting tased or maced in the fucking eyes. I don't care.
If you're not wearing a helmet, I might even possibly pull my gun.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Back that officer. That officer, like if one of those rocks hit me, and if it was my head, I'd be dead.
Yeah, that size rock, that is a lethal weapon. By every means of the definition. Yeah, David and Goliath. That is a lethal weapon. That hits you in the head, that kills you. That is definitely worth... Yeah, that is definitely worth macing you, throwing your ass to the fucking ground. I don't care who you are. Left, right, center, fucking blue, purple, white, grey. I don't give a shit. You throw that at me, you're going to get a response.
Yeah, and you got to remember, cops are people too.
Yeah.
They are people. They might wear the uniform, but like if you make them your enemy, they'll make you their
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Don't do that. Left or right. Like, they're there doing a job, just like a typical labourer or your university degree politician. They're just doing their job, alright? I'm a little bit like the whole political climate at the moment where you go out and start shooting people for the sake of pushing your agenda. Nah. Or start attacking people that stop you from attacking other people. Nah, it's not good.
Yeah, like, see, I'm all for peaceful assembly and protest. The moment you start throwing rocks and bottles full of glass at people, you're no longer peaceful. I don't give a shit. Where's the fucking... I need the picture of the fiery but mostly peaceful protest.
Oh, I think I've got that somewhere, but it'd take me a while to find it. Give me a sec.
The fact was, these were being thrown at police. Bottles.
Yeah,
filled
I'll
with
let
shards
this
of glass
finish
were
and
being thrown
play.
at the police. Rotten fruit was being thrown at police. Bins were put on fire. Flags were on fire. And I think, you know, really enough's enough. The disruption to Melbourne, to the general public who want to come into our fine city.
And this thing,
the disruption to business.
this is only happening in Melbourne. We've been to multiple protests in New South Wales. The New South Wales police are fucking amazing. They keep the protests.
They did a great job.
They keep the protests separate. They would not allow them to come together. Melbourne police, however, allow them to walk right up into the point where they've got nothing but a police line in between the two groups. Oh, there's a police line on each side and maybe fucking 5-10 meters between them. So
that's interesting. I'll post that to you, by the way. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, it's disgusting. New South Wales Police, I have nothing but praise for what New South Wales Police did with the protest. Like, we were at the first March for Australia. They had a fucking bear cat there, helicopters, armed police, mounted police and everything. An hour in to people gathering in the park before the protest was set to start, the Bearcat's gone, the mounted police are gone, the chopper's been retasked. They didn't care. It was a bunch of boomers that wanted the country they grew up in. It wasn't people, like young people in masks, throwing shit at police, screaming at the public, calling people racists. No, it was people that wanted their country back, seeing their culture being degraded and destroyed before their eyes.
We really need to find an answer of what we do. These are people who come.
Maybe I don't have
they're
it.
not coming to protest. I heard the Chief Commissioner talk about.
That's all right, I can find it.
Protesters having compassion and care for others. This is certainly not what.
Are you looking at that image that I just sent you?
People came to
no, but
okay, no, that's fine.
The people
Yeah,
that came
find
to
it.
pick the fight with police were the issue-motivated groups on the left. I can tell you that the March for Australia group, they were peaceful, they were engaging,
Yeah, I
they listened
thought
to
I had
our
it.
instructions,
Yeah.
they did what they were told, and they protested by example.
I need to go through my meme collection.
Yeah, so the March for Australia, it wasn't people out there to attack police. They don't care to attack police. They want order. They want semblance.
law
They
and
want
order.
culture back in their country. They don't want to destroy or abolish the country. We've had people literally screaming and carrying on, abolish Australia, burning the flag, like spray painting abolish Australia on buildings and the ground. The
Burning the Australian flag while
Yeah.
they're protesting, and then if we were to do the same to their flag,
It's a
we
hate
would be
crime.
charged with a hate crime. Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, like
the right wing isn't doing these attacks. It's solely coming from the left in Australia. Yes, I'm going to fucking call out the stupid moron that did the fucking attempted
Aboriginal
bombing.
bomb thing.
Yeah,
But-
the
but
attempted bombing.
Hold on, there's been no information released about that individual. All right, the only thing we've seen, they wore a black shirt with butterflies on them. They were skinny as fuck, so they weren't a gym bro or, really well fed. They were possibly white or white adjacent, maybe Asian, maybe Middle Eastern, that has that like white tone with a bit of olive skin. But yeah, there's not enough information going on, which makes me think that maybe it wasn't a right-wing attack, and that's why they're keeping their mouth shut about what's going on about it. Like,
Yeah, well, see,
if it was a right-winger, they would have posted all over the internet,
Yeah.
all through media about it.
What is it? Megan Kelly, the fucking American chick, is, well, we know it's not a white guy. It's, oh, that's racist. How can you say that? Is, well, if it was a white guy, they'd been shouting it from the rooftops. And they're not. It's nothing but silence. It's, I don't care who the fuck it is. You're an idiot for trying to bomb a fucking protest. I don't agree with those people in the slightest. But the moment you start trying to bomb a protest, you've lost any support from me. I don't care who you are or what you represent. Just simple. It's just it's not happening.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he went out and did that.
Yeah, it was fucking dumb.
Honestly dumb. Yeah, it doesn't like even if you had a cause, you've literally just destroyed any support for your cause.
Yeah, and everything that you represent or claim to represent has now taken ire because of your actions.
The other group, and there were a number of issue motor groups known to us.
Yeah, you've just cost other people their freedoms and their voice because of your actions. It's the same as the NSN. The NSN were preaching their hate.
Yeah.
And because they preach their hate, that you now can't question the lobby groups, you can't question immigration without being considered.
We now have retroactive racism laws and anti-Semitism laws because of them, because a bunch of fucking Nazi laughers.
Yep.
But the man hours and the weeks.
I just posted another one about the protests that are going on.
Yeah, I haven't finished the Melbourne yet.
The impact on Victoria Police resources at a time when we should be having police on the front line looking at community safety, it appalls me really. And I'm being really strong, and I show you the rocks because I think the public need to see what the police are being targeted with. You know, we deployed force against these people, and rightly so in my view. It was a force at the level nearly that we had at the Land Forces Defence expedition or exhibition earlier in the year. We had.
That's basically like a military tattoo for people that don't understand what we do in Australia.
Police injured. I have a sergeant, a female sergeant who went to hospital with a suspected broken hand because she was kicked at. I have a member with a nasty gash on his leg from Corio. We are drawing police resources from all around the state to police this protest activity.
And these are police resources that could be better used and utilised to actually affect crime. Instead of police out there targeting criminal gangs and actual crime, no, they're having to deal with leftist protests on a weekly basis in Melbourne. It's no wonder nothing is getting done in Melbourne.
In Victoria. In Melbourne,
this is the Brisbane protest
every week
without fail.
Now there are people that legitimately come to protest, but there are people who don't.
And they, one of the speakers said, "From the river to the sea." So that was a call for genocide. Have fun in jail.
Yeah, well, that it's literally a genocidal chant, and it's now illegal. And under your retroactive laws, it's a hate crime.
Chant from the Jordanian River to the
Mediterranean Sea. Yeah, ask a leftist what river, what sea, and watch them flub and try and think. Yeah, they have no idea. It's a chant to them. They don't understand the geopolitical... They don't understand geography, let alone the geopolitics of the region.
I think the Chief Commissioner is reviewing our response to how we protest and what our model looks
for. The sloganeerists. That's why Labour's still so popular, because all these people do is listen to slogan after slogan, and that's why a lot of the fucking, what are they called, the unions support them and all that kind of stuff, because they just fall so easy for sloganeering. Like they're not a smart bunch. They're just so unified on this idea of everyone's the same.
Yeah, all the minority rights groups and the unions have collectivized to create a united front.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this goes back to our leftists being so insular and collectivist. The heat map. It goes back to the heat map straight away.
The left are collectivists. They're full stop collectivists. They put everyone into collective.
It's so close. Everyone is such the same. It's the leftist purity test. It's the moment you start thinking maybe we shouldn't lobby for this group or maybe we shouldn't try and represent them. No, you're a right-wing Nazi now. And they literally oust you from the group because you have failed the left purity test.
Unless you do the whole kiss the shoes of a minority or some kind of placation
It'll
or
never be
whatever.
enough.
Yeah, they'll keep asking you to do more and more. You gotta repent for your sin. They are literally the new religion. The religion is institutionalism.
It's exactly what's happened with Emiru, the streamer chick, Asmongold's friend. She literally said, "I'm not going to take a political stance because I don't understand the policies of ICE. So I'm not going to make a statement on it for like fuck ICE or I support ICE." She doesn't understand it, so she took the stance of, "I don't know, so I'm not going to speak." If you want me to,
I'm not learned on it.
yeah, if you're trying to get confirmation from your favorite streamer, you should get off the internet. And now the left is attacking her because she wouldn't condemn ICE. So what did she do? She wrote it out for like a day or two and then apologized to the leftists. And what's happening? The leftists aren't happy. Who knew? Every single fucking time, it's the same thing. You say something, they condemn you. You apologize, they condemn you for saying apologies. For apologizing because you were ignorant or didn't want to take a stance.
And that's why they don't like the whole idea that you just don't give a fuck what their opinion is. That you and me both do it. I have to value you as a person before I value your opinion.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I don't value you as a person, therefore I don't value your opinion. Your opinion means nothing to me, because you mean nothing to me. You hate me. You want me to die. If they could kill you and get away with it, you'd already be dead.
Yep.
It's that simple.
And they like to claim that they're the tolerant ones.
Yeah. Oh, and look at that. The tolerant left are killing people again and firebombing Teslas because, ooh.
Oh, we're going to put you in gulags, or, oh, we're going to re-educate you. Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, I literally commented on a video. There was at Surrey Hills Police Station. Leftists had congregated to try and protest for all the leftists that got arrested during the protest that's just happened, freed of all charges. There's one dude standing there with a sign is protect your right to free speech, protect your right to protest. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Protect your right to protest. I'm so glad this guy supports me going to march for Australia. And then I got fucking dogpiled by every leftist dickhead in the thread, purely because they don't believe that. They believe in their right to protest, not your right to protest.
Yeah. It's rules for me,
not for thee. Yeah. Free speech isn't for people you agree with. It's for people you disagree with. And they'll never understand that.
Yeah. Well, it's because they're a hive mind. They don't think of anything outside of their group, their hive mind. They can't understand duplicity. Don't look at the Epstein stuff yet. You've still got more videos to watch.
Yeah, well, I'm hitting the project one, the one at the top.
And we still got the orange, green, yellow, purple.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah,
we're gonna have to organize what we talk about. We might save the orange, green, yellow, purple thing for another chat. We'll focus on our protests and stuff today.
Yeah, well, that's I had the idea of we'll talk about the protests and the robbery maybe, and we've gone on for 6 and a bit hours talking about everything.
Well, it would have helped if we had a bunch of stuff lined up.
I'm gonna have to tab everything beforehand, and like I watch a whole bunch of VTubers and political streamers.
We'll chat for about an hour and a half beforehand. Get stuff organized.
Yeah. Oh, see, so I want authentic reactions. Like I don't care for the whole reaction streaming of like, oh, I've pre-watched this, so we can.
We're just curating and making it easier for us to focus.
We're talking shit and bitching about global problems. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, but it only works if people listen from the beginning to the end with this particular layout.
Yeah,
Whereas
see, we've gone so far over the place and jumped back and here and
we
there,
even
and
talked about medieval war history and shit.
yeah,
so-
it's all over the place. All right, what's this one? Oh, it's the Brisbane protest. Oh, that's loud. I'll drop that back down. Yeah, that's a genocidal chant now. That's a hate speech crime.
Yep.
That's a
And
non-crime
in front
hate
of a
incident.
crowd.
Yeah, non-crime
In front
hate
of a crowd.
incident. Yeah.
She can get arrested and then be put in prison indefinitely without a trial in this new system that we've got.
Yeah, but she never will be
Congratulations.
because she's on the left. She's not a right-wing
Yeah.
extremist. There's no such thing as the
Yeah.
far left in Australia.
Which is ridiculous because they clearly are.
Garbage.
They need to tell me about that.
Yo, one of the comments. Yeah, have they arrested her? So much for the federal government's hate speech. The Centrelink protest crew. Yeah, genocide definition. Noun. When Palestinians lose another war they have started. Yeah, from the pebbles to the rocks, you're a bunch of cocks. You're a bunch of cocks. Jeez, the comments on this, dude.
Yeah. I'm starting to see a zeitgeist push. I think a lot of the normies are starting to wake up to the bullshit, and I reckon it started to happen at the Sydney Harbour Bridge crossing, and then it was galvanized with the Bondi shooting or the Bondi massacre.
Yeah, so many people woke up with that. COVID was a wake up for a lot of people. Bondi was a wake up for a lot of people.
Yeah. COVID was a wake up for government overreach and economic issues. Then the crossing of the Sydney Harbour Bridge, which is an Australian icon for a political group overseas instead of something here at home, was a wake up call. And then once Bondi happened, it was like, oh, this wake-up call should be like a shake-up call. Like someone's grabbing me on the shoulders and shaking me awake. Like the people that have been saying, hey, there's something wrong here, were right all along.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find the Sydney Harbour Bridge one. Yeah, there's some of it. Yeah. Some stupid edit. Where's the one showing the ISIS flags? The Sydney Harbour Bridge protest had actual. Go fuck yourself. You're getting banned. I don't care. Just go fuck off.
Another bot.
Yeah, just fuck off. Get lost.
Yeah, no bots allowed. You should have that in a big thing because auto ban for bots.
Yeah, I've tried setting up some stuff. I've got to figure out the shit a bit more.
Description.
Oh no, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, well, they'll just create a new account and run it.
Yeah, that's all they do. So the Sydney Harbour Bridge, it was a massive Palestinian protest, and you had people literally marching, holding up signs of the Ayatollah Khomeini, him there with an AK-47 marching, like people holding up a poster of the Ayatollah Khomeini with an AK, and then marching under that. You had old mate with the fucking WikiLeaks was marching at the front of the protest. You had a known ISIS child groomer and a known Hamas suicide bomber there. Someone that recruits suicide bombers and child soldiers. These were photographs at the protest. There was footage of them there, and no a single fucking mention about it in the mainstream media. It was all random, independent, people, independent citizens that took these photos and shotgunned them to the internet. No mainstream media gave a fuck about them. They downplayed it.
Meanwhile, they upplayed the March for Australia Nazis as the main players in that whole thing, and it just wasn't true. So it's another case of rules for thee, but not for me.
Yeah. It's disgusting.
It's not good, and it really like we have the right of political discourse in Australia, not the right of freedom of speech. So us talking about deportations, remigration, and all that kind of stuff isn't actually illegal unless it's contextually thrown into a migrant space. So it's like if we say it to a migrant, oh, we think you should be remigrated, that he or she can turn around and say that made me feel threatened, blah blah blah, and that's what can get you jailed. But if you're doing it at a protest and discussing it politically as political discourse instead of a call to arms, then you should be able to get away with it. Skip the Epstein stuff. I don't know. Yeah. Unless you want to delve into that, but I think we'll save that for another time.
Yeah, we'll be going on nearly 6.5 hours, so...
Well, yeah, and you've got a lot of shit that you need to edit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got the scotch hit me early, so...
Yeah, well, I've literally, like, the last dregs of the last can right now, so...
Oh, you only finished the
yeah,
the 12 packs that I gave. The 12 cans I gave you now.
Yeah, that was the last 5 cans there. So I'm officially dry.
No.
Yeah, as I think we'll save. You know what? We should do an Epstein dump, like talking about it, maybe.
Oh man, that's going to be a couple of months away at least. I'm only just starting to delve into it, going through all the files and stuff, and I'm literally feeding it in bit by bit to chat.
Yeah,
and just seeing where it goes, getting its like opinions and stuff, reading it myself afterwards as well to just verify that chat's going through it correctly. See if if it's obscuring anything. So if anything like that pops up, that'll be something I'll be bringing up where ChatGPT is ignoring certain aspects of what's being said. But yeah, give me a while because there's a lot of files that I've got
Dude, there is so much to go through.
Yeah.
There is honestly so much to go through.
So my current aim at the moment is seeing what all these leftists are talking about when it comes to Trump, like seeing if there's anything in the Epstein files about Trump. And what I've found so far from going from page 1 to page 3 is all of it's been newspaper articles or people talking about him in politics, like, Trump's going into politics. This is his poll data, that kind of stuff. So when people say that Trump's name is mentioned 40,000 times in the Epstein releases, from what I'm seeing so far, and a lot of the files that they're releasing are literally duplicates. Like there's a lot of duplicate information in there because multiple people. So the way the the DOJ works is when they go into a place to collect evidence, they don't just go, oh yeah, that's relatable, or oh that's relatable, I'll download that. Oh, that's relatable, I'll download that. No, they go in through his computer and just download everything.
Yeah.
And we're seeing the everything.
It's most definitely not everything. It's 1.7 terabytes of data from the Epstein file release, or what was hacked, and a vast majority of it was videos.
Yeah.
And
so
they're never going to release that because
they're not gonna release the videos.
yeah, because it's pure. It's literally child pornography and child abuse. They'd never release that.
Anyway, what I was saying is, there's currently 3.5 million files currently released, and there's about another 3.5 million files to be released at a later date. So, look, we probably won't even get through a tenth of it.
Yeah, no, never.
It's literally going to have to be a group effort from everyone around the world to find what they find and show that online, like and piece shit together online, together. They can't just say, "Oh, this is what I found, and I'm accusing this person, this person, this person." It has to be, "This is the evidence that ties this person to this person. This is the evidence that ties this person to this person. This happened at this date. This happened at this date," and then just figure it out from there. Because that's a lot of files that you have to peruse through to actually find the truth. And like, props to the investigators. Like, if you could read through all that shit and
not blow your brains out.
Yeah, like, goddamn, guys, like, props to you. Shame that you didn't fucking catch more of them. Like, so far as far as I've seen and looked into the history of what's going on, you've only captured 3 people: Ghislaine, what's his face? Epstein, and some French guy that was literally committed suicide before he was caught.
There's been an Aussie dude that's been arrested in conjunction with the Epstein file release. That's just recently happened. What he's charged with or what he's done, they're not speaking on. But Ghislaine Maxwell is getting preferential treatment. She's basically in a fucking penthouse. So she's not getting charged or anything. She just done a release and she's just pleaded the fifth the whole time and refused to speak on anything. So we're not gonna get anything out of her purely because they're giving her preferential treatment and there's no reason for her to speak.
Yeah. Oh wait, I didn't send it. Hold on. I'll find it.
Yeah.
It's just up the top here. So, oh no, it's my fucking Facebook refresh. So it was a Fox News clip, like a image, it was saying that Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney is appealing for clemency, so a cut on her time in jail or whatever. I don't know the specifics of clemency. What's that? Give me a sec, I'll figure it out. Clemency. It's not a word that I've used often. Oh, for mercy. Okay, so she's probably trying to ask for like a shorter sentence or something. So, like I thought.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for clemency, for sharing everything she knows, and also stating that Trump and Bill Clinton are innocent and weren't involved.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, no, I don't give a fuck. No, fuck your clemency. No, not happening. I want everything you know. You can. We'll give you a shorter sentence. Instead of 10,000 years, we'll give you 9,000 years. How's that?
No, see, I'm against that. I don't give a shit. You were part of it.
She's not gonna live for 9,000 years, bro.
No. The clemency is we'll give you lethal injection. If you don't speak on it, we open up Guantanamo Bay once more and waterboard the info out of you.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, there's your clemency. Your clemency is you get a nice fast death.
No. Lethal injection. Nah. Let's go back old school.
Short drop.
Well, we could do short drop, or we could do Vlad piking, or we could do fed into a wood chipper feet first, or I don't know, you know the water torture where they drop one drop of water on you.
Yeah, but
Instead
that's
of water, we use acid, and we do it on a body part. So we drop one drop of acid on a fingernail.
oh yeah, but that's my thing. Is your clemency is going to be a short, quick, fast death.
Yeah, that's
Your clemency will be quick, clean, and as painless as possible. If you don't speak about it, we just torture the information out of you.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
We know.
But torture doesn't make. Yeah, but if they know the truth, then they're going to tell the truth.
Oh yeah, but we know the truth. We have all the Epstein file.
The Guantanamo Bay is we don't get to hear the truth until it's filtered through officials.
Yeah, official channels. Yeah, but she's living in basically a penthouse. Fucking, she's getting preferential treatment in jails. She's in segregated, so no one, like no general pop or anything like that. She's being protected in jail, and because she refuses to speak, I don't give a fuck. We'll just torture the information out of you. We already know a lot of the information. We just need your testimony. And since you refuse to speak, we will get the information one way or another. You can either freely give it up and you get a quick death, or we just prolong it as long as possible and make it as slow and painful as possible.
No. I'll tell you what. Turn it into a Hunger Games. She can try and survive. So release it to the public and say, everything is free game except for murder of her. So whoever gets it first gets to have the fun, and then they can videotape the whole thing. See, I don't trust the government to be in charge of this. Let the people take care of it.
I don't trust the government to be in charge of anything.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't like the Guantanamo Bay thing, because
well, that's just like it's because it's America that's holding her. And it's America that's dealing with the trial and everything. So just open up.
Yeah, but they've got all their laws that kind of prevent that kind of shit. Unless you go to Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah, well, yeah, just open up Guantanamo Bay and waterboard the bitch. She'll start speaking. She'll start speaking really fucking fast once you start waterboarding her.
Yeah. Well, on that note, let's look at the last thing I sent you and say goodbye with that.
Yes. Wild that dudes just wake up with raging boners. Men are so disgusting. You know what that means, right? For all of human history, the Earth has had a stadium-style wave of boners that... Jesus Christ!
Continue reading.
Yeah, you know what that means, right? For all of human history, the Earth has...
wave of boners.
Has had a stadium-style wave of boners that circle the globe with sunrise, ongoing for hundreds of thousands of years into the past and into the future. A global wave of boners, never stopping, never ending. This is why aliens avoid a planet. It's off-putting and disturbing. Fucking hell, Jesus Christ.
Good night, chat.
Yeah, and on that note, we're definitely ending. Fucking hell.
Yeah. I had to uplift it in a weird, gross kind of way. Why not?
All right, so for the next one, we're gonna stay on topic, and we'll end with something dumb.
Well, that's why I literally said, "What do you want to talk about?" And you said anything. I was like, "Okay, sweet, we'll talk about anything."
All right. Next time.
That's on you. You're the one that's going to have to edit it. I don't give a shit. I'm happy to just sit here and talk about shit all night.
Nah, see, that's the thing. I'm not going to talk about anything next time. And I'm not going to edit this video. I'm just going to upload it raw because I'm fucking lazy.
Yeah, that might be the best option because holy shit. We really went on tangents.
Yeah, dude, off the fucking rails. Alright, that's the end of
It wouldn't have been too bad if we didn't go into like medieval history and warfare kind of thing. But
yeah,
look, it kind of ties into the whole right wing zeitgeist.
Oh, well,
Like,
yeah, see, that's
very
the thing.
historically aware.
Everything is interconnected. Like, too
Yeah.
much stuff is interconnected. So you can't talk about X and not acknowledge Y.
Exactly. I'm glad you understand that, because the amount of people I have discussions, what has that got to do with anything? And then I have to go explain X, Y, Z, why that explains that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
why does that matter? And it's because this has influenced this has influenced that, and this has influenced that, and they're all interconnected. Well, how do you know that? Because this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. Like it's just a fucking endless rabbit hole. We are literally two rabbit holes of minds.
Yeah, we really are. We really are. Yeah, everything is interconnected. Everything is a rabbit hole. And to explain one
Reddit
thing,
hole?
well, everything is a Reddit hole. Have you seen Reddit lately? Jesus Christ!
No, Reddit's just a fucking cesspit of stupidity. I don't see much intelligence in that fucking place.
Yeah, stupidity and degeneracy.
Like the people I've met that like to read Reddit in real life don't like they come across as intelligent, but they're not that intelligent. Like,
All right. Well, in that case, we'll have to do some Reddit stories.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We'll have to enlighten the people about the Reddit poop knife and the poop sock.
Well, that's not a bad idea, to be honest, because reading their theories, their ideas, and stuff like that will send us down rabbit holes that we can explain their thought processes, why it's wrong, the history, that kind of stuff. So,
All right. Well, on the wave of more spiraling and a global wave of boners, you want to do a sign off?
oh wait, what? Do I want to do a sign off? I thought we were already offline.
No, not yet. It's still going.
Oh, okay.
Since you done the dick wave, you have to do the sign off.
Oh well, the sign off is school's not always there to make you smarter. It's there to indoctrinate and educate you, and it's even more so by a millionfold the higher education you go, and it literally drives you to become like, because you've got that piece of paper, you think, and you spent so long studying, it drives you to think that everyone else is stupid. But you got to remember, other people, they've figured out that, hey, if I don't go to university, I don't pay money, and I can use the money that I don't have to pay for university for myself and work a job. So don't think education makes you smarter. Just because you study. It just indoctrinates you. That's my sign off.
Right, and with that, we're done.
What's your sign off? No.
My sign off is stop using Google. Stop using modern internet.
Use multiple browsers.
Abuse the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, I concur.
So education is a rort and the internet is fake. There you go.
Spend your time educating yourself and figuring out your own solutions, your own ideas to what you've learned. And don't take us as gospel, because, like, we're bound to be wrong too.
We're a bunch of drunk idiots on the internet. Don't listen to us. Salada.